on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. That was How to Start an F-16 Brilliant Drink Remix. The original is I Stole an F-16, How to Start an F-16. But we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day, coming to you live from sunny but kind of cold Stolen Land, Los Angeles, California. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is 1/19/2026, January 19, 2026. One day out from Donald Trump completing his first year in his second tenure. It's also MLK Day. We're going to be talking about all of that. Dude, everyone is waking up in Minneapolis. Good. It hasn't even been a full year yet, but it's coming. It hasn't even finished a whole year yet. It's coming. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and yeah. We got a lot going on in the world. And not only do we have a lot going on in the world, but we have a lot going on in HasanAbi Piker's life as well. I'm going to get to it right now. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Can you ask Kat about the music show fundraisers later? I totally don't have anything to do with them. Okay? I feel like you have something to do with them. I hear from people who say that they don't pay attention, who say it's now impossible not to go. Oh, hell yeah. Well, it'll happen. It's happening. Woke is back. Woke is actually back. I mean, yeah, last night I ended the broadcast after a half day, basically. I mean, 6 hours. 6 hour Hossie, half day Hossie. You already know what it is, right? We had a lot of fun. Where's Kat? She's the best. W Palestine. She's gonna be here later. Had to finish the VOD to watch the rest of the Arky collab. Yeah, it was great. It was 6 hours. It was a half day. 6 extra hours that you normally wouldn't get, by the way, because this is Sunday, and normally I don't even stream on Sundays, so don't know why y'all are complaining. In any case. Yeah, the Sparky collab was dope. They're saying you're over. Who's saying I'm over? Chopped. They're saying you're over. It's true. I am over. I'm over. I'm more over than I've ever been. I'm more over than ever before. Trump has not invoked the Insurrection Act yet, but he's still doing money molestation. He's still doing the money molestation. He's still catching the bag, and he's molesting it. But other than that, yeah, I hung out with some friends. And that's it. Watched a little bit of JJK, went to sleep, woke up early, and worked out. And let me tell you, my titties are blasting right now. I feel like my tits feel like bags of milk. I feel like I can breastfeed right now. I almost breastfed Kaya earlier, okay? I was doing push day, okay? I was doing upper body push day, and let me tell you, okay, my titties are on fire. They're out of control, okay? It was pretty crazy. But yeah, I feel a little bit, not under the weather necessarily, but just like a little tired, as you can probably tell. But hopefully I'll pick up as the broadcast continues. Yeah, I got some Canadian milk bags, 4 gallon. You know what I'm saying? Like, my shit is blasted right now. Your Purgante? Yes. Will Neff is the father. He impregnated me, and my tits are blowing up. Show them? Yeah. No, I just did a great chest day, and I feel fucking awesome. Okay. All right. Having said that, how many push-ups can you do right now? 0. I literally was doing like 4 and I was dying by the end of the workout. Europe is preparing the trade bazooka. Have you heard? Good. Europe should destroy the America empire, okay? Piece by piece. But where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Critical support to the European technocrats, okay? The European technocrats, please destroy America. I beg of you. I urge you to destroy America. Any plans to talk about Rojava and Syria today? I mean, what is there to talk about, brother? What, like, America hit the same exact method once again. Like, what is there to even talk about? I talked about it. Remember when I talked about it? I talked about it when the Turkish-backed troops alongside HDS took over Damascus and took over the Syrian government. And I told you that, you know, eventually America would give both the Turks a gift, which they did initially, and then that would, you know, they would just like, they would sell the Kurds once again, sell them out. They always do. The whole world wants you to wrap this up before the World Cup, you know. Wrap what up? Listening for you to turn me, but this ain't it. Turn you into what? A filthy commie? Fear End episode from today is so good. Hell yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Yeah, end fascism for the footy. Oi, lads. Oi, lads. It's footy time, yeah? Fucking hell. It's World Cup. Stop with this fucking fascism, yeah? It's making it harder for me to get a fucking tourism visa. Are you having a bloody fucking laugh, mate? Are you having a fucking go at it? This is absolutely mental. It's fucking mental. Time out on the fascism. We're trying to play footy. We're trying to fucking play footy. It's football. Bloody hell. It's football time. I didn't believe you were white until you pulled the accent. Yeah. Footy, you fucking knob. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. Personal news-wise, other than that, like I said, my titties are blasting. What else? What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Woke is back. Woke is so fucking back, dude. Woke is so fucking back. One example for woke is back. Yes. One example for woke is back is this one, okay? Like, last night I saw this, and it had like 22,000 likes. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna talk some shit. Asmongold says Hasan is completely out of touch. Nobody who had pololess as a kid grew up working class. You don't understand what it's like to be an average American. I said, this is not even an argument. I grew up privileged, never hid that. You are a multimillionaire business owner who sits in a rotting house LARPing as a working man as you justify hurting the most vulnerable laborers in the country to a majority audience of Euro MAGA supporters. 90,000 likes. If the Nazi platform is getting this much motion, against like the classic, like, oh, you're a rich socialist, you're privileged, you're out of touch, shut the fuck up. The most pro working class position is to demand that every Mexican get violently removed from the country. Like, that's the kind of sentiment for like the past, I don't know, 3 years has been popping off on this stupid fucking website. So the polo is lame. If I was rich, I'd be into falconing. That shit is cool. Yeah, no, I never did polo. I did equestrian show jumping, but I mean, I'm not going to correct that. Hasan, I'm with you, but you are on that platform. I deleted that SS shit Twitter BS years ago. Yes, brother. Someone's got to get in the fucking dirt and roll with these piggies. Okay. I'm that someone. I'm that guy. That's it. I don't like, when have you ever seen me pull away from getting into a knife fight like this? You know, I just sat through it. I pushed through it, and we're so close to the finish line. We're so close to see the light on the other side. And the reason why I say that, I mean, is because that's my background. Like I don't a lot of people take for granted, I think, how like popular socialism as a term has become in like the last decade in the United States of America. Because like when you were talking about socialism in the pre-Bernie universe, right? In the pre-Bernie universe, socialism was just like the oldest, crustiest dudes you've ever encountered, and maybe like random people who were really, really nerdy and really invested in this shit. Like it wasn't. This is, the internet was an unimaginably hostile environment for anyone who was even remotely to the left of the Democratic Party or dared to explain what their politics look like as socialism or communism. So, given that was the background, like being at the Young Turks from like 2013 onward, when the entire commentary sphere was hyper right wing, all the way up to like white supremacists, right? The entire right wing was dominating the YouTube sphere, all the independent media sphere in like 2013, 2014, 2015. All of the edgy atheists had turned against Barack Obama because Barack Obama was a secret Muslim and he was doing too much to basically defend Islam. He was maybe even bringing Islam to the United States of America, all the stuff that people were saying, which was very racialized and totally ridiculous, had created an incredibly right-wing environment, right? And at least now, in this day and age, even when woke goes away and anti-woke has its moment in the spotlight, as it has for like the last 3-4 years, there's some brothers and sisters out there, some people that have been able to push back a little bit, so you don't feel so lonely. So never forget, if you match where we're at in comparison to where we used to be, I think things are a lot better. In some ways, they're a lot worse. But, I'll take it. All right, let's blast off and let's get it fucking started. Because it's Monday, it's MLK Day. Obviously, we'll be talking about MLK's legacy as a democratic socialist. Or for all the ultras out there, he was a social fascist, obviously, because he wasn't revolutionary enough. That's my new guy is third worldist, calling MLK a social fascist who wants modest reforms in the imperial core. Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, he wasn't pro Viet Cong enough, and therefore he was actually a social fascist, because he was like, he would talk about democratic socialism, he would talk about socialism, but like the extent of his leftist MLK haters are so weird. No, that's not a real thing. Most leftists at least have the wherewithal not to shit on Martin Luther King. Come on now. In the building later. MLK Day, his legacy in 2026. Trump readies troops for MN invasion. Greenland mania over. Nobel Prize. Regime change in Iran. Count Abu Ghazali in the building later. Get in now. Who are these MLK hating leftists? I just want to talk to them. That's not a real person. I'm inventing a person by joking, comparing the modern commentary that a lot of people have to. It's a joke, okay? It's a joke. Just know it as a joke. How about that? That's all it is. It's a joke. But I saw so many people in Arky's Twitter.com saying how much they enjoyed the collab. We need more fun. Yeah, for sure. No, it was a great time. I had a great time. You're in Middle East Observer, don't lie. What? Erdogan calls out Israel? What did he say? Turkish President Erdogan. I'm confident with wisdom my Iranian brothers and sisters will overcome the treacherous Israeli-backed sedition that targeted the country's social peace and stability. At Middle East Spectator. Yeah, Erdogan is yeah, Erdogan is pro-Iran now. He's pro-Islamic Republic. That's the funniest joke anyone's ever told in this broadcast. Here in Norway, we can finally get a valid excuse to break off from the U.S. and join the Sino-Motherland Alliance. We wanted all along. We just need Xi to make Russia a province first. I think Norwegians are not doing that. That's what I think. I think Norwegians don't. They are so libbed up, dude. They're so libbed. All the Euros are so libbed up. I know you guys in here are not. And maybe you can report on it and tell me if I'm wrong. Right? But from my estimation, I just don't see any European leaders like even taking the Mark Carney step. Right? Like Mark Carney, I think, is a smart guy. Do I agree with his worldview? Of course not. I mean, he is a banker, right? Like he's a banker. He is going to be someone who maintains a neoliberal mechanism of order in Canada. That's definitely what he's doing. But at least he's like seemingly a more competent guy than like Keir Starmer is. And obviously like what he did by going to China and like fixing the Canadian-Chinese relations and, you know, allowing visa-free travel to China and bringing in EV fleets to Canada. Like all this stuff is good. It's smart. I haven't even seen that level of motion from European leadership at this point. So like, and they should have done this on Liberation Day anyway. This is, if I, a 34-year-old dumbass on the internet, can see the writing on the wall from a mile away, you think these guys can't? I don't think it's incompetence. I think it's ideological blindness. The European Union has suckled on the teat of American empire and the post-World War II order and have found themselves in this beneficial position because all of the politicians that run these countries are just as rugged and vulgar in their pro-capitalist stance as Americans are. Sure, European leadership has the benefits of social democracy, born partially out of its proximity to the USSR, the threat of a scary, better alternative, right, was part of the reason why there were modest reforms in the country. So you have that, but it's going away. And the same people that have run these countries have the exact same ideological vision as the toothless, feckless Democrats in our country, right? And obviously painting in the entirety of Europe with this broad brush is silly because there is Spain. And I don't know if it's a mere aesthetic posture in the direction of China. But I think European nation states in the upcoming years will either have to recognize that they have been completely vassalized, not dissimilar to countries in the third world, or fascism will win. You know what I mean? Why do you invite these Dems and libs to your stream then? What? Bro's going to invite a Democrat? What? What are you talking about, dude? First of all, Cat's Palestinian. You know what I mean? Yeah, I still want to push the party to the best of my ability in a direction that I think is better for organizing, better for labor organizing, better for revolutionary organizing, if that's, what you're invested in. Yes. I mean, don't give them, don't ban them permanently, but at least give them like a week off for that take. Yeah. I didn't read it because I think it's gross to say that out loud like that. Hey, HasanAbi, not trying to do a gotcha, but why do you use the term third world? Is it just easier for audiences to understand? Yes. Also, the third world, or the negative connotation associated with the third world, is actually a Western invention. Like, third world just means aligned with the Soviets, as opposed to, like, it just means the global South. It's a Cold War statement. It's a contextualization that is from the Cold War, or not aligned with the Soviets. Sorry, non-aligned. Or oh God, well, I don't know what's wrong with me. Second world is Soviet alignment. Third world is neutral countries, but just means like global South. Wait, it's alignment, not development? Yes, that's where it comes from. It comes from the I guess initially is it comes from Yugoslavia, right? The originator of the non-aligned movement, despite being organized as a socialist state. Tito. Yugoslavia forever. Why use third world instead of global South? I just use it interchangeably. I don't shy away from using certain terminology because it's like it has like a negative connotation associated with it. Like I don't care. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the distinction between Indian versus Native American. You know? It's not as bad as like Latinx versus Latino, where it's just like something that I choose not to ever use, Latinx, right? Because it's silly. It makes you look silly. It makes you look out of touch. Okay? But it's one of those things where that's a slur. What's a slur? Oh, Latinx. It doesn't, like, the language holds power for sure. But as long as you know where I'm coming from when I'm talking about these things, I don't think it matters all that much. I'll use terminology that I think everyone can understand. Why say third world when the second world no longer exists? Exactly. That's why. It's a catch-all term. It low-key drives me crazy that some extreme progressives do not understand that we need some level of decorum and centrism. Like, obviously, we want massive change and expansion on social structure over the liberal fence sitting, but turning out Turning to all-out chaos or civil war is what they think it's going to be. You genuinely need some level of civility. Wait, what? No, I don't know what you're saying. Rare Hasan L on the take Latinx. Wait, what? You can't be the one loyal soldier of super woke in 2026 still defending Latinx, right? Like, you know what it reminds me of too? Like another thing is like when you say homeless and someone goes, excuse me, someone devoid of home or like unhoused, it's like, dude, stop. Like, come on, please. Like, I'm not, like, please. It's one of those things where, like, I know you're not wrong, but that's just not how language works. That's not how you can make the most effective message. Like, you're not wrong. In theory, I understand where you're coming from because you are a firm and committed believer that, like, the language that you're using also has power in it, right? Right? But I'm a marketer. Like, my job is to market. My job is to market the positions that I hold. You know, and oftentimes I think trying to sanitize language unironically ends up making you look out of touch. It makes you look out of touch. Utilizing regular terminology that the broader base of support uses is good. You know? All right. We're going to get started with Trump's Greenland threats. What Mark Stone learned from Washington insiders, ladies and gentlemen, or I guess no, this is the new list. China warns U.S. on Greenland. Stop using the China threat. I had the playlist already ready to go, Themasius.
Ready, clear.
China warns the U.S. on Greenland. Stop using the China threat.
Verified our positions on Greenland multiple times. The international law based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter.
Do you hate the Kurds because you're Turkish? Where did this come from? Also, I'm American. If there's one country that hates the Kurds, or at least fucks over the Kurds just as hard as Turks, or rather utilizes the Turks to fuck over the Kurds, it's the United States of America. Talk about Rojava. I already said I'm going to talk about it. Why does he make an inference like that? Because he's a fucking baby. Okay? He's a stupid ass baby. That's why we are dying. Okay, take a week off. Okay?
The foundation of the existing international order, it must be safeguarded. We urge the U.S. side to stop using the so-called China threat to use.
Dang, a week seems a bit harsh. Okay, you take a full perma then.
As a pretext to gain selfish gains.
European leaders pushing back against President Trump's latest threat.
Nothing more annoying to me than motherfuckers who come in here while I'm like, well, I already have like a run of show in mind. And then they just come in and go, no, you have to talk about this thing right now. And if you don't talk about the thing I want you to talk about right now, that implies that you're actually secretly harboring resentment, like ethnic resentment towards a group of people that you have defended over and over again, but it doesn't matter in this very moment because I'm going to get a fucking clip off here and then continue along with this propaganda campaign to make it seem as though you're like a fucking anti-Kurd Turk, I'm going to lean into like racialized narratives because obviously you're Turkish. So therefore, most people are already ready to either catch you in a hypocritical position because you're an anti-imperialist, or rather lean into the racist ass fucking sentiment about how you must clearly hate Kurds. It's just incredibly fucking annoying. It's incredibly annoying. We're not playing that game, you know? It's just you're not being productive at all. You're just being a fucking lame ass. Shut up. Shut your bitch ass up. Okay? This is not a fucking democracy in here. There's always going to be back and forth. There's always going to be an open forum. But if you piss me off, I will turn into Stalin. Okay? I will just fucking clap you. Okay? I need you to understand that. Because we can't have a normal, productive discussion. We cannot have a normal, productive discussion if you are constantly fucking derailing. Shut your bitch ass up. Okay? I'm going to cover what I'm covering, and I'm going to get to it eventually. Don't make me put you in the fucking gulag. This is why he's a commentator and not a politician, folks. No politician should ever do a Twitch stream anyway.
On America's closest allies, escalating his demand to acquire Greenland. Trump now warning 8 key NATO allies, including Denmark, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, that they will face tariffs, starting with 10% in February, until a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. Nearly 30 European ambassadors holding an emergency meeting Sunday. Allies now flocking to Greenland's defense.
Alliances endure because they're built on respect and partnership, not pressure.
Dude. Big Dick Daddy Starmer. Oh my God. I'm always thinking to myself, whenever there's like any sort of geopolitical conflict going on, I think to myself, what will my goat, Kid Starver, say? Because you know he's going to crack the whip, okay? He's going to lay it down. He's going to lay down the fucking law, baby. And I can't be alone in this, right? Like, chat, you guys also probably think like, you know, what will Keir Starmer do again? Like, he's such a revolutionary, you know? He's going to come out and he's going to say, I've been monitoring the situation from afar and I've been waiting on Daddy to tell me what to do. He's a real mover and shaker. Him and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are my 3 goats, okay? These guys are the real anti-imperialists out there, okay? None of you know. What did you think anti-imperialism was? Tweets? Academic papers? No, you're looking at it, okay? This is real resistance. This is coalition of the willing. This is how you fight back against the American empire, by coming out and not even taking like a stern approach at all, just coming out and having the most lukewarm take that reinforces what everyone knows already, okay? You are, like, I can't even call him Chamberlain. Yeah, exactly. Like, Neville Chamberlain unironically had more motion than Keir Starmer. He is the Lion of London. Exactly. He is the Lion of London, okay? Oh God, he's so fucking hot and so cool.
Greenland's defense.
He just always has such a good approach to these sorts of things. He'll be like Lion of Londonistan. They'll be like, Mr. Starmer, Israel has killed 100,000 Palestinians, and new reporting shows that the Royal Air Force was actually providing cover and offering new targets as Israel was conducting a genocide. And be like, we will be looking into this, and we will be issuing a stern warning to the Palestinian babies. Okay, they should not have been under the laser guided munitions if they wanted to survive? Have they thought about not being Palestinian? This motherfucker is always looking into shit. He's got a busy job, dude.
Alliances endure because they're built on respect and partnership, not pressure. That is why I said the use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong.
The French president calling the tariff
Can
threat-
he do that? Guys, can he say that? Can he say that? Completely wrong. Bro, he's getting real crazy, dude. He's going mental. That's a real mic drop moment from Kid Starver, dude. Wow, he's really done it now, Trump. Any moment now, he has begun the process of thinking about issuing a sternly worded letter, a warning. Of course, only thinking about beginning the processes of what might be in that letter, a concept of a plan, if you will.
It's unacceptable. Sweden's prime minister saying we will not let ourselves be blackmailed. Only Denmark and Greenland decide on issues concerning Denmark and Greenland.
Okay, then what should he do? Deny visas to American travelers, say that you're shutting off the American embassy, immediately do reciprocal tariffs, immediately call up Xi Jinping and say, "Sir, I'm going to commit to much better trade relations with you." There's a bunch of things. Just fuck it, dude. Just go crazy mode. I mean, Trump is going crazy mode. You might as well go crazy mode in retaliation for Trump going crazy mode. Because, like, guys, Donald Trump is talking about invading Europe. Like, that's it. Like, if he's gonna be a freak, you gotta match his freak. You know? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Because people will go, "Oh, well, Hasan, these guys don't want to rock the boat. That means like more instability. You're inviting more instability. America's crazy." And it's like, yeah, exactly. It's kind of the same principle behind like what Trump is doing at the domestic front, right? Where Donald Trump is greatly escalating the tension here. And even talking about potentially utilizing the military, calling the Insurrection Act, all this stuff. Like, these are unprecedented times. And people will go, "Oh, don't do anything. Like, don't do anything in retaliation. Like, you're giving into what he wants." And it's like, but he's already doing the chaos. Like, if you think this will lead to unprecedented lawlessness and disorder, well, we're there already. If you're living in Minneapolis, you're experiencing it every day. Your neighbors are afraid to go to work. Your neighbors are afraid to take their children to school. There's a fat Gestapo agent in every goddamn corner that's heavily militarized and seemingly has a license to kill. So that is already chaos, lawlessness, and disorder. So it's here already. So you must fight against it. Like, you must do something, right? Because if you roll over, it's just going to make it easier.
Allies already sending military forces to Greenland to protect against the U.S. Hundreds rallying on the Arctic island over the weekend.
We are not interested in being Americans.
But Trump isn't backing down, adamant.
Every time I hear someone say that, it's funny every time. Every time. Because it's like a fate worse than death is to be American by force. It's true. It's true. I know there's so many patriotic Americans out there who like don't understand this. But like, if you live in a country that has like at least existing social safety nets and stuff, Why would you ever want to be under the thumb of America? I mean, look at fucking Puerto Rico. Look at Puerto Rico. Like, look at what has happened to the island of Puerto Rico under the watchful eyes of American ownership. It's so stupid. Like, of course people don't want to lose the benefits of not being American while also still simultaneously being under the security apparatus that America has designed if you're in Europe. Because like there are plenty of other places in the world where they're like, well, if we're a part of America, then yeah, things are better overall, right? There are plenty of countries in the world that we have destroyed and dominated that if we were to like bring in to like American statehood, things might be a market, things might get to a market improvement as opposed to where they were, but only because we've destroyed them. But at least for a European country, right? If you are on the European continent, like you are one of the very few places that America has not like directly destroyed. And therefore, you're like, no, I don't want this. I don't want to ruin things. I don't want to ruin things further here.
That the U.S. needs control of the island as a matter of national security, and he's not ruling out using military force to take it. Greenland and Denmark have already offered to increase security in the region, but the administration says that's not enough.
If there were an attack on Greenland...
A poll in the Netherlands today revealed people are more afraid of Trump than Putin. Imagine that. Oh my God. Finally, dude. Finally, people are fucking like waking up. Oh my God. This isn't to say that Vladimir Putin is not a threat, by the way, but like, it's not even a question. Like, this is what I've been saying, guys. This is what I've been saying, and European liberals have been laughing at me and yelling at me over, okay? It has finally gotten to a point where Donald Trump is literally doing like Vladimir Putin shit from the Western flank that Europeans are like, wait a minute. Actually, this is not good at all. This is very, very bad. I didn't realize this. It took 1 year, law. Putin has been doing his thing since the fucking Cold War. Exactly. The Okinawa effect. Okinawa literally had its urban design screwed by American occupation in comparison to the rest of Japan. Yes. Brother, trust me, regular Euros have been woken up. It's the leaders that are slow and dragging their feet. I don't know anyone who's here like, fuck yeah, Trump. Yeah, you don't know anyone who's around you, and that's something that I stress all the time, because they're all watching Asmongold. All of the Euros that are LARPing, as though they're like American right-wingers, which is such a strange position, but they exist. They're called fascists, and ironically enough, like when you're a fascist, you're supposed to be like promoting this sense of like national sovereignty, right? Like at least historically, that's what fascism was about. This idea that like there's this national mythos, your people, your ethnicity, or your religion is like above everyone else's, and like and therefore you're fighting for the sovereignty of your nation. We used to be a proud nation. All this stuff. Nowadays, the international fascist movement is whatever the American fascist movement is. Like they get their notes from America, which is ironic because y'all invented fascism, right? And sure, you took a lot of notes from America in the invention of European fascism. Let's be real. Adolf Hitler basically was stealing our fucking, Jim Crow laws and death and destruction of the entire indigenous population when he was like writing his own version of what ethnic cleansing was going to look like in Germany. But having said that, the assumption here, at least historically, is that like Europeans basically, perfected their own version of fascism. And yet now Euro-fascists, ironically enough, they've like molded into this weird like American MAGA style version of fascism, and it doesn't make any sense. Like there is this international consortium of fascists now. Okay, it has become an internationalist movement. It's no longer people aligned with one another, like fascist movements align with one another by by need, but more so the entire ideology is very Americanized, and it's genuinely shocking. Yeah, I mean, this is what I was calling out last night. I think it makes sense given the prevalence of U.S. culture exported via social media. Yeah, but to be honest, these Euro-MAGAs are the dumbest people to ever exist, and nobody takes them seriously, at least in the Netherlands. It has been for years, but that's just the thing. When I ranted and raved about Steve Bannon in like 2020, nobody cared. Now they do. I hope the liberals are waking up. I really, really hope that the liberals are waking up. But it is funny that, it's oxymoronic to think about having an international ultra-nationalist movement that is entirely about a political movement and political goals and a political ambition of another country that will inevitably make you a vassal, like further vassalize your country. That's what's so strange about this, because like internationalism under the traditional socialist movement makes a lot of sense, because the idea is that we are all united on our class position, right? Like it's totally normal. It's totally normal. And historically, that's how, the USSR operated as well. It makes sense that socialism is an internationalist movement. It kind of doesn't make sense that fascism would be an international movement, because fascism is ultranationalism. If I had a nickel for every time Hasan stole my joke, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird it happened twice. Stole your joke. I just pulled you up to give you praise for your take. What the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway. It is very strange, though. Like I said, it is very, very, very strange.
From Russia, from some other area, we would get dragged in. So better now, peace through strength, make it part of the United States, and there will not be a conflict.
The U.S. already operates a military base in Greenland, and a long-standing treaty allows the U.S. to expand its military presence on the island.
The only security threat to Greenland right now is the United States.
Even some Republicans fear the president is putting the nation's most important alliance in jeopardy.
If he wants to purchase Greenland, that's one thing, but for him to militarily invade would turn Article 5 of NATO on its very head and, in essence, put us at war with NATO itself.
Like, listen, I'm in a very weird position here, because on the one hand, I do want America to greatly scale back its mechanism of control and dominance around the world, and NATO plays a formative role here. So Trump blowing up NATO to a certain degree, I hope will push Europe to demand sovereignty, right? I really, really want that to happen, because I think that it will be objectively better for the world if Europe had a level of sovereignty from, American dominance. It would, at the very least, make things easier for socialist movements to grow in European countries in the same way that I hope a socialist movement can grow in the United States of America, and has been growing at least to a certain degree. Okay? But if you are in any way, shape, or form invested in like American hegemony around the world, then the NATO Atlanticists are right. They're just right. I'm not invested in that at all. I think that's been a cancerous entity in general. It's been a cancerous alliance that has greatly allowed America to do whatever it wants and kill so many fucking people, kill countless people, right? And has ripped away the opportunity for Europe to develop its own, like maybe reformist, democratic, socialist movements, right? Who knows what that would have looked like in the absence of NATO? But for me, this puts me in a unique predicament, because on the one hand, he's killing NATO, even though I don't think he will, because that seems like it just doesn't seem to be in America's interest at all. Like, it would ruin the military industrial complex. Like, it would it comes with a lot of penalties for American capital owners. So unless he has his own guys that believe that they can make money regardless, I don't know. But killing soft power was also stupid, because soft power plays a role in continuing these alignments as like security cooperations rather than military invasions. So he did that already. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But then again, if you recall, last time I got a prediction very wrong, it was with Vladimir Putin. And why did I get that prediction very wrong? Now, of course, my haters will say it's because I'm a Putinist or a Duginist or whatever the fuck, right? But the reason why I got that prediction wrong was because it was not a sound move by Vladimir Putin. Okay? Just like Donald Trump's invasion of Venezuela, which, let's say is a special military operation, because he hasn't like fully committed to an invasion yet, even though the carriers and the strike teams are still surrounding Venezuela. But like what he's doing in Venezuela is just insane. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Because if foreign policy is uniparty, whether it's a Democrat doing it or whether it's a Republican doing it, right? And the goal overall is to project power around the globe and be the domineering force, the hegemonic superpower. And that is usually what the goal is for both Republicans and Democrats to continue that process. The NATO Atlantists are right in the way that they have designed the system, whether it be U.S. aid and soft power initiatives, destabilizing countries, utilizing these like civil society organizations and NGOs, sanctions to cripple the economy and the really cause a ruckus and destabilization in these places, only to then have your own guys on the ground due to all of the fucking soft power initiatives that you already implemented, go up and take up arms and do a revolution, right? Like there's a reason why it's not working in a place like Iran, because Iran is like so shut off from the rest of the world that it's much more difficult to activate people on the ground. And I don't know. I don't know what Donald Trump is doing here. I don't know what Donald Trump is doing as far as like entertaining the invasion of Greenland, because it just completely rips apart the NATO alliance. Or I guess for him, in his mind, this will solidify to all of the American allies of Europe that America's the big dog and you have no sovereignty. Where will that go? I don't know. But one thing I have seen, and if you recall, during Liberation Day, one of the things that I talked about was the xenophobia and the anti-communist sentiment that European leaders have, right? And how I said this is the reason why they have a lot of resistance to aligning with China in any way, shape, or form, even though China, right now in this day and age, is the manufacturing hub of the planet, with an economy that is geared around consistently manufacturing products for everybody else, wants to maintain global trade stability, as opposed to the United States of America that is like very clearly breaking it apart, so that these guys are supposed to align with China, or at least leverage their relationship with China to tell America that they need to stand down. But the only restraint there was the fact that they're terrified of communism and they're terrified of China. Donald Trump is so unstable that it has caused European vassal state leaders to maybe reconsider that relationship now. It certainly caused Mark Carney to do so, right? Mark Carney going to China and normalizing relations with China and opening up new avenues of trade with China is Mark Carney seeing the writing on the wall. Okay? The question now is whether European leaders will also recognize that. But I suspect that he thinks I suspect that Donald Trump thinks this is a game of chicken. He is in some ways not a very complex man, especially when it comes to trade and when it comes to like deal making in general. He is very simple and he's very like simple-minded, right? He's like, America's the, greatest superpower on the planet, 800 military bases that we know of, all these aircraft carriers, we can be anywhere all at once, we can dominate whoever the fuck we want. So might makes right, and I will just entertain this game of chicken against my allies over and over again, and they'll give in. So we'll see. We shall see if this game of chicken works. Here is defense editor of The Economist with a similar assessment. Right now, a real risk of spiral. Europeans who are already using unprecedented language, blackmail, intimidation, threat, refuse to back down or push back with retaliatory tariffs. U.S. then expands coercion from tariffs to security. Could start by suspending weapon sales for Ukraine and halting intel sharing again. Then step up to actions directly hurting NATO, such as withdrawing select forces from Europe. The admin believes it has escalation dominance and that Europe will fold. See Besson interview yesterday where he gloated over European dependency and risk of Ukrainian collapse. Then there's also some in the admin who believes a step back from NATO would be healthy and desirable. Easily the most serious crisis in the transatlantic relationship in either Trump's two terms, perhaps since Suez. Do you see? I think they're playing chicken, and their gamble here, their bet here is that Europe backs away. That Europe says, yes, you can do whatever you want. You can take Greenland. Do you see? But what does that mean? Like, if Europe allows America to take Greenland, then America takes Canada. Okay? At least, I don't know. I feel like if Europe is like, okay, you can take Greenland, fuck it, then yeah, okay, Canada's next. You know what I mean? Maybe the UK is next. Like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Right? The last NATO defender was right. Dog. What I'm trying to explain to you is that NATO robbed Europe of its sovereignty. This was a concept that at least like Charles de Gaulle understood, right? And other European leaders understood initially. NATO robbed Europe of its sovereignty by really leaning into the anti-communist fears. And now Europe needs to make its own security agreement separate from America, because now Donald Trump is doing what Europeans were fearful that the USSR was going to do to Europe. If the whole purpose of NATO is to lean into the anti-communist Red Scare fears, fears that the USSR will overtake and, move their tanks all the way into Berlin and, move past it and go to France and go to England and like take over and make the, greatly expand the Soviet states. Right? If that's the fear that Europe had, well, okay, now we're making it the United States. Instead of the Soviet states from your eastern flank, now you have to, for the first time ever, sincerely worry about the United States from your western flank. Yeah, motherfuckers were scared of the wrong red. You guys can take the UK, literally no one would complain. Take France with it, please. Look, there's still people doing this. Do you know what the USSR did to all post-Soviet countries? Of course we like NATO. It's not communism versus capitalism. It's having your whole family sent to the gulag. Oh. When I hear stuff like this, okay, of people still relitigating the USSR, okay, in 2026, as we are mere seconds away from America overtaking Greenland by force, it kind of makes me feel like you deserve what's coming next, okay? like I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're still worried about the wrong red, brother. That red don't exist no more. Like, you're worried about your wrong flank. Lock in. It's crazy to me. Joe Biden might live long enough to see NATO disappear. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's one thing. Stop laughing. It's serious. I can't help but laugh at a guy who, while we're discussing America invading Greenland by force, okay, a piece of the European continent by force, he's still going, well, remember historically when all of the Eastern Bloc nations were under the control of the Soviets? Like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? What are you saying? Yeah, okay, that's a good joke. Yeah, the red you should be worried about is called Red 40, okay? It's a chemical dye that's going to basically disrupt your hormone production because you're getting it. Like, you're going to get the red hats and you're going to get the Red 40 and you're going to get the super cancer, and you're still worried about the fucking Soviets for some reason. Jesus Christ. Russia is literally attacking Ukraine as we speak. USA becoming this terrible threat doesn't negate the other threat. He says as Russia takes Ukraine. Okay, you're on your own. I mean, good luck, chatters. Good luck. Good luck to all of you. I'm not even talking about like Russia's overtaking of Ukraine. Okay, first of all, Russia's not the USSR. Secondly, you're getting fucked on one side from Russia, but on the other side, you're getting fucked even harder from America, and you still think that that's not happening. That's my point. My point is, if you think that like, oh, Russia is doing the USSR and all this shit, okay, at a time when Russia is overtaking Ukraine by force and America is overtaking Greenland by force, you have to look for alternative alliances. We about the Eiffel Tower, you Euro cucks? Yeah, I know. I think mostly everyone in the EU is very aware of what America's doing. I think there's still if I were to ask people in Europe, if I were to poll people like, who do you think is like scarier? Like, what do you think is a bigger threat? Until recently, they said Russia. It's only until recently that they changed that to the United States of America is now a bigger threat. And of course, that's partially because America did not ever entertain invading the European continent by force until Donald Trump. But now it's actually, now it's polling, and at least according to one of the chatters in the Netherlands and in the UK, that like they are treating Donald Trump as a bigger threat than Vladimir Putin. But the reason why I say I'm in a weird predicament is because I want Europe to have sovereignty. I want European people to be able to liberate themselves from the same exact unjustifiable constructs that have been ruining their lives under capitalism, you know, hyper exploitation and the destruction of social safety nets that they had, and no longer their capability to no longer have like the same quality of life that they once had. All of this stuff is a direct byproduct of not only capitalism, but also defended by this NATO allegiance. So I think like breaking NATO apart is not necessarily the worst thing, unless Europe is able to maintain sovereignty by seeking out different partners, at least different partners to leverage their relationship with the United States of America. Because, like, yeah, bro, just say China. I mean, I say China all the time. From the Financial Times, EU leaders and their delegations who are set to meet Trump and U.S. officials at the World Economic Forum starting in Davos today are tearing up their Ukraine briefing notes and replacing them with what one senior EU diplomat described as carrots and sticks. How Brussels could retaliate against the tariffs alongside offers to de-escalate. How can you sit down across the table with this guy and discuss his security guarantees to Ukraine, the diplomat added. You can't trust him unless you suspend reality. I think people should have understood this by now. America and Israel are basically the same, okay? They only respond to force. They only respond to pressure. That's it. So you have to pressure us. I'm telling you, in order to save yourself, in order to preserve some semblance of sovereignty, which you really haven't had for, like, you know, in the new design, it was only sovereignty in name only. It was this aesthetic sovereignty. But in order to, like, actually get sovereignty, you have to push back on us. Okay? That's it. We only respond, just like Israel, we only respond to military. Israel only responds to military deterrence, and America only responds to economic deterrence and pushback. Okay? That's it. We're fucked up. If we're doing might is right politics, you have to also be mighty. Cut our treats off. Punish us.
Now, the president's new tariff threat comes as the Supreme Court could hand down a decision on whether or not the president's sweeping tariffs are legal at any moment, possibly as soon as tomorrow. Now, the White House insists the president has the authority to impose these kinds of tariffs during a national emergency, but pressed on what kind of national emergency justifies tariffs on European allies, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying, quote, the national emergency.
Bro, this guy's still talking about the Baltics, bro. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know what would happen to the Baltics without NATO? Brother. They're taking Western Europe. Like, what Baltics, dude? You're over here talking about the Baltics. First of all, NATO doesn't give a shit about the fucking Baltics, okay? You're just cannon fodder. You're cannon fodder. You are cannon fodder. Please. If Russia had a more powerful military, you would learn about how little NATO gives a shit about all the Baltics, okay? Or at least America gives a shit about the Baltics. But once again, you're just a buffer zone between the countries that actually matter versus the only country that truly matters, the United States of America and Russia or the USSR. Yeah, you're basically just a fucking missile sponge, and you're over here talking about the Baltics when America is taking Western Europe. Get real.
Is avoiding a national emergency. Rebecca.
Well, and that will be a highly consequential Supreme Court decision. Thank you, Mary.
An extraordinary new development in President Trump's push to take over Greenland as European leaders meet to discuss an emergency response to his new tariff threat. The president sent a letter to Norway's prime minister, according to a diplomat who's seen the note. He wrote in part, quote, Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give you
I can say, like, this is one of those unique moments for sure where I can tell you sincerely that, like, a Democrat or any other Republican really other than Trump would not be taking Greenland. Okay? Like, normally I don't entertain these sorts of hypotheticals. I don't entertain these sorts of hypotheticals because they're unproductive, they're stupid. But this is one of those things where you can actually say with almost absolute certainty that this would not be happening. If there was like, Marco Rubio is a fucking war hawk and a psycho, and he definitely would do the Venezuela operation, perhaps even worse than the way Donald Trump is conducting it so far. But he definitely would not be taking Greenland. Okay? Like, and he also would not be sending letters to the Norwegian prime minister to fucking turn around and be like, hey, just so you know, I'm doing this because you made it so that peace was not as good for me because I was the great peaceful president and you didn't give me a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, this is a really funny, I mean, this is also another testament to how goddamn cucked all of these animals are. Here it is.
We need someone with judgment and temperament to keep this country safe. I don't know anyone who would be comfortable with someone who behaves this way having his finger on the button. I mean, we're liable to wake up one morning and Donald, if he were president, would have nuked Denmark. That's not...
10 years later, partially because this cuck also helped him out, we're there.
Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus. I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. CNN's Melissa Bell joins us live from Paris this morning. The Prime Minister of Norway now saying, yeah, that's the letter I got from President Trump talking about the Nobel Peace Prize. It's a pretty remarkable development.
It's a remarkable tone that struck in that letter, dear Jonas, that fit of pique almost at not having received the Nobel Peace Prize used as justification for all that we've seen over the course of the weekend. And that is, John, this extraordinary ratcheting up of this pressure on Europe to try and force them essentially to hand over or sell Greenland to the United States, which is an extraordinary turn of events that now tariffs should be being used at this particular moment to try and exert pressure on Europe. And that timing is really unfortunate, John, for a number of reasons. First of all, because in front of European lawmakers was due this week the very deal that was signed last summer to avert a trade war between the United States and Europe, the trade deal that sets American tariffs at 15% and that prevents the European Union from imposing levies on the United States. What we understand now is that European lawmakers are not going to pass that deal as a result of these renewed threats of fresh tariffs on European Union countries. What that means is that if the deal is not agreed upon, the retaliatory 93 billion euro worth of European counter tariffs that had been threatened at the time before the deal was reached would come into effect in February. So really what you're seeing is the European Union preparing to answer very forcefully after a great deal of outrage expressed over the course of the last couple of days as a result of the...
Dude, it was a text message. It wasn't even a letter. Statement from the Prime Minister of Norway. What does Knut think about this? Does he now think this guy is crazy? Statement from the Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre regarding communications with President Donald Trump. I can confirm that this is a text message that I received yesterday afternoon from President Trump. It came in response to a short text message from me to President Trump sent earlier on the same day on behalf of myself and the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb. In our message to Trump, we conveyed our position to his announced tariff increases against Norway, Finland, and select other countries. We pointed to the need to de-escalate and proposed a telephonic conversation between Trump, Stubb, and myself the same day. The response from Trump came shortly after the message was sent. Never use an accent again. These accent impressions are so good. How often do you practice? The duality of chat. It was his decision to share his message with other NATO leaders, said Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre. Norway's position on Greenland is clear. Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark, and Norway fully supports the Kingdom of Denmark on this matter. We fully support that NATO, in a responsible way, is taking steps to strengthen security and stability in the Arctic. As regards to the Nobel Peace Prize, I have clearly explained, including to President Trump, that is well known. The prize is awarded by an independent Nobel committee and not the Norwegian government. It's like I'm in Norway right now. Yeah. Do accents, but never Scandi accents. Okay, everyone getting up in their fifis knows that that's a perfect Norwegian accent. Trump told NBC News that Norway's lying. Trump won't say whether he would... wait, what? Trump won't say whether he would use force to seize Greenland. Trump dismissed the idea that Norway has no sway over the Nobel Peace Prize competition. Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally... Dude, this kind of stuff, for me, when I see this kind of stuff where I'm like, oh, come on. Like, Donald Trump is not being that petty. He is not that much of a petty tyrant. And then there's additional reporting that comes out that confirms that he is absolutely that kind of a petty tyrant. And like, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. Like, when the first story came out that Donald Trump had a back and forth with the Norwegian leadership on this, I was like, there's no way. This is so stupid. Like, come on, this got to be like a liberal exaggeration. Okay? This got to be liberal media doing, not Trump derangement syndrome necessarily, but like they're being a little silly, right? Like, they're being a little crazy. Like, it cannot be because Donald Trump is genuinely butthurt that he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. So then the Norwegian Prime Minister comes out and says, no, actually, that is a real conversation that took place. And then Donald Trump confirms it absolutely is a real conversation that took place. And he doesn't believe that the Norwegian government has no sway over the Nobel Peace Prize, confirming the suspicions that we all had. What is happening? What the fuck is going on, man? Look at this. Wait, what is this? Demonstration protest in front of the American embassy in Denmark in support of Greenland from my friend Dan. By the way, this is just how people in Denmark look. They actually are the happiest people in comparison to, on the happiness polls, on happiness metrics, they're far happier than Americans. They just look that way all the time. This isn't even because they're just mad at America, okay? This isn't because they're mad at America. They just look like that all the time. They are very happy. They have, what? Store and get appoints the members of the Nobel Committee. Brother, I don't care if Norway, you're missing the point. Chatter. The point is not whether the Norwegian government has sway over these decisions or not. The point is, that is an impossibly stupid reason to rip apart a long-standing security alignment that America has eaten good off of, that basically has allowed the military-industrial complex to become this behemoth that it is. Who cares about the Nobel Peace Prize, man? What are you talking about? They gave it to fucking Machado. The government before this one appointed them, Høyre. Okay, again, I need you to... It doesn't matter if it's directly this current prime minister or the previous one or the previous government was making these decisions unilaterally, that's so stupid. It is utterly irrelevant. The Nobel Peace Prize is basically as worthless as the FIFA Peace Prize, okay? Especially considering who they've given it to or how many people that they've given it to have ended up doing their own version of ethnic cleansing. Clearly it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. The peace side, at least, right?
Jeg har ikke tenkt å gå inn og kommentere hver setning I den SMS-en. Han veldig opptatt av Nobelprisen. Og jeg har forklart han lenge at det en pris som deles ut av en norsk komité.
Wow, I was so off with my accent, by the way. It's an award given by a Norwegian committee. Not the Norwegian government. I'm happy to repeat that. But I do believe, I've always thought, we're very focused on the Peace Prize. That's not a bad thing. It means they're interested in doing something that qualifies them for an award that's about peace, but it's not something I make decisions about, and that needs to be emphasized. You've said he knows it, but he doesn't. Why do you think he uses the Peace Prize in this way? You'll have to go over there and ask him. I can't answer that. Yeah, I speak Norwegian, by the way. Have you replied to the message? No, I haven't. He ghosted him. He ghosted our big, beautiful boy. Norway's next. Norway's next. I guess we got to take over Norway. That's it. It's over. You left him on red, bro? Are you crazy? Bro, don't say that. I live there. Yeah, GG's oil rich. Oh my God. Oil rich nation that has nationalized its extraction industries. Are you fucking kidding me? It's over. It's fucking over. Norway is next, dude. Stop giving him ideas. I'm not giving him ideas. The leadership is. Greenland is just a test. He wants Greenland so he can use it as a staging ground to invade Norway. Oh my God. He's going to rename it to Our Way. Oh no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get ready to eat so many burgers, dude. Bro is going to share a cell with Maduro. As a Swede, please do. Bitch, if we're taking Norway, we're taking Sweden too. Fuck you mean? Y'all already took the worst time to join NATO. I can't think of a worst possible time to join NATO as a country. Like, think about how ginormous of a fucking misstep that was. You join NATO, okay, because Brandon comes in and says, we're gonna do the NATOization of Finland. And you fucking turn around and you join NATO. And then Trump is like, yeah, well, guess what? It's burger time, okay? No more social safety nets. We will replace your healthcare with burger. Every IKEA will be selling hamburger. No more of that Swedish meatball. I've heard it's Turkish anyway. I've heard that the Turks invented the meatball. Who would want that? You want to take the meatball and squash it into a burger-like substance. Every Swede will eat burger from this day on.
Nei, jeg har vel ikke svart på meldingen.
Nei, I went to the phone call with him yesterday about these issues along with the Finnish president. And it just wasn't possible. I suppose I signaled that we will think such a conversation will be wise. How will you respond to this message? I've already responded to that. I still believe it's wise to talk. I'm likely traveling to the Davos meeting where Trump will be present, and I'll have a chat with him then. Like the Venezuelan opposition, Europeans believe that it's really about the Nobel Prize at their own peril. Trump is just doing a classic mafioso power move. Say that the Don is very unhappy with this disrespect and you need to come up with a way to please him. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with this, by the way. Yes, Matt Petty is correct. And he is usually very correct. He's got very good assessment in general. I'm thinking the Norwegians should take the hit for the team and give Trump a super duper special Nobel Peace Prize. They can revoke it and damnatio memoriae him in 3 years. Yeah, it's not about the Peace Prize. It's not. He's just throwing shit at the wall. It's not just like it wasn't about Maduro's dancing. You know what I mean? Like, it plays somewhat of a role, but it's not the major thing. Like, it's not the real reason. It's just like he's just annoyed with that, and he's just saying like, yeah, fuck you. You already fucked me. Bro, are you finally going to move to Canada? We're getting Chinese EVs. I know you're jealous. Also, your accents are racist towards Norwegians, and as a Canadian, I've experienced this many times here as well. Why would I move to Canada if I could just directly move to China? I mean, I think the smart steps for China would be to vassalize every single Five Eyes nation, with the exception of the obvious one, right? Like, Australia is already a vassal state. Like, it's like half owned by China, half owned by America. And And considering that Australia is in China's backyard, right? If we're using American style terminology here, you know, Donro Doctrine and then Xi Jinping's very own doctrine, Australia becomes a part of China, right? And then Canada is the reverse Cuban Missiles Crisis for China. America tries to utilize Taiwan and Japan, but specifically Japan. And then China uses Canada against America. All of those EV fleets that they can command just start driving to the American border. If we do take over Canada, do we have to keep the French or nah? You have to. Get a Canadian citizenship, then go to China with your new free visa. I don't think Canada is going to be giving me a citizenship anytime soon. Let's be real. Can we send XQC back to mainland France, though? I mean, I don't want to punish the French any further than we're already fucking punishing them. They already have to deal with Macron, who sucks. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess the accelerationist in me would think that if we sent the Lion of Laval to France, then people would be so grossed out by American sovereignty and American actions that they would, like, La France Insoumise would get, or is that how you say it? I don't know. But France en bas would get like 100% support. France would be, LFI would be fucking, LFI would be busting out the guillotines. Insoumise. Insoumise. La France Insoumise. You're wrong that we get hypnotized by the worm and vote XQC. Trade Macron for XQC. That's a good trade. I know that inside of you is an avid Hearts of Iron 4 player. This entire assessment just reinforces that notion. Let him out, Hasan. He's screaming. Okay. All right. Let's continue with this.
These renewed threats. The reimposition, therefore, of retaliatory tariffs being prepared even now by the European Commission, even though officially what we've heard this morning from the Commission spokesman, John, is that Europe is looking for de-escalation. They're looking for compromise, dialogue and negotiation, even as they prepare for these very forceful tactics. And beyond the imposition of these frozen retaliatory tariffs lies the possibility of what's been described as the bazooka option. This is the Europeans' anti-coercion tool, which would see an even greater number of limits placed on the United States' access to European markets. So a ratcheting up of the pressure, but a ratcheting up as well of the response, even as negotiation is sought, John.
Yeah, talking in ways they really just haven't before. Melissa Bell in Paris this morning. Thank you. With us now is retired Major General James Spider Marks, our friend. He is the head of...
This is my favorite. Guys, we're back. We're back. We got spider rapists in the building. And now we're tuning into retired general's spider rapist.
Geopolitical strategy at Academy Securities. And Spider, how does something like this land overseas? All these European leaders now and officials have been meeting, trying to figure out how to deal with the United States on this issue. And then they see this letter about the Nobel Peace Prize to the Prime Minister of Norway.
Yeah, it doesn't land very well. I mean, when you look at policies like this, or at least moving in this direction, the potential of embracing some type of a policy, I think many would say why it's being done makes sense. The United States should have a much more enhanced relationship with Greenland.
The lore behind me calling him spider rapist is because, like, a lot of American generals have these, like, you know, Hideo Kojima ass names. So I just greatly exaggerated one time before knowing that there was a major general named James Spider Marks. And then, I just kind of ran with it. Like, that's just, Mad Dog Mattis. Like, there is a bunch of guys like whose names are just like insane.
Albeit we have one established in 1951, an agreement that allows the United States to have military access, and it kind of essentially, in my terms, provides cooperation between those two, one autonomous nation or autonomous entity to Denmark and the United States. So that can be identified and say, this is a good deal. But when you look at how the president in this administration is addressing the possibility of enhancing that gets very problematic in my mind. I think, cutting to the chase, the United States is not going to use military power to embrace Greenland or move.
Don't predict it, General Spider. Don't predict it. Look, I've made this mistake. I know in your mind you're thinking, well, sound analysis, logic, and reasoning implies that Donald Trump won't do such an insane thing. Okay? I'm just saying. I've been there, okay?
Greenland in a direction more favorable toward the United States. And again, we already have a favorable relationship. Let's not harm that. But provocative language like this really gets our allies moving in a direction of hazarding what's going to happen to NATO if the United States suddenly...
He's a real analyst, though. Brother, I don't think you understand. Having the background or the experience of, like, conducting wars at the behest of American empire, and trying to apply logic to what Donald Trump is trying to do right now is fucking stupid. And I have always maintained the position that you cannot ascribe irrationality to state actors, okay? Because there's always a logical through line. And even non-state actors as well. Both non-state actors and state actors clearly still operate on, like, some kind of logical through line. The problem here is Donald Trump doesn't really do that, okay? I mean, with Venezuela, we saw a version of this, right? You're just not applying the right logic? No, there is not like a super... If the higher priority is to maintain American hegemony, and that's what's supposed to be the fucking highest priority for, the American president, then everything that he is doing is objectively illogical, irrational. That's why I keep saying, like, as someone who is in this, like, unique position where I'm not a NATO Atlanticist, I don't want American domination and American, global war to continue. Like, Donald Trump is actually doing that right now. He's moving in a way where he is actually crippling American empire around the world. Just like I always said, he's basically doing things that is allowing for the Chinese century of prosperity to come much faster. I mean, we're already in it, but I think it's telling that we haven't gotten a actually Twitter thread from Vance or any kind of statements of support from, like, Rubio or Graham about the Greenland bullshit. He's really just gone rogue on this one, and no one knows how to talk him out of it. So what I also want to know is, like, how is Asmongold navigating this treacherous space? Because given that most of his audience is, like, European MAGA hogs, most of his audience is, like, Euro hogs that LARP as American MAGA guys, but they also kind of don't like that Donald Trump is, like, embarrassing Europe. I suspect that he's just not talking about one of the biggest news stories of the week, right?
Says, okay, this is more important. Greenland's more important. This course of action is more important than our relationship to NATO, and NATO will atrophy. It'll become something entirely different than it is right now if the United States is not a part of NATO. So you can connect those dots pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's drill down on that last part you were just saying there.
My guess is he'll side with Europe. Yeah, he will. He knows where his bread is buttered. So considering that the majority of his audience is European, as opposed to the majority of my audience is American, it's ironic that he's supposed to be like the patriotic pro-America guy, and I'm supposed to be the unpatriotic un-American guy, but his audience is all fucking European. My audience is all American. He has to take this position where he can't actually defend Donald Trump on this issue because his audience got very mad and pushed back on him when he first said, yeah, it's based. How do you know his audience is European? He's polled his audience.
Awards from U.S. control.
It's okay, Hasan. We think you unpatriotic enough. Brother, the concept of patriotism should not be measured by how fucking stupid or how violent you want the nation state to get. Okay? It's a silly metric. It's an entirely stupid metric. That's why I say I care about people. I care about human beings. I don't care about nation states. I don't have any sort of like nationalistic fervor. I only match state performance off of how well they've done by their poorest. Okay, how much have they improved the lives of regular ass people? That's it. You and Asmongold are the same two fucking American shitbag. Judging by your logs, you seem to bounce between hate watching Hasan, Asmon, excuse Nico, etc. Why do something else? Anything else? This is really sad. That's pretty funny. Just a guy who hates like every Western streamer and just goes into all their chats. He's an equal opportunity hater. I respect it. What is this? Asmongold on Greenland?
Because Greenland isn't for sale? Well, why is it not for sale? Why do they not want to sell it, right? I mean, because like that's an interesting question. Why would Denmark not want to sell Greenland? I mean, Denmark is a relatively well-off country, but like, why would they have this territory that, you know, it only has like 50,000 people in it? And why would they not want to sell that territory if they think it would be beneficial, right? So yeah, they're negotiating, exactly. Everything's for sale, absolutely. And like, yeah, I mean, I'm not even arguing you should do it, but like, I mean, shit, Greenland doesn't want to be sold. Well, I mean, I don't know if Greenland does or doesn't want to be sold on. Honestly, but you know, like there were, like from what I saw is that there was polling that showed that the majority of Greenlanders actually would want to have independence, but they view that independence would lower their standard of living, and so they don't want it. So they would want independence, assuming that the standard of living maintained. So I don't.
How does that have anything to do with America? That's independence from potentially Denmark. The argument here is about whether Greenland should be sold to America or not. It is utterly irrelevant.
I don't even really think that's necessarily true, but you know, who the fuck knows? The locals want it. I mean, some do, some don't, right? It's complex. And is Greenland really obligated to sell Greenland? I mean, Denmark, are they obligated? I don't think so. I mean, I'm just talking about it. But yeah, I don't know really why the fixation on Greenland is happening. I think it's important, sure. But like, as I said, I just think that we have so many.
Yeah, it's not so based, is it? When your audience is entirely MAGA dick riders that love LARPing as American MAGA, but American MAGA ends up treating Greenland like it's fucking Venezuela, all of a sudden it's not so based, it seems. How come? How come this guy who has defended pretty much every single incursion that Donald Trump has made is all of a sudden taking a very different, much more restrained stance? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe not so based to take over Europe. Yeah, is that a recent clip? I suspect it is, because initially he did say it was based, and then his subreddit fucking exploded. He said, yeah, it's based. It's super based to take Greenland. And then his subreddit fucking yelled at him and was like, Asmongold, I'm actually a European MAGA supporter, and I don't like what you're saying. Why would you be saying that, you stupid Americanish? If we are not Venezuela, we are not Iraq, we are Europe, yeah? Why would you say this? Not good. And then he quickly he quickly had to find like a Asmonfold moment. It quickly had to find like a reasonable middle ground here. You know? Don't make fun of me. So now he has to take this now he has to climb on this fence to present this reasonable approach to Donald Trump's incredibly unreasonable and completely insane treatment of every country. The difference between me and a lot of people in Europe, of course, not like the MAGA, European fascists, but like even the rest of like European liberals who might think that it's totally appropriate. He had to apologize for calling for an invasion of Greenland.
I'm gonna throw you a bone, okay? I'm gonna throw you a bone, and I'm going to offer something that is extremely rare. I'm gonna offer an apology. I didn't know that Denmark has done so much to help the United States. Somebody gave me a list of things that Denmarks and Danes have done in coordination with the United States, especially in the Iraq War. I think I underplayed you guys. I did. I was being an asshole. I was wrong. The truth is that you guys have been a great ally to us. And
that's the only reason why America shouldn't be invading Greenland, because the Danish actually helped with its intelligence consistently. And also because they were also there for the invasion of Iraq. Okay.
As I said before, I don't really agree with us taking Greenland, but hopefully maybe we can buy it. I don't want us to take Greenland from you guys, okay? So somebody did link me that, and I do want to say that, okay? Because I try to correct myself. I was wrong for saying that.
How many Danes? It's not just Danes, it's Europeans. European right-wingers love what Donald Trump is doing around the world, but they got a taste of Trump's medicine for once with Greenland, which obviously denies European state sovereignty. It's a very dangerous predicament. So they very quickly were like, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, we don't like that. You can't treat us like we're fucking brown. What are you doing? We're not a brown country. I know we have a lot of refugees, yeah, but that doesn't mean we're actually truly a brown country. You know, that type of attitude kicked in real quick. And then they obviously yelled at him. And then he had to back away and be like, not based, actually. Greenland, overtaking Greenland, not based.
I was being an asshole. I got caught up in the moment. I shouldn't have said it. You guys have been a great ally. And I would not want to take Greenland through military intervention, even if we could. I think it could happen, but I don't think it should happen. There it is. So yeah, if that's the thing you're talking about, then I'm on.
Asman pivoting like an NBA 5. Yeah, this is another not so rare, not so unique Asmonfold moment. Yeah, he went from, based, America first, Greenland is ours now, get fucked, to getting yelled at by his audience, to folding into submission and saying, maybe it's not so based, actually. Yeah, this is what happens when you get all your opinions from your Reddit, your chat, and your Twitter feed, right? Like, he doesn't actually have any real well thought out opinions about what this means for the global design. He doesn't have like any sort of ideological conviction. He's not even like a fucking NATO Atlanticist or anything. You know what I mean? He's not like at least when, you got guys at the American Enterprise Institute fucking yelling at me, like, that's their job. Their job is to literally yell at me because I am ideologically not aligned with their worldview. I'm against it. I find I find NATO to be a security I find NATO to be a protection racket for the American military-industrial complex, which obviously harms Americans at the domestic level, but more consequentially, I think harms everyone else around the world, and it robs Europeans of their own sovereignty and decision-making. So I'm anti-NATO, and I've been yelled at quite a bit for having an anti-NATO position, especially after Russia invaded Ukraine, which for many Europeans justified NATO and made them love NATO, want to hug and kiss NATO. Okay, I hold my hands up and apologize. I didn't think you could cover him without debating his weird fans and derailing, but this is solid. Thank you. But because he's like unprincipled in general, has no principles whatsoever, and he's at the mercy of his own chat, and considering that his chat is like 60%, I believe, like majority European, of course, Europeans who love when Donald Trump is like dominating Venezuela turned around and yelled at him for treating Greenland, you know, a part of the European continent, like it was a brown country. And so he had to back down and apologize for his previous statements, coming across as callous. And now he's trying to take this like moderate, you know, reasonable middle ground approach. Stopping Russians from raping and torturing people to death is so military industrial complex. You're right. Oh, God. Ay, ay, ay. This is the reason why Trump is going to not only take Greenland, but maybe even Norway, for the record. Create your own security framework, okay? Develop sovereignty, Europe. I'm not saying fucking keel over and die. I'm simply saying that Donald Trump is doing to the European continent from the western flank what you are fearful of Vladimir Putin doing to you from the eastern flank. Okay? Taking Norway, Lamau, yeah, right. I mean, that's a joke. I brought it up as a joke point, considering that it's an oil-rich nation with its entire extraction industries being nationalized. It's basically white Venezuela. But considering what he has done to Venezuela, who knows? Considering that he's invested in further vassalizing white countries, European countries, who knows where he may go? Maybe Canada's next. Guess who makes the advanced missiles U.S. uses and trains their troops? The only country on this planet that has any sort of sovereignty outside of the United States of America under the security umbrella of the United States of America is Israel. Okay. And in the absence of like a Norwegian APAC that was allowed to basically fucking massage the narrative for like the last 100 years, you're fucked. Okay. You're not Israel, little bro. You're not. You're not Israel, little bro. It's over, okay? Any country that's not Israel that thinks that they can continue being like a sovereign country while existing under the American security apparatus is not going to make it, okay? That's it. It's so weird seeing people defend NATO and it needs to exist because look at Ukraine, like Europe having its own defense industry wouldn't achieve the same result. You're a NORPAC stooge. I'm not trusting a thing you say. Yeah, they have nationalized oil too. And if you just take what Donald Trump has said about Venezuela and its oil, you know Donald Trump is not the biggest fan of countries that have their own oil that they're extracting from their own land and their own coastline. He doesn't like that at all. That's our oil, baby.
Domestic problems here that, you know, Greenland shouldn't really be the focus. That's my opinion.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Bored with that. So, and also, I want you to look at what's happening today, and I want you to like see where my thinking is coming from. Okay, I am looking at America turning to shit. I'm not worried about Greenland. Why am I worried about Greenland? Like I don't. We can't even control Minnesota. Why are we going to try to take over Greenland?
Yeah. He's scaling back from his pro let's take Greenland position, but in a very like pro MAGA kind of way. Oh yeah, I just think like, you know, we should just keep deporting the migrants. Actually, that's what we should be doing. Yeah. I wonder why his position is so different on Greenland as opposed to every other country. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that his audience loves when he talks about, dominating Minnesota, but hates dominating Greenland and taking away European sovereignty. I don't know why.
Of Greenland, do they merit the risks and the potential damage being done to NATO?
Well, the run is not worth the slide in the case of a military operation against Greenland. That's why I think it's off the table. I mean, provocative language will always be out there. I mean, this is kind of a negotiating tactic. So I would say with confidence, the United States is not going to use military force against Greenland. Trying to acquire Greenland in a tighter relationship, certainly there are options. Look, we got Seward's Folly, right? 1867, we bought Alaska. Let's go buy Greenland. We can do that. If they want to, there's a seller, we can buy it. Don't know the situation regarding that. Certainly there are other relationships. Iceland was a part of Denmark as well until 1944. And they became independent, became a member of NATO. That's a potential path for Greenland as well. So in other words, there are options well below the threshold of military operation. Your question is, would military operation obviate a NATO as we know it today? Yeah, sure would.
And that would be an enormous risk, even if, and maybe even the mere suggestion of it could do things to NATO that maybe the United States long term would not want to see happen there. Major General James Spider-Marks, always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Greenland is dominating the agenda at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. And as always, our Richard Quest has his ear to the ground and joins us now from Davos. Great to see you, Richard. I mean, no doubt that this is going to be very consequential, the conversation. So what are you hearing? Is President Trump going to get his way when it comes to Greenland?
Well, I don't know on that, and he's certainly not going to get his way on Greenland here. We're a long way off that being resolved. I think the Europeans are going to be meeting with the president over several issues, including Gaza and the setting up of the Board of Peace there. But the fact that he sent this extraordinary note to the Prime Minister of Norway, linking his muscular approach on Greenland to the fact he didn't get the Peace Prize, and now of imposing tariffs, they don't know what to do. You see, here's the problem. There is a course of action, a natural course of action that will follow the implementation of those tariffs. No question about it. You retaliate, you put other measures, you use the trade bazooka. But the Europeans don't want to do it, and they're going to be forced to, because what the United States is doing is unheard of. Despite what former Vice President Vance says, the reality is you can't just go and take another country. So the Europeans are absolutely between a hard rock and a hard place, but they will not just roll over and take this.
Yeah.
This is how Schwab and I'm here to say you must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare for an angrier world as Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bugs living in the metaverse. You will comply and it will get worse. Are you ready for the noble order? No more human rights or border. We own you. The agenda is quite clear. Make you live in fear. He's a puppet, and I'm the puppeteer.
God, I love that. This is the greatest piece of conservative art that has ever been made. I will stand by that. This and like We Are Charlie Kirk, but I guess Charlie Kirk is like AI, so it doesn't count. But this right here is probably the greatest piece of conservative art ever made. This wasn't satire? No, this is the type of shit that your coworker watched and it one-shotted him, okay? Your coworker watched this video in like 2021 and it dramatically changed his brain chemistry, okay? It altered everything. Every part of this, like, oh, you're going to eat the bugs, you will own nothing and be happy, you're going to be a permanent renter. Like, these are all the things that people ascribe falsely to communism and socialism. They think, like, all of your right-wing coworkers think, like, Davos is like a socialist gathering of the world's top socialist billionaires. That's what they think. I just need you to understand. They legitimately think these fucking billionaire liberal capitalists are actually socialist, and all of this stuff is actually not capitalism running amok, but instead more socialism. Isn't announcing a new world order at Davos the kind of thing online Trumpists would panic about? Trump's Board of Peace Charter signing ceremony Thursday at 10:30 a.m. in Davos. Anyway, let's continue.
Okay, so very interesting because we saw the British Prime Minister holding an emergency news conference just hours ago. That's after EU ambassadors hold their own meeting in Brussels. So a lot of conversations that are happening because US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, and I quote, Europeans project weakness and the US projects strength. So I wonder if this is going to be a uniting force for the Europeans to come together on the right and the left.
Okay, so firstly, I think the comment by Scott Bessent yesterday was significant because this does show that it's not just the president on a whim of his own, even though if it was, he could force it. This shows that senior administration officials like Scott Bessent, at least openly or officially, are behind it. That makes it much more difficult for everybody to retaliate against. Then you've got the former vice president you were just hearing about. There is a groundswell of US views that says Greenland should be part of the United States. Where they differ is on the methods and the modalities to make it happen. The problem here is the train is leaving the station. The president has shoved everything on board and is sending it careening down. It is going to be very difficult to stop an all-out trade war at this particular rate because the Europeans cannot, note the word I say will not, cannot be seen to be weak on this issue.
I mean, it's frankly extraordinary, that letter. I've read it several times today. And just to be clear, this was a response to the Prime Minister of Norway, but also the President of Finland, who traditionally gets on really well with Donald Trump. I mean, let's just break down some of it. The tone, this is the leader of the free world. And at times, it sounds like this is the moanings of a petulant child, talking about, we had a boat that landed there too, we should have the rights as well. Also, really disturbing lines. I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. That's going to be hugely worrying. I remember just a couple of weeks ago, various leaders of NATO countries were saying there's absolutely no way the US would think about invading Greenland to get hold of it. I mean, will this make them think twice? And then another line, which I think will have NATO leaders really feeling like they're banging their heads against a brick wall, is this idea that Denmark can't protect
free world implied. Yeah. It's a mere implication.
Greenland. And I think what I've heard from numerous leaders, whether it's the EU foreign policy chief, the Germans, people around the EU, is that they're not asking Denmark to protect Greenland alone. They're saying this can be done as part of NATO. And the US is obviously a key part. They're not saying you can't play a role in it. They're saying you should be playing a big role in this because you're a key member of NATO. And I think they'll be wondering, well, if you want more bases in Greenland, it's highly likely you can have them. If you're so worried about security, why have US troops been reduced from
They're like, Dog, the whole point of NATO is that you can put bases wherever you want. What do you mean you just want to take the land? Like, it doesn't make any sense, sir. You already have it, you know? It's awesome. It's so funny. I can't help but laugh because it's like completely outside of our control here in the United States of America, because this is like an 80-20 issue where 80% of the country pretty much is like, don't do this. What do you mean you're taking Greenland? What the fuck? And then obviously the 20% of the country are just the most pathetic fucking mouth-breathing dumbasses you've ever encountered, who will literally go, I didn't even know where Greenland was on a map, but if Donald Trump wants it, he should take it. He should rape Greenland now. Then me, Mr. President, my bussy is waiting for you too, Mr. President. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to receive you. After you're done fucking Greenland, fuck me, Mr. President. That's how they operate. But it's also kind of funny because it's like, you know, like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? This makes no damn sense. It doesn't make any strategic sense. It doesn't make any sense from, you know, the NATO alliances that we have already. We are, in many ways, giving the game away. We're giving the game away, for the record. Something I like to repeat over and over again. Donald Trump does away with all of the smoke and mirrors. He's just like, it's mine. I will take it. I have the power. Nothing you can say or do about it will change that matter. And it kind of cooks the liberal position, right? Liberals who believe that there is a rhyme or reason for American incursion around the world, and it's not just for imperial super profits to extract from the global south and maybe even the global north now. So I guess I just have to sit here and look at, do you approve of the military? Do you approve of using the military to take Greenland? No, 86%. 86%. That's insane, dude. Like, there is more support for Donald Trump protecting Jeffrey Epstein. What the fuck? There are more Republicans out there who believe that Donald Trump should not reveal the Jeffrey Epstein files than there are Republicans who believe Donald Trump should militarily take over Greenland. Oh my God, it's awesome. Oh, that's fucking amazing. The implication here is that, hold on, I gotta get the Twitter fingers going. The implication here is that Trump's protection of elite pedophiles connected to Epstein is a more popular position in his base than taking Greenland militarily. Have you considered using Grok to word your tweets? Yeah, I've considered it. Like, I've considered killing myself with a gun. Like shooting myself with a gun on camera. Those are the same level of consideration that I've had for that. I've had for using Grok to word out my fucking tweets, dude. Yeah. At Grok, please make me sound like a fucking moron. Grok said, bet.
The government.
What? Hasan, you literally said in your 2022 stream that socialism has never worked in practice. Meanwhile, countries like Norway, Denmark, GDP, and Finland rank top in GDP per capita happiness and social mobility. How are we ignoring real world data here? What? I said socialism has never worked in practice? What? Also, none of those countries are socialist. Am I wrong? Fact check it. Did you... Chatter, do you know who I am? I remember that. You said that in 2021. In fact... This is a clip watcher, 100%. Am I wrong? Fact check it. So we trying to play it off? Okay. Two things that you are failing to comprehend here. Number one, I don't know what I said that you misunderstood. Okay. Actually, you said it in 2020, 2019, and 2018. And I'm still saying it. I'm saying it yesterday. I'm saying it today. Socialism has never worked. Okay. But also beyond that, these countries are not socialist countries. These countries are social democracies with higher degrees of socialization. And not only that, but also I use them as examples of where we must move, what direction we must move in. Okay. So you're right. As far as per capita happiness, social mobility, and all this other stuff, these countries are actually thriving as opposed to the United States of America. And the only reason why they're thriving, the right winger will look at that and say, well, there's like social cohesion born out of being like, predominantly white nations. Okay. However, that's not the real reason. The real reason why these countries have higher ranks on all this stuff is because they have more socialization. Norway being the example that I use regularly with respect to like Venezuela. Norway has its entire extraction industries nationalized. And they make better use of that revenue from the process of extraction than the United States of America does, clearly. You did say that recently. I forget the conversation, but they dumbass not realizing the why. You said it only works short term or something like that, but you didn't specifically explain why it was implied. That was because of Western intervention. This is a funny way to like try to own me, though, to say like you think socialism doesn't work. So we trying to play it off in general, bro, whatever makes you happy. Brother, just link the fucking clip and we can discuss it. Is it this? If given to you, all of that wealth, if distributed across the, like why socialism always fails? Like maybe he saw that and he thought I meant like it always fails. This was clearly from the only live stream you did in 2022. I guess, bro, whatever makes you happy. Oh, okay. That's what IG means. No, just like, if you want me to clarify a position, I'm going to find the clip. Okay, you find the clip and we'll give you the perms so you can send it. Norway has a population of 5.6 million, but easier to feed and socialize a small population. Where China go wrong, 20 plus million dead. China is a transitional socialist state, okay, led by a communist party, okay. It is a transitional socialist state. This is true, and even then, it's not like a full-blown socialist state or a communist state at all, right? Like a complete communist state. Having said that, the reason why I say Norway and all these other countries are social democracies is because they are still capitalist. Because capital still controls everything. And the reason why you're making this silly argument is because you think that economies don't scale. And you know the counterexample I would use is China in this situation. So you had to say, oh, well, China went wrong because even though they're socialist and they are actually a functioning country that has been able to develop itself and has become a massive global superpower that is the manufacturing engine of the entire planet, you have to add something else to it to be like, well, it's still a failure, right? It's still a failure, 20 million dead. That's famine. Mismanagement and famine. And since the last great famine, China has not experienced any famine. So, while that was a horrifying period of time for Chinese people, the reality of the matter is famine is no longer an issue at all. It seems a bit more complicated in countries like Norway. There's competing power centers of the state, capital, and labor, at least as I understand. Yes. Is a country socialist if it's just official state ideology? A country like Norway is more socialized than other self-declared socialist countries historically. Norway is very small. It seems a bit complicated in countries like Norway. There's competing power centers. Exactly, but capital always dominates. Capital always dominates the state, and capital always dominates labor, as long as capital still has control over the flows of capital. That, I think, is one of the major reasons why I say China is a transitional socialist state, because of, one, land use, and also, two, the control over flows of capital. That, I think, is the major difference. Is China then so much different to Norway? Yes. That is a profound difference. Controlling the flows of capital is the most consequential difference between what I would declare to be a transitional socialist state versus a full-blown capitalist state. That is the major difference. But like I said, when I'm talking about the United States of America, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, I'm perfectly fine with advocacy towards a greater degree of socialization and expansion of the existing welfare state, things of that nature. And the reason for why I advocate for that in the United States of America is because the United States of America doesn't even have those things and thinks those things are fucking communist. You got to work within the confines of what's acceptable, what's permissible, what's possible. There's a new account in YouTube that streams you live. Is this legal? I don't think so. And I didn't know that they were doing that. And link it to me. And I'll figure out what to do. That explains why someone earlier said something about the YouTube chat. What is the account? And the only reason why I have an issue with that is because they will try and use those VODs to strike down other, fan accounts and stuff like that. I can't believe it. Hasan Piker
What is
live.
the
account? What the fuck? Yo, he caught us. Run. What the fuck? Snitch Lamau, you're in trouble. Backup account for when I have to eat a copyright ban from videos Hasan watches. Hasan Piker live too. I'm not affiliated with HasanAbi. I just work at 9 to 5 and listen to Hasan while I'm at work, but my data doesn't work in the office and Twitch is blocked on my work laptop. I know I'm not the only person with a reason like this. I would love if Hasan streamed here himself, and YouTube audience really needs voices like this. And right now, when you look up, okay, so he's not actually, okay, I don't have an issue with this. This person is not doing it. This person is not doing it nefariously. Now, or at least I don't think he is. My fear would be if he was like nefariously fucking re-uploading the live stream to YouTube so that he could like strike down other people's YouTube clips and stuff like that. I've heard you say socialism never works many times. You were always making fun of anti-communist lies every time. Yeah. That's why I was shocked when that chatter came in and tried to say, you clearly said socialism doesn't work in 2022. And I was actually a bit interested in what he was going to pull out of his ass to make it seem like I'm a anti-socialist at any point. Yeah, you keep repeating socialism doesn't work right now. Exactly. I keep saying those words. You know? Lenin, using state and revolution as my basis, would likely argue that Norway is a bourgeois state and therefore would side with bourgeois interests more frequently, while China, being a worker state, even if nominally, would side with labor over capital more frequently. Well, the whole point is that as long as capital remains in power, okay, it will slowly but surely erode labor protections, because the goal of capital is to consistently improve its profit margins when profit rates have a tendency to decline. And therefore, they will try to squeeze the labor force, because labor is the most malleable aspect of the productive forces. They will either seek out other labor markets, as we have done so. This is why imperialism is a necessity, or the highest stage of capitalism, dominating the rest of the planet. And through that domination, you just have new labor markets that are always going to work at for pennies on the dollar, as opposed to the domestic labor force. Okay? So that's one way that capital continues dominating. Okay? The other way that capital continues dominating is by squeezing the labor power that exists at the domestic level. Slowly but surely engaging in deflationary mechanisms, whether it be automation or whether it be forcing the existing labor force to do more work for the same price point, same wages. And as long as capital still continues to own the economy, it will continue to erode whatever kind of safety nets that exist. This is why social democracies, as we're seeing right now in the European continent, are going through this process where they are engaging in austerity measures, like self-imposed measures that are ruining the living standards of the working class. The only time when America's experienced tremendous prosperity is when FDR leaned into the anger and resentment that the working class had. And we're still eating good off of the benefits of like a crumb of social democracy in the country. But America in and of itself is proof that social democracy it has a shelf life, right? Social democracy exists on a timeline where it will inevitably erode all of the gains made by trade unionists, socialists, and communists alike. And that same erosion is taking place in Europe right now. Anyway, let's continue with American domination now.
Thousands to a few hundred. You know, if you want to have access to rare earth and other precious minerals on Greenland, you can apply for the permits. So they're saying you don't need to do this alone. It doesn't need to be us versus you. We can all do it under NATO and be safer together. They all agree that the Arctic does need more security. That's why they sent this exploratory mission last week, they say, that antagonized Donald Trump and led him to...
Pretending that the will of the people is done in China is pretty nuts. It's basically a dictatorship with a heavy hand to spank anyone who speaks out of line. Yes, I know. I'm a Westerner as well. I grew up in Turkey. and now I live in the United States of America. So yes, for Westerners, the only form of domination and the only form of repression that matters is when the state tells you what you can and can't say. And I understand that that's a silly thing that the Chinese government has done, and an albeit violent thing at times as well, a very violent one. Having said that, however, if you think that the Chinese government has not dramatically improved the living standards of every single Chinese person over the course of the last, 4 decades or so, you are denying reality, right? You're denying reality. For Western liberals in general, check my argument is about how they have a dictator and no election for him. Yes, they have a different structure of governance that relies on meritocracy. It's actually, the elections happen in the local level, okay? But the top positions are actually internally assigned. You're talking about the standing committee structure that exists, but the standing committee still gets its notes from all of the local elected representatives. Of course they have elections in China. They just don't elect Xi Jinping. They have a different governance structure that is hyper meritocratic. And at the end of the day, you have to look at the results. And the results are that there has been tremendous material improvements on the lives of every single Chinese person, so much so that the Chinese population's approval ratings for its own government is far, far higher than any Western nation. There is not a single Western nation that has a similar level of approval for their own governments as the Chinese people's approval is for the Communist Party of China. Not even Marx Carney? No, not even close. And that's why you have to resort back to, they get clapped for even sharing pictures, okay? Like, or being a woman watching gay porn. Wait, what? Okay, they can't even speak out. Okay, once again. Can you trust those approval rating polls? I mean, the reason why I trust those approval rating polls is because people would assume that this is actually a Chinese approval rating poll, right? Like, oh, it's not relevant. It's obviously fake. The state made it up. Except the approval rating polls that I'm talking about are conducted by Harvard. And Harvard has no fucking interest in making China look good, you know? So yes, while there is state repression, especially in terms of free speech, there is no free speech in China, obviously. There are certain things you can discuss endlessly, and then there are certain things you can't discuss. Having said that, and there's also a lot more state level control over like silly things that we consider to be stupid. Okay? We consider understandably, and I also agree with you on this. Like we consider, like China, for example, fears that there is an upcoming crisis with their birth rates, and in an effort to stop it, I guess, in an effort to get ahead of that, they think they can just move culture in a certain direction, and in an effort to crack down on that, they will take a heavy-handed approach in censorship over, I don't know, like. The more feminine looking men, for example. They want like more manly looking men. They want to present themselves as more masculine. They want to dominate culture in that regard. It's like state design over where the culture should go. This is absolutely a foreign concept for Americans, right? Even though we have similar things that we do, manufacturing consent and the like, but that's usually for foreign policy. It's never over like silly shit. Okay? So They do stuff like that that I don't agree with and also criticize. But at the end of the day, existence is more complex than that, okay? If that's the only thing you care about, okay, well, Americans can yell endlessly about their politicians, as I do on a daily fucking basis, right? We can call our president a pedophile. We can do all of this stuff. And for the time being, we don't get punished for it. We don't get imprisoned for it. But nothing changes. Do you understand? And there are still plenty of undemocratic forces at play, even within this supposedly liberal bastion of democracy and freedom. In China, you can actually complain and get results, but you can't say certain things, and there is no guarantee that the state won't take a heavy-handed approach tomorrow over certain things that you obviously identify with. Do you see what I mean? No corruption in China, obviously. That's not what I said. I never said that. Corruption certainly, especially before Xi Jinping, existed heavily in China. Xi Jinping has been incredibly heavy-handed and incredibly intolerant towards any sort of corruption. This is not to say China is a perfect nation. I'm just saying that there's a lot of misunderstandings about China, especially here in the United States of America, due to state propaganda, ironically enough. But again, this is wrong. Like, look, where is it? Someone in the chat was talking about, I don't know why we're talking about China, but do you really think China is socialist simply because it has a strong state that controls capital and markets? Yes, I do. And socialism doesn't mean woke or progressive, for the record. Okay? It is an economic organization of society. I think China is a transitional socialist state. Yes, because of the things that you just mentioned. Socialism has nothing to do with being woke or being fucking, pro-minority rights at all. Like, that's not what it is. Socialism is just an economic organization of society. Having said that, you can and should still focus on social liberties as well. Okay? Of course. People often mistake social leftism with economic leftism. Yeah. This is a fucking filter to shut down critical thinking in taking improvements China has made and incorporating it into our society to improve the lives of the people on the lower end of the bracket? Yes. Is it true that drinking coffee is illegal in China? No. China has a huge coffee culture. I mean, I was just there. There's like a fucking there are Chinese coffee shops. There are Chinese coffee shops that are now opening up in the United States of America. State capitalism isn't socialism, my guy. I know, guys. No, you're right. You have perfected. You have built communism in your mind. It's going to happen. USSR was a state capitalist enterprise. China is a state capitalist enterprise. It's not real socialism. Okay. You build it, dude. You built it. You built it in your mind. The real socialism is the French Commune. That's it. It's the only time it's ever existed. That's why I was joking earlier when I said, like, MLK was a social fascist because he wasn't revolutionary enough. He just wanted to take some of the imperial super profits and redistribute it more evenly amongst the working class and including black working class individuals as well. He had bourgeois interests. He did not want to immediately implement communism and therefore was a social fascist. Heck are you talking about? USSR was never capitalist. No free economic zones up in here. Brother, they called the USSR, the same people that call China a state capitalist enterprise would say the same about the USSR. Okay? And also, ironically enough, the free economic trade zones have been greatly beneficial for China, including the reforms that came through as well. Foreign capital played a role in China being able to develop, okay? Anyway, building whole process people's democracy in China from Progressive International, introduction in Minzu Village. Okay, I don't care about this stuff. Does this get into the actual Harvard study or not? Here we report data from several major studies. First, the Harvard University Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation has maintained what constitutes the most extensive independent assessment of Chinese citizen satisfaction with governmental performance, tracking popular attitudes since 2003. Their 2020 report, Understanding CCP Resilience, Surveying Chinese Public Opinion Through Time, revealed broad popular support for the Chinese government at all levels. The study's authors, and for the record, I'm going to explain to you why, okay? Because a lot of people, when they actually see their own version of governance, okay, and they think, oh, they think it's super popular because, yeah, see, this pig immediately goes, North Korea has great approval ratings. And I can't tell if that person is being sarcastic or if that person is trying to say China is like North Korea or if that person is a Jusha supporter. So my mistake, if you're actually a Jusha dick rider, I troll. Okay, good troll chatter. So why is this important? It's very simple. I saw it with my own two eyes when I went to Tiananmen Square for the flag raising ceremony, a concept that is objectively foreign to me, as objectively foreign as like a state trying to dominate culture with a heavy hand, or even punishing people for speaking out against things that I consider silly, right? If not violent at times. But why did we see the Chinese aunties travel from all different parts of China to go and fucking see a flag get raised for like 5 minutes when it was freezing temperatures in Tiananmen Square? Why were they rushing Tiananmen Square to just see the fucking flag raising ceremony? A thing that happens every day at 4:30 in the morning. The reason why is because they have actually seen dramatic material improvements in their lives over the course of the last 30 fucking years. Okay? That's it. You can't make people do that at gunpoint. You can't make people do that by force. People only do that because they lived it and they love it. That's it. That's it. Americans are heavily propagandized as well. You can say that about China too. You can be like, oh, well, the state is heavy-handed in their, cultural enforcement. The state is heavy-handed in their propaganda. And that's the reason why these people have been deluded into loving their country. Okay. But it wouldn't show this level of resilience over time. The reason why these polls show a very different reality than the one you actually hear in American news and in Western media is because, well, one, you rarely ever talk to Chinese foreign students in a sincere manner, I suspect. Or at least in my experience, many of them are fearful because they know how much the Americans fucking despise China and are fearful of their government. So they won't give you like their full-throated endorsement over the government. But the real reason is because they have seen the noticeable improvement in their lives. If America did a similar thing, if America had some semblance of social democracy, American patriotism would be much higher too. People would be very much on board with the American government. Look at FDR, one of the most historically popular presidents of all fucking time. There's a reason for it, because he fucking made people's lives better. It's that simple. It turns out if the government is efficient and if the government is effective at improving people's material conditions, the people like it. Even when the government, on the other hand, has really restrictive or repressive tools that they utilize that the liberal mind cannot comprehend. Like, we look at that and we go, how the fuck are these people not like revolting against the government? How is that possible? Well, it's because, at least from my own anecdotal conversations that I've had with Chinese people, okay, is that there are certain things you can't say, and as long as you don't say certain things, your life is fine. If that is the highest priority for you, is to be able to call the president a pedophile, for example, and it's not even, I mean, there's no irony in me saying this, because my entire job is to be a political dissenter. Okay. Like, I would not be able to exist as a Chinese boy. Okay. There is no Chinese HasanAbi that looks to the Chinese government and like routinely criticizes the Chinese government in the same way that I exist in the United States of America, someone who lives in the United States of America and criticizes the American government all the fucking time. Okay? It's just funny because, like, this is a concept that even the fucking Nelk boys understood, right? Two of the Nelks were talking to one another after their China trip. Steiny was not. Steiny is one of the Nelks. The other one is Kyle. Steiny was not able to come into China because he had some passport issues. But Kyle, coming fresh off of his trip in China, turned around and said to the other Nelk, Steiny, listen, China is not like the way I thought it was at all. Okay? It's awesome. It's dope. You can party. You can say whatever the fuck you want, as long as you don't say certain things. You don't talk about the party. You don't talk about the leaders. Then you can talk about whatever the fuck you want, and you can party. You can do whatever you want. It's true. The average Chinese existence is not all that different than the average American's existence. Look at my previous message. It shows why there's so much support. This is why there's popular support. Oh, I mean, this is part of it, yes. By the way, it's ironic because these are circuit court judges that travel on horseback across grasslands and valleys, turning them into open-air courtrooms, helping people in remote areas to resolve disputes. But like Xi Jinping also comes not from a circuit court judge background, but like Xi Jinping's job initially was to basically work in like the Chinese version of Mississippi until he worked through the party ranks and secured a position of leadership. But this is one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is like extreme efficiency when it comes to dealing with certain disputes, a hyper focus on performance. And here are the results. Understanding CCP resilience, surveying Chinese public opinion throughout time revealed broad popular support for the Chinese government at all levels. I bet you've never fucking heard that before unless you've heard me bring these results up in the past. The study's authors, operating within an analytical framework that initially presumed China's authoritarian character would generate legitimacy crises, instead documented consistent increases in citizen satisfaction. Central government approval reached 93% by 2016, with provincial governments maintaining 82% support rates, with consistent increases over time. Significantly, the research identified that marginalized populations in economically disadvantaged inland regions demonstrated comparatively higher increases in satisfaction, suggesting, in line with Chinese thinking of the function of whole process people's democracy, that states' responsiveness to material conditions constitute a key mechanism with its legitimacy. Improve people's lives, and they will actually like your government. Even if your government actually has, from a Western perspective, plenty of fucking issues with like repression, right? That's it. 82% is insane. Is an insane SimCity style I cheated number. The authors summarized their results as follows. We find that since the start of the survey in 2003, Chinese citizen satisfaction with government has increased virtually across the board. From the impact of broad national policies to the conduct of local town officials, Chinese citizens rate the government as more capable and effective than ever before. Interestingly, more marginalized groups in poorer inland regions are actually comparatively more likely to report increases in satisfaction. That's the other reason why when people were talking about like minority rights in China, what they fail to comprehend is, with the exception of the dragnets and mass apprehension, mass detention, and, you know, work camps that were designed in Xinjiang, China actually has had a long-standing tradition of minority rights for quite a while. Like they literally have had affirmative action 300 fucking years ago, like straight up state-sanctioned affirmative action in some way, shape, or form. Now, of course, that's complicated because like you have different ethnic groups in China. I think it's like what, 56, and there have been instances where like one of those minority groups was actually, you know, running the entire. It's not 6-7. It's 56 different ethnic groups. And besides that, like people think, yeah, the Manchus were running China. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Like there are different dynasties, right? But outside of that, even Han Chinese, which is the majority group, is still incredibly diverse. They have different languages, for example, different cultural attitudes, like regional cultural attitudes. China's a very large country. So even the Han Chinese, is not like a singular group either. But China has had a fuck ton of affirmative action initiatives in general, which is ironic because that's also another thing that I used to joke about before I went to China, about like having a Chinese hog, Hao Peking, who was mad that, you know, minority groups were getting positions that they did not deserve. And it turns out there is actually a statement like that. There is actually a sentiment such as that one that some Chinese people actually hold, where they think if you do something to a minority group, the police will always side with the minority group against you, even if they are of lower character, was what I was told. Even if they are ruffians, for example, that are engaging in bullying behavior or violence or criminal, doing criminal shit, the police will always side with the ethnic minority over the Han Chinese. Now, I don't think that's the case, obviously, but I'm saying that there is still that reactionary sentiment expressed even by Chinese people. People are not monolithic, no matter where they're from, and a certain percentage of people will always be contrarians, dislike the government, or be unhappy. That's why I find surveys like this to be very unreliable. There's nothing on earth that can get a 93% approval, let alone a state. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 70%, but 93 is not very believable. All right, we'll take it up with Harvard. I understand why you feel that way. They're getting Assad numbers out here, but these results are consistent with the data from the Asian Barometer study, which in 2015 found that 87% of respondents in China had a great deal or quite a lot of trust in the national government. So too with the World Values Survey, which consistently shows that over 90% of people in China report a great deal or quite a lot of trust in the national government. In 2018, the most recent wave, trust was at 95%, one of the highest levels in the world. Complementing these findings, the Alliance of Democracies, established by former NATO leadership and Danish government officials, has produced annual reports of the Democracy Perception Index since 2019. Through partnership with the German market research firm Latana and the AOD, employs methodological approaches specifically designed to mitigate response bias and self-censorship concerns. The 2024 findings reveal that 92% of Chinese respondents consider democracy important, 79% characterize their country as democratic, and 91% perceive their government as serving broad popular interests rather than elite constituencies. Each of these figures was higher than in almost any other country in the world. This is not just the Harvard study. Like, do you understand? These are not organizations that are invested in making China look good. People in disbelief simply because it doesn't happen here. Yeah, I mean, when I was young, a trip from my hometown to Beijing took an 11-hour overnight sleeper train. I can now take an express high-speed rail direct line to Beijing for $32 on a day trip in 2.5 hours. The change in my own lifetime is something that no Westerner will ever comprehend. Exactly. This is impossible to understand by Western conceptualization. You will never understand it. Okay? The only thing that I can, I guess, kind of compare it to is Claudia Sheinbaum and the success built by the Morena Party in Mexico. And they have done only modest expansions of the social safety net. And even then, the Mexican population has responded with a similar, almost too cohesive, positive approval rating. But time and time again, if you look at like different countries around the world, there are obviously different factors that will, create nationalistic fervor. One example that is on the opposing side of this argument, the counter example, I guess, is 9/11. Post 9/11, there was a rallying around the flag effect in the United States of America, and George W. Bush's approval rating skyrocketed to like 91%. Right? So there are other instances where things like that can happen as well. But these are resilient numbers. These are numbers that haven't like swung as wildly as George W. Bush in one term, right? Also, look, you said FDR did China shit and he never got over 61% of the vote. Brother, 61% of the vote is China shit for American standards, though. That was the reason why I used FDR as an example. So, yeah. Worth noting that Bush had the highest and lowest approval ratings for a president in his lifetime. Exactly. Anyway, and far ahead on each of these metrics than respondents in the US, France, Britain, the classic liberal democracies. For the record, I'm not trying to say that like the Chinese form of governance is the best. It's just that I'm simply saying there are certain things that every government can do to really bring up their own approval ratings. This is my theory for change. Okay? Do you get what I mean? I believe that the most effective mechanism of control is still the Western liberal style of making people feel like they have freedom when they technically kind of don't, right? And as long as you're the dominant power, you can have free speech. As long as you're the dominant power, you can have a guy like Hasan Piker talk shit about the president. Because I don't represent a significant enough threat to the powers that be. Capital is so domineering and so powerful that it doesn't matter. I can be one of the top Amazon content creators on a platform that Jeff Bezos owns and then be the single largest donator to the Amazon labor union. Even though it was private initially and then it was leaked. So now I can talk about it. Right? Because that's how much power capital has. I think none of us should believe any proposal to put it over at 90%. That's not how humanity works. It's never worked that way. Be a bit more skeptical, everyone. Think about everyone. Even against something totally perfect, at least 10% of the population will be contrarians or bitter. Monolithic opinion is next to impossible. Okay, the point is that regardless of like how high this score is, it's objectively so much higher than every other fucking country. That's my point. Maybe it turns out that what people perceive as like the best possible form of governance, if democracy is the best possible form of governance, what people actually substitute for democracy is improvement of material conditions. And if you judge it off of that, China, of course, is much more successful than all these other countries. And therefore, it outperforms all these other countries. You understand? This is virtually impossible to explain to people who perceive our, two-party duopoly as totally independent from one another, like two warring factions that are ideologically opposed to one another on issues that matter, and have deluded themselves into thinking that like American democracy actually cares about your perspective in any way, shape, or form. It's going to be impossible for me to explain it to you, but the average Chinese person, not like someone from Taiwan or Hong Kong, but like the average Chinese person living in mainland China that you are never going to hear from, basically, believes that the Chinese party, whether they're correct or not, doesn't matter, but they believe that the Communist Party of China is representing the wishes of the masses. They believe that the Chinese Revolution and the People's Republic of China and the implementation of communism in China was a way to take the ownership away from the landed gentry and the previous formations and give it back to the people. Okay? That's how they see it. That is how they see it. Anyway, let's get back to our democracy now.
Announced these potential tariffs on the 8 countries that did that, but they really aren't getting through, it seems, this message that we're not against you, we're trying to do this with you.
Just talk to us a little bit more about the EU, Siobhan, because there's talk, isn't there, of some pretty chunky tariffs in retaliation.
My Chinese wife is really impressed with your knowledge, proud of you. Thank you. It's the highest honor I can receive.
93 billion euros?
Yeah. Now, listen, I think the last year has been really tough at times for many EU leaders, and they've had to bite their tongue when it comes to dealing with the US president, particularly, for example, the way that he seems to have given Russia preferential treatment, the way he's treated President Putin in comparison to the rough treatment that we've seen for President Zelensky time and again. But I think what has happened now with these tariffs is many are saying enough is enough. They frankly, in many corners, are talking about bullying and that they have to stand up to bullies. We had a news conference today from the German Vice Chancellor, and he said this: "I have no interest in an escalation and do not search for one. We're ready to find solutions. We're offering our hand, but we are not prepared to let ourselves be blackmailed." And similar messaging coming out from Sweden, for example. So what can the EU do? Well, listen, they don't want to pick a fight with the US. They have a huge trading interest with the US. They are key allies in NATO. So the first thing they're going to be looking to do, I think, is diplomacy and trying to send out some of those traditional Trump whisperers, particularly behind the scenes at Davos. So they've got this opportunity to try and do that. I know, for example, that the Germans are planning to have a meeting with Trump either on Wednesday or Thursday. If all of that behind the scenes whispering fails, then there's an extraordinary meeting of EU leaders on Thursday where they'll talk about next steps. Now, possible next steps are unfreezing, as you were saying, this 93 billion euro tariff package, which has been frozen since July, but could come back online against the US from the 6th of February. That's one option. Another option is the so-called trade bazooka. This is something that Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has been talking about over the weekend. This is the anti-coercion mechanism.
Harris campaign asked Tim Walz if he's a Chinese agent. No! Brother, that's awesome. Oh my God, that is fucking awesome. Holy shit. Walz was also asked about foreign ties during Harris' vetting, sources tell CNN. Oh, because he went to China. Oh, we'll do it. We'll do it again. We'll go back to the Josh Shapiro story because I covered it briefly yesterday and I think it's really fucking stupid. Oh, also speaking of China, walking around Chongqing, you can see how iShowSpeed was here signs in various restaurants. I am the most jealous man in the United States of America right now. There is no one more jealous than me. I am Lemon Bro through and through. I will never be iShowSpeed. I will never be seen as a Chinese boy. It's just never going to happen. There ain't no Hasan signs anywhere. You know what I mean? At most, we got a Hasan Pike delegation was here sign. Yeah, it's for likely for living overseas. They ask a version of this question on the SF-86 if you literally just know anyone who lives in a foreign country? You glaze China the most, but Speed mogs you, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. It's true. He mogs the fuck out of me, dude. Brother, I have Chinese HasanAbi heads that get together and organize locally and have fun, and they wouldn't even invite me. They wouldn't even invite me to their hangout session when I was in their city, okay? That's how fucking motionless I am, that the Hasan Piker fan club that gets together did not want me to attend a fan meeting. Kind of weird to want to go to your own fan club. Why is that weird? That's awesome. If a scenario like the Kazakh oil workers mass striking for their being treated horribly under Chinese oil companies 6 years ago was repeated, would you still support the Chinese no matter what? When have I supported the Chinese no matter what? Like, we're talking about Chinese domestic control. I never talked about fucking Chinese companies having the exact same fucking horrible work conditions or just having a very hands-off attitude about what takes place in countries beyond their loans and beyond their development. This is what's so frustrating about it. Everybody always fucking has this like idiotic approach where it's like, oh, you said something, you said something that I'm not used to hearing about China. So you must be unconditionally and uncritical about, like, you know, how China operates. I don't like China for some weird, like, spiritual reason, okay? I like what the Chinese government has done for the Chinese people. I want the American government to do that for the American people. Do you understand me? If the Chinese government, for example, tomorrow decided we are actually implementing tremendous reforms, we're going to let all the fucking billionaires that are a part of the party run the country. We've decided we're abolishing the standing committee. It's over. We are doing full-blown capitalism. We are going to do extraction of natural resources in the global south in the exact same way that the Western world was doing. We are going to do what America is doing. I would say fuck China, okay? Like, that's it. Yeah, it's like you spoke favorably of Mamdani. Does that mean you approve of the Kunduz hospital strike? Exactly. Oh, you like Zohran Mamdani as mayor of New York? Well, you must have loved the move bombing. You see how fucking stupid that sounds? You see how fucking dumb that sounds? Oh, you like Eugene Debs? Oh, you like Bernie Sanders? Well, I guess you also like that the founders were slavers, huh? I guess you love chattel slavery. No, I don't actually. What is so frustrating with my analysis is that I apply a consistent logic to China as I do to America. Like, for example, when I say the American Revolution was good, okay, that doesn't mean that it was perfect, or that doesn't mean that like the American Revolution against the British Empire was a good thing. Okay, it was a good thing. It gained America sovereignty and independence. Okay, from being from remaining a settler colonial state that was completely controlled by the British Empire. Okay, but that doesn't mean that the slavers that did it were good people overall. I have the capacity to see the good and bad in historical figures. When I talk about Mao Zedong, for example, I'm not defending the Cultural Revolution, or I'm not defending the genuine damage that the Chinese population took in the collectivization efforts that took place. Okay, there are always going to be mistakes. Yeah, I love Mao Zedong. I fucking hate sparrows, dude. I hate them. We need to do a sparrow genocide ASAP. That's why I like Mao Zedong. Fuck the birds. Like, you know what I mean? It's stupid. It's a very stupid assessment.
It's never been used before in the EU, but if they unleash this, then essentially it would put restrictions on things like investments, banking, access to markets. It would be really painful. These are serious measures, and they would hit the EU as well. But I do think many now are feeling that
You're a Chinese agent. You're not even hiding it anymore.
They have to stand up because, frankly, if they don't, what
China is literally doing all the things you claim they're not. You're a Chinese spy. I swear to God. 52-month subscriber. Is what I would say before taking my schizo meds. Okay, god damn it, dude. Stop fucking baiting me, bro. Stop! Oh, okay.
Yes. Beth Rigby from Sky News. Thank you so much.
This guy's my favorite guy, by the way. He's just smoking bogues and looking depressed all the time.
Talking to us. Just briefly, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, said this morning he did not think that Trump would militarily invade Greenland. President Trump has just refused to rule that out. What's your response?
Well, first of all, my response to the Prime Minister is that we really appreciate the very strong statement for him from his side, arguing that, you know, there are principles in life, and even though UK has a very special relationship to UK, which I acknowledge, especially after Brexit, there are red lines which can't be crossed. This is a matter of basic principles, and we are living in 2026 where you can trade with people, but you can't trade people. And listening to a UK Prime Minister who stands up for that principle is very important. And then, of course, I realize you can't leave anything out until the president himself have decided to leave anything out. Huh?
Just spicy take. Modern China without the Cultural Revolution would have been ruined the same way the United States was ruined by not choosing the route out ex-Confederate and in post-Civil War antebellum period. Brother, there was a lot of excesses. Like, come on. The anti-rightist movement did not just focus on right-wingers and reactionaries, okay? Like... I'm not willing to entertain that. I'm not willing to entertain that. I feel like that's a bridge too far. Like, the excesses were far too much. It was also decentralized. It was so anarchist. Like, it was just not that kind of like ideological violence. It was unimaginably regressive, in my opinion, and it worked in spite of the tremendous excesses, partially due to the resilience of the Chinese people in general. I feel like, not to talk about like a foreign country's population like they're a totally alien species, but I think. A materialist analysis, I guess, to a certain degree in this situation would be that like they were used to such horrid conditions that this was also seen as like another setback that they could overcome. But it's crazy. Like that there is, it's not, by the way, that's not even like, it's not, the Chinese government doesn't even, the Chinese government even recognizes that element. I think Mao greatly underestimated the ideological zealotry that bored young teenagers took on. Yes, I do believe that the North was too lenient with the South in the aftermath of the Civil War. But once again, my criticisms of the Cultural Revolution revolve around the decentralized nature of said violence. Okay? The decentralized nature of the violence that took place, or the repression that took place, unironically was one of the major issues here. A strong state, like a strong northern state, the federal government, could have actually done a much better job of dealing with all of the reactionary sentiment, but they had no interest in that. They wanted to basically keep the racial pecking order the same, and that's precisely the reason why they did not punish the Klan as aggressively as they should have. They did not punish the people that were like actively engaging in racialized violence against black people that were like newly freed in the Reconstruction era. The failure of the Reconstruction is directly a consequence of the North reinforcing the same white supremacist attitudes. Like even with the government's design in the Reconstruction era in the United States of America, when you think about it, newly freed black men and women never got their reparations, the 40 acres and a mule, as opposed to the actual slavers that did get reparations for loss of revenue, for loss of capital. That capital was human beings. So that, to me, directly spells what the government's priorities were. The government's priorities in that situation was to maintain order, even if it was actually a structurally unjust and lawless and a totally inappropriate version of law and order. My grandfather literally went through the whole plaque hanging and head shaving that young Red Guards put him through because he was an engineer, always remained patriotic. He always remained patriotic, though. 2 government officials after the Cultural Revolution came to him and gave him a stipend and 2 apartments as an apology. Yeah. Like that type of stuff is crazy. You know what I mean? Like science is a bourgeois decadence and counter-revolutionary is just like I'm never gonna fucking sit there and defend the horrifying excesses of the Cultural Revolution and the decentralized version of like punitive measures and violence that took place. That's ridiculous. Okay? It is actually one of the things that I don't fully subscribe to or understand. My dad told me stories of what they consider bourgeois, like playing cards and vases. Yeah, the extreme end of that, especially the state-mandated version of that, was Pol Pot's anti-intellectual campaign. Literally fucking assassinating people for wearing glasses. You know what I mean? Lining up motherfuckers for wearing glasses and killing them. It's the most ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous thing. Your pussy Western left attitude is the reason the U.S. will always be a fascist ethno-state. The Cultural Revolution was a positive. I like that this fucking white Westerner pig is over here talking about fucking the Cultural Revolution was a positive when even in spite of all the censorship that the Chinese government, okay, you're Cuban, doesn't matter, okay? You're still a fucking Westerner talking about something that even the Chinese government, despite its censorship, has like openly recognized as a destabilizing endeavor that certainly set China back. This is such liberal analysis from you. We should do the Cultural Revolution to the South now. Anyway, yes, China succeeded in spite of the Cultural Revolution, not because of it. But the other thing that I was going to say is like that's the other concept that I don't understand is like almost like a deification of leadership. In times of struggle, when Deng on the one hand when Deng Xiaoping was doing reforms, on the other hand, he was greatly hyping up Mao Zedong. Because Mao Zedong has always been like a way to like deification of Mao Zedong has always been seen as like a galvanizing principle for every single Chinese person. Like the great man theory absolutely exists in China to a certain degree. No, nothing, not even remotely similar to George Washington. Americans don't understand nationalism, man. You guys are so funny. No, not even remotely close. You can say George Washington's a slaver, which is true. You can say George Washington sucks. You can say he's a pedophile. You can say fuck George Washington in the United States of America. Nothing will happen to you. But in a country that is like actually nationalist, like Turkey, for example, if you said something even remotely close to Ataturk, you would get fucking destroyed, okay? You get your ass beat on the streets. And a similar attitude exists in China as well. It's not even, Americans do not understand. Americans don't know what fucking nationalism is. They've never truly experienced it. They don't have that same dog in them. They don't have like a unifying nationalistic mythos. America is a very young country. America just has capitalism. Okay, that's it. Your civic nationalist religion revolves around capitalism.
Just on the issue about the UK.
I can't believe we've derailed today so much for like the last 2 hours, but honestly, I think it was a productive conversation.
And are you clear that the UK will stand behind Denmark, whatever the consequences for Britain? And do you believe that that's the position of the European Union as well?
Yes, I believe that, and the reason why I believe that is due to the strong statement from your Prime Minister. I think it will be repeated by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Parliament right now. And especially, and that's perhaps even more important in order to convince me, also in close session and the meeting we just have had.
And Minister, you said over the weekend that you...
My MAGA family is starting to say we're owed Greenland because we're giving NATO so much money and the Danish are selfish. My dad says Denmark owes America $3 trillion worth of unsalted peanuts. Fuck! Stop! Dude! Come on, man. Stop baiting. Stop baiting. Chat, stop. I know. As soon as I fucking read that shit and get mad, you're going to do it more often. Please stop. What do you want me to do? Bring back the top of the hour ad break? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, even though there isn't actually a 3-minute ad break, but you can still subscribe. Is that what you want me to do? You want me to start baiting you? So you don't do this unproductive shit? God damn it. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay? Your voluntary contributions in the form of a subscription, either a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime that you can get by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or you get one free Prime subscription a month, or gifted subscriptions to others, is the only effective way to sponsor or support the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you, PBS. If you want to learn about tomorrow's news today.
Was surprised by the president's statement, given the meeting that you had with Vice President Vance and Mr. Rubio. What had they led you to believe, and why were you so surprised?
It's not that they have led me to believe anything. It's just that we made an agreement, The meeting we had last week left me with the clear impression that the president honestly and full-heartedly want to acquire Greenland. But we also made it crystal clear that this is a red line. I mean, having said that, we agreed to disagree, and the concerns they raised at the meeting and also in public about security in the Arctic is concerns we want to accommodate. And therefore, we agreed that we should move this dialogue from, social media and Truth Social and other arenas into a meeting room where we could discuss, could there be a solution where we, building on what we already have agreed in the past, the 1951 agreement, etc., the NATO alliance, could do more to give US the assurance that even though we can handle the current situation in Greenland, which we can, and there are no Chinese investments in Greenland, will we also be able to do that in a 10, 15, 20 years perspective? That was what we agreed. I also made it very clear that we are open for this kind of discussion. We are pragmatic, cold-blooded Scandinavian people with a warm heart. But it is not easy when we wake up every morning to new threats. Please convey that message to the president. And therefore, for a second, I thought, we have managed not to...
Hasan'ım, Zek toplumdan kopuk diyorsun ama sen orada o kadar am sikiyorsun. Zek 24 saat 31'de o da bizden biri. O daha bizden biri. Mugo baba. Hayvan oğlu hayvansın. Yemin ediyorum. Ayı. İnanılmaz. Mugo baba. Ben ikna oldum abi. Susun lan. Hiç mi sikiş yok abi? Pompa yok mu sizde ya? Türkler. Amsız mı kaldınız? Abaza herifler ya. This guy said, Hasan, Zach, Asmongold, you claim to say that Asmongold is separated from the masses, except you fuck pussy 24/7, whereas Zach Asmongold is jerking off 31, which is the numerical assignment for masturbation in Turkey, as I've talked about before, is masturbating 24/7. He is closer to us. He is saying I am a fake man of the people because I am having sex with women. Oğlum Ohio'da ne pompası amına koyayım. Adamlar porno sitelerini kapadı bu arada. ID istiyor sanki Türkiye'de yaşıyorum amına koyayım. Bak. Kimdi bunu diyen? I'm gonna give you a example. Hold on bir dakika. Hold on. Yok Mesut Yılmaz değildi. Kimdi lan amına koyayım? Ha, Süleyman Demirel. Okey. Amerika'nın Yozgat'ı. Zamanında Süleyman Demirel'e gidiyorlar. Diyorlar ki genel evleri kapatmamız lazım. Okey. Yeter artık. Devlet kerane işletiyor. Olmaz böyle. Süleyman Demirel dönüyor diyor ki bizi mi siksinler? Kerhaneleri kapatalım da bizi mi siksinler? Halk bizi mi siksin? one of the Turkish prime ministers, Süleyman Demirel, was asked, because in Turkey's a very unique country. It's a Muslim country, but it owns and operates government brothels, right? Like it's fully legalized. Okay, so it has brothels, and they asked the prime minister, you should close these brothels. Like this is, moral decay. This is degenerate. Why the fuck do you have brothels? And he turns around and says, okay, we'll close the brothels and what? Have them fuck me instead? Rabbim Cleveland dedi. Ahsen Unaktan. This Turkish chatter is complaining because they've closed the porn sites in Ohio. He's in Ohio. And he's saying it's America's Yozgat, which is like an Ohio of Turkey. And he's saying it reminds him of Turkey because porn sites are closed in Turkey. Dal kalkar, kartal sarkar, kartal salkar, dal kalkar. It was a fucking Turkish tongue twister. So you have brothels but no porn? Yes, bro. Yes. Turkey has fucking brothels but doesn't have pornographic material on websites. Yes. It makes no fucking sense. It literally does not make sense, bro. It doesn't. Stop trying to make sense of it. Turkey, Muslim country, until like, I forget when they actually privatized it, but Turkey is a Muslim country that actually had state-owned enterprise that would make alcohol, okay? And Turks still drink a fuck ton of alcohol. Rakı, it's a big part of our culture. It's a big part of our dining experience. Tekel is government-owned, state-owned enterprise that is, alcohol factories, like, and cigarettes too.
solve the problem, but to find a pathway forward. It was disrupted by the statement from the president, and that's a reality of life, and that's why...
Yeah, it was privatized under Tansu Çiller, who was the Thatcher of Turkey. Tansu Çiller, our female prime minister, which, by the way, Turkey got a female prime minister way before America even entertained Hillary Rodham Clinton. So, you know, another common American L, I guess, and a common Turkish W for feminism.
It's so important that all our allies in the NATO alliance and the European Union stand up for these principles to show the American president, you have a desire, you have a vision, you have a request, but you will never be able to achieve that by putting pressure on us. That signal is of crucial importance in order to, I would say, to push the Americans back into the meeting room as we agreed last week.
And just final question, please. Sorry, just final question. It's a really anxious time for the Danes, from the Greenlanders, and indeed for all Europeans. Do you feel vulnerable, and do you also feel betrayed by the US, given that you have been such a close ally of the US and such a good NATO member?
I used the word surprised, and I think I will stay on that. I mean, I have no intention to escalate things. I've had this discussion with the president.
Süleyman Demirel, Alparslan Türkeş, a nationalist politician, is called a son of the Turk. Bülent Ecevit, a center-left politician, is called a son of the people. Necmettin Erbakan, an Islamist politician, is called a son of Muslims. What am I then? A son of a bitch? Yeah, Süleyman Demirel had a lot of funny quotes. He was a funny dude for sure. The same guy that I was talking about with the brothel thing. Yeah, I closed the government-owned brothels, and then who will the public fuck? Me?
In my former capacity as Prime Minister. And it's a matter of fact that we had casualties in Afghanistan.
Was he good looking? No, not even a little bit, bro. What the this is what he looked like. That's so funny. You said, was he good looking? No, not even a little bit, okay? He's so hot. Okay. Like going to town on a beanbag chair.
Similar to the U.S. Casualties. At that specific occasion, he said, you made a good argument. I want to repeat that one. And of course, I realize that the Vice President said you could have done many things, you know, proper in the past. Will that define the future? I think it gives you credit. Yes. I mean, you can always count on Denmark, as we always can count on UK. And that's why I have been very, very pleased to visit UK today.
Good morning. The world has become markedly more turbulent in recent weeks.
Are you guys ready for this? Because he's going to say some crazy stuff. What? He still thinks you can reason your way out of this? Yeah, it's very stupid. But speaking of another man who is going to use his sharp tongue to really give a washing to Donald Trump, and not a lashing, as you would expect, Keir Starmer.
Events are moving fast. And in moments like this, what matters most is being clear about the values and the interests that guide us, even as circumstances change. The United Kingdom has a long history. Our values were not improvised. They were built patiently over time. And while we are pragmatic in how we pursue our interests, we are resolute in defending those values when it matters. So let me begin with the United States. The UK and the US are close allies and close partners. That relationship matters profoundly, not just to our security, but to the prosperity and the stability that people here depend upon. Under President Trump, as under previous presidents, we're determined to keep that relationship strong, constructive, and focused on results. And that approach is delivering. Through sustained engagement, we've seen significant US investment into the UK economy, running into hundreds of billions of pounds, supporting growth, skills, and jobs right across the country. Our cooperation on defence, nuclear capability, and intelligence remains as close and effective as anywhere in the world.
I like that he spends most of the time talking about how awesome it is to be a vassal state for America. That's sick.
Keeping Britain safe in an increasingly dangerous environment. We've secured good trading terms in key sectors, including cars, steel, aerospace, and life sciences, protecting British jobs and manufacturers. That is why we take the approach that we do, because it delivers concrete outcomes in the national interest. I talk regularly to President Trump, and my team is in daily contact with all the key figures in his administration. These relationships matter. They deliver concrete outcomes in the national interest. Mature alliances are not about pretending differences don't exist. They are about addressing them directly, respectfully, and with a focus on results. On Greenland, the right way to approach an issue of this seriousness is through calm discussion between allies. And let's be clear, the security of Greenland matters. And it will matter more as climate change reshapes the Arctic, as sea routes open and strategic competition intensifies. The High North will require greater attention, greater investment, and stronger collective defence. The United States will be central to that effort, and the UK stands ready to contribute fully alongside our allies through NATO. But there is a principle here that cannot...
Dude, it's crazy. He's literally just mapping out exactly why America is going to do whatever it wants to, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like, he's even giving the reasoning behind why America's behaving like this. How can you read this as anything but just complete submission? It's just complete submission, dude. Incredible stuff. Oh, we have a long-standing and crucial partnership with America. You know, they control our nuclear arms. We have no power here. And obviously, as climate change worsens, new trade routes will open up by way of Greenland, and we can't have anybody but America control that.
Be set aside, because it goes to the heart of how stable and trusted international cooperation works.
I'm going to be honest with you. If Donald Trump talked the way he was talking about Greenland, but about the UK instead, I think Keir Starmer would have a similar attitude. Like, I think if Donald Trump was like, yep, UK, you're next. I'm taking it by force. It's mine now. I mean, we're basically all, I mean, come on. This is a nation of British people that came here a long time ago. It's mine now. It's ours. Keir Starmer would come out and be like, long-standing security partnerships were merged over mutually agreed results. And as the the Prime Minister of the UK. Our relationship matters profoundly. And for that reason, I'm saying, yes, we will be a complete vassalized state. We will be a part of the United States of America.
And so any decision about the future status of Greenland belongs to the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. That right is fundamental, and we support it. Denmark is a close ally of the United Kingdom and of the United States, a proud NATO member that has stood shoulder to shoulder with us, including at real human cost in recent decades. Alliances endure because they're built on respect and partnership.
Okay, level 2 hype train. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. It would be kind of like Taiwan taking China. No, it wouldn't be kind of like Taiwan taking China. Because the KMT, like, escaping to Taiwan, the island of Formosa at the time, is much, you know, it's a much more recent phenomena than American prisoners being shipped off, or British prisoners being shipped off to America to create a settler colony. It's been a long time since these were like well-established, firmly defined national boundaries, and also a successful revolutionary war took place in the United States of America.
Not pressure. That is why I said the use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong.
Why does every analogy have to be about China, North Korea, and Russia? This is just like North Korea when talking about something the U.S. is doing right now. I know. Because we're American. Pet Kaya, or I'm unsubbing. Kaya, come here. Come here, lady. Come here, lady. Come here. Come here. Here. Come here. There you go. Don't unsub. Come here. Kaya. Okay. Come. Oh, God. She plays with all these other dogs at the gym, and they fucking bite the shit out of her. So her neck, like her entire neck, the fur is all crumpled up with dog saliva. You can't really see from the camera, but it's all like fucking dog saliva. Like, it looks like she's got like slicked back hair around her ears and around her neck. All the fucking dog drool. What's up? What are you smelling? What's up here? Anything of interest? What about this? What about this? Go get it.
Is not the right way to resolve differences within an alliance. Nor is it helpful to frame efforts to strengthen Greenland's security as a justification for economic pressure.
Is that toy BDS?
Such measures hurt British workers, British businesses,
it's Bark
and the
brand.
British economy. And that is why I've been so clear on this issue. A trade war is in no one's interest. And my job is always to act in the UK's national interest. That is why yesterday I spoke to President Trump, to European leaders, and to the Secretary General of NATO.
And you told him you have full confidence that he will do the right thing, right?
To find a solution rooted in partnership.
Bark brand is BDS. IDF uses Bark brand as chew toys for IDF soldiers, ... Sweetie, after a long day of killing children, they have to release their stress. And everybody knows it's Bark brand chew toys that the IDF soldiers use to release their stress.
Facts and mutual respect. Because that is how strong alliances protect shared interests. The same is true on other issues. In the Middle East, we welcome President Trump's focus on sustaining the ceasefire in Gaza and moving on to phase 2. We are open to participating constructively in such efforts. On Ukraine, I can be brief. We strongly support efforts to bring the killing to an end and secure a ceasefire as soon as possible. We recognise President Trump's role in pushing that process forward. And we will work closely with the United States, Ukraine, and our other allies to apply pressure where it belongs on Putin. Finally, let me say why all this matters so directly to people here at home. In today's world, geopolitics is not something that happens somewhere else. It shapes the cost of energy, the price of food, the security of jobs, and the stability that families rely on to plan their lives. When war drives up fuel prices, it's households who feel it first. When supply chains fracture, it's small businesses and working people who absorb the shock. And when instability grows, it's rarely those with the most power who pay the price. That is why this government's approach is rooted in a simple belief that we must use every tool of government, domestic and international, to fight for the interests of ordinary people. At home, that means active government. It means taking responsibility for economic stability so that inflation is controlled, interest rates come down, and family budgets are protected. It means stepping in where markets fail, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that global shocks do not always land on the same people in the same places, the people least able to withstand them. That's why we've taken action to reduce energy bills, to freeze rail fares and prescription charges. But tackling the cost of living today also means engagement beyond our borders. It requires shaping the world around us, not retreating from it. It requires strong alliances, steady diplomacy, and rules that reduce uncertainty rather than amplify it. That is why our commitment to international law and to alliances founded on trust is not abstract or ideological.
Oh my God, I can't.
Prime Minister, many people watching this at home will have been shocked and angry over the weekend.
They ruled the seas once. 13 colonies, bro. Hold this fucking L. 13 colonies. Think about that. The sun never sets on the British Empire. Well, it surely feels like the sun has set now, doesn't it? It's just, it's crazy to see. What a sight to behold.
So-called closest ally is threatening us if we try to stop him illegally annexing Greenland. Is this the most serious crisis in the transatlantic relationship in decades? And how can the US remain our closest ally when it's bullying us like this? And just on tariffs, you say they are completely wrong and it will hurt the British economy. But if Trump does go ahead, to be clear, are you telling the British people that we will have to take that economic pain, and are you planning retaliatory tariffs if that happens?
Thank you, Beth. And firstly, to underscore your point, this has been very badly received across the United Kingdom.
Yes, that's precisely what he's saying, Chatter. I just don't get how he is just a dumbass lip hypocrite. Sounds like he's saying we like what Trump's doing over here, but we don't support his actions over there. I mean, yeah, he's saying, Trump, you were doing great when you were fucking up Venezuela or whoever the fuck you want to destroy, but why are you doing that to Europe? Also, I will roll over and die for you, sir. That's it. That's at the heart of like the international, liberal international order. That's what it is. Trump is treating European allies, treating European allies like he treats any other country.
We're allies of the United States, and we work closely with them. And therefore, I'm not surprised by the reaction that's been across the United Kingdom. And it is a very serious situation. Our job is to ensure that we find a way forward.
It's not hypocrisy, it's capitalism, says Jason Hickel, one of my favorite posters on this website, professor at ICTA UAB. And visiting senior fellow at London School of Economics. Not Jackson Hinkle, Jason Hickel. Unfortunate naming similarity there. The bizarre behavior of the Western states and leaders often seems to betray a moral double standard. He says it's not hypocrisy, it's capitalism. But in fact, it's all perfectly consistent with a single standard, namely the objective of maintaining the conditions for capital accumulation in the core. On Iran, they tell us to support the protesters, but of course they violently brutalize the protesters at home and never support protests against the governments of their own often brutal client states. They say support women's rights, but of course they actively support a genocidal regime that has massacred tens of thousands of women, live streamed to our screens. They say they want to see freedom and democracy, but of course they prop up several repressive dictatorships in the Middle East. They say value international law, but they violate it regularly in spectacular fashion as easily as they breathe. They say they want to see liberation, but their explicit objective is to impose a puppet monarchy with zero real sovereignty, permanently subordinated to the United States and Israel. Why? Because they want to maintain the conditions for capital accumulation in the core. This requires a massive flow of cheap labor and resources from the periphery. To keep it going, they do everything possible to crush any state or movement that seeks real sovereignty, because sovereign development in the South means that the South produces and consumes more for itself, so their resources and labor are less cheaply available for accumulation in the core. This is why they're going after Iran. It's the same reason why they're going after Venezuela and Cuba. It's the same reason they fantasize going to war with China. It's the same reason they invaded Libya and Iraq. The real reason, one of the best examples of this is with China, because if you listen to old World Bank style analysts and the way that they have presented capitalism, the Steven Pinkers of the world, all these academics who talk about the bounties that capitalism has delivered. And I don't mean the bounties that capitalism has delivered that, Karl Marx has acknowledged as well. I'm talking about modern capitalism, what some may even consider late stage capitalism, and how it's actually good, right? What do they always say? Capitalism has created a global economy that, by way of these trade partnerships and trade negotiations, has actually greatly uplifted the masses in the global South. These countries that were under previous formations destroyed through colonial plunder have been able to uplift themselves, have been able to modernize, have been able to develop. Now, of course, that development has been stagnant in the periphery as opposed to the imperial core, right? Why is the ACP guy making sense? This is not the ACP guy. This is an actual professor. Oh my God. They just have similar names. China is the one example of a country in the periphery that has been able to take on foreign capital, and by way of implementing a transitional socialist state, redistribute the productive output or all the material gains that they got from said productive output back to improving the material conditions of its population. This is why China is the number one enemy. It's because they were unironically able to have sovereignty, and on top of said sovereignty, they were unironically able to develop their own economy, develop their own country to a degree where it is competitive with the largest superpower on the planet, the United States of America. So, in theory, capitalism, global capitalism has been able to, lift people out of horrible, extreme poverty conditions. And the one place where it did happen, they fucking will never let it go. They will never let it go. They will never stop in their efforts to dominate every country that has been able to actually uplift themselves through this process of global partnership, like global trade. They don't want any other country to also turn into China. That's the biggest fear for Western capitalists. Is Vietnam similar? Yes, Vietnam is also similar to a certain degree. It's the same reason why they invaded Libya and Iraq. It's the same reason why they assassinated Lumumba and Sankara. It's the same reason they prop up Saudi Arabia and the UAE. It's the same reason why they support Israel's genocide. The narrative of double standards presupposes that they have at least some shred of morality, but they do not. For them, there is but one standard, the law of capital. And in the interest of this standard, they will very gladly spit on every human value. They will not shrink from genociding civilians by the tens of thousands, peasants and workers and children. They will not flinch at killing 500,000 people each year with illegal sanctions. They will rape the earth and doom our collective future without a qualm. It is fruitless to appeal to capital, to imperialism in moral terms. The objective is to defeat it. Libertarian guy chimes in, says, only an idiot thinks any of that has anything to do with capitalism. It's nothing but pure statism. But that's it. It's true. I like to still utilize the hypocrisy argument for a lot of liberals because I want to snap them out of this, this concept that they have believed exists. Okay? That's the reason why I say it's hypocrisy, or I use hypocrisy. But hypocrisy is the marketing technique that I'm applying here. But ultimately, yes, this is the grand design. This is what happens when capital remains unchecked, especially when there is no other state power or no other great power out there that has an alternative vision, especially when that other world power, the USSR at least, no longer exists, and therefore American capital and Western capital can go unchecked. What you have experienced since the 90s is a byproduct of capitalism winning and going unopposed. Because capitalism won, and because there were no other alternatives out there, no other great powers out there that were trying to defy the order of international capital, we decided to destroy ourselves in the process. I was born in 2001. I didn't get the fun part. I mean, one could say there's never really been a fun part. But that's it. That's why all these guys are like playing this song and dance, trying to make it seem like there is a liberal international order, as Donald Trump is basically destroying all of the propaganda around that sort of thing by just saying the quiet part out loud over and over and over again. Because in practice, what Donald Trump is doing is not all that dissimilar from the the relationship that we've had with Europe in the aftermath of World War II. Okay?
Consistent with our principles and our values and consistent with our national interest. And the US remains a close ally on defence, on security and on intelligence, on nuclear capability. We work very closely with the United States, and we must never lose sight of our national interest in that. But we must stand up for our values. We must be clear about the principles that we are applying here, and we'll continue to do so. On the question of tariffs,
that's why I keep reiterating that, like, a lot of these Western leaders, like, sure, they're cucked to America, but first and foremost, they are cucked to their own version of you know, whatever their own representatives of, like, international capital looks like in their own countries. They're cucked to capitalism, and America is still the great defender of capitalism around the globe. It is the nation state that keeps this entire global design together. So, as the country that is responsible for the upkeep of global capitalism, they get to have all the benefits. If they want to fucking take over the UK, then they can do so. And Starmer will roll over. Because there is no real sovereignty in any of these countries. These guys are all representatives of the exact same forces, the forces of capital.
Therefore, isn't in anybody's interests. And therefore, what I want to do is to avoid a tariff war, because it will be businesses, workers and families across the country that will be hit by a trade war. And therefore, I will do as I've set out, which is to engage with our European allies, with President Trump. And Chris, in response to the second part of your question, I spoke to President Trump yesterday, as I think you all know, and I'll no doubt speak to him again in coming days. Continually, our offices talk all the time, but we must find a pragmatic, sensible, sustained way through this that avoids some of the consequences that will be very serious for our country. Thank you very much, Beth.
So let me just put this to you bluntly. Is Greenland or NATO more essential to the United States' national security?
Well, Chris, that's obviously a false choice. That's a
not from the perspective of European leaders.
The European leaders will come around and they will
Yeah, he's saying they're dogs. They'll roll over and let us do whatever we want to do.
Understand that they need to be under the U.S. security.
By the way, this is the first person in, like, Trump's orbit outside of Trump that has actually said, you know, openly that our goal here is to play chicken, and we know they will give in before we have to.
What would happen in Ukraine that if the U.S. pulled its support out? The whole thing would collapse. That the U.S., Kristen, to be clear, since 1980, the U.S. has spent U.S. military spending versus NATO military spending. We have spent $22 trillion more than the Europeans have. That we are peace through strength. And the Europeans now are only trying to play catch up. And that is only through President Trump. President Trump believes in NATO, but he does not believe in the American people being dragged in.
Well, in terms of the cost.
Can you confirm that the president's letter to Norway and then the EU might be preparing retaliatory measures over Greenland? Are you concerned about what that could mean?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the president's letter to Norway, and I think it's complete canard that the president would be doing this because of the Nobel Prize. The president is looking at Greenland as a strategic asset for the United States. We are not going to outsource.
I mean, Trump said it. like I know that's not the main reason, but it's Trump himself said that. Okay, like, oh, sure, you guys are making it up again. My president is not so fucking stupid and childish that he would send a stupid and childish message like that to the fucking Norwegian leadership. Oh, he did do. Okay, well then it's good. He was projecting force once again. Norway needs to clean up its act. It's looking all oiled up over there. We're calling it White Venezuela. Do with that information what you will.
our hemispheric security to anyone else.
Great. I think that'll probably be the last one for today, guys. How concerned about retaliation? We thought the Europeans this question last week.
I think it would be very unwise. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
It's Keir Starmer hitting back at President Trump's threats to impose tariffs on the UK and 7 other European countries in the ongoing row over the future of Greenland.
Yeah, we know it was real because after the Norwegian prime minister pointed to him that the Norwegian government doesn't control the Nobel Committee, Trump said that he's lying. We already own Greenland in all but name. That's what European leaders keep saying over and over, but they keep begging Trump to let them maintain face. Trump is telling them he doesn't care about their self-respect, give over the island. Exactly. That is precisely what's going on. Trump wants to humiliate the European continent. I don't know for what reason. I don't understand it, which is why I'm saying who knows what the purpose is here, but that's what it is. Also, I went viral in China. Jealous? What you consider to be viral in China is a regular afternoon for me, okay? Michael from Pennsylvania, not Michael from Beijing, not Michael from Chongqing. Michael from Pennsylvania. Here you are. Never blessed by Chinese soil. Okay. Just saying. Just saying. You might go viral in China, but at least I've been to China. And we'll be going back soon. Okay, Hong Kong Hasi. I only went there to see what the one-party, two-systems design looked like. And it's clear to me that unification is an absolute necessity. Full-blown unification. Supporter of the second system, disgusting? Never. Never. This is ridiculous. Never.
Greenland. Well, let's bring in our security.
Also, you're hating from the outside, okay? You're not in the club, okay? You're not in the has been to China club.
I hope that there soon will be some more clever people in the States who will tell him, no, it's not going to work, this thing. You have to retire in some way or another, and then to make it successfully for you too. But I think he has lost his mind a month ago.
It's a bit like a spoiled child turned old. And
this never gets old for me. I'm sorry. Watching Greenlanders try to make sense of American maneuvering here is like crack cocaine. It's just funny seeing like reasonable human beings that are products of a decent education system look to what kind of insanity we have going on for whatever our version of the government is, and they're like, this is madness. Like, the fuck are these guys thinking?
think he can, and he can think he can scare people. He can't scare Greenlanders. We're not scared. We'll fight him to the end. We will never give in. And we are so happy we have so good allies.
I cannot imagine. I cannot really imagine that he can have Greenland, and he can put pressure on, yes, but I hope really he wouldn't succeed in it. But we don't know. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows,
No.
but we have a lot of allies, and now they are stepping up.
I hope that the American
Teaching Greenlanders about Laura Loomer and the influence she holds over the American government is the equivalent of giving hot Cheetos to a medieval peasant child. Okay? It would one-shot them. It would literally stun them. Like, they would be like, it would dramatically alter their brain chemistry. Their lives would be ruined. Like, can you imagine showing Greenlanders like American things? All these journalists are out there. They should do that. They should have a picture of Laura Loomer looking like Jigsaw to be like, hey, the president called this lady a free spirit. She's famous for trying to start an ISIS fan club in her college and then being expelled, chaining herself to at least one of the 2 doors at Twitter headquarters because she was banned, with a gold Star of David on her chest because she was making a Holocaust comparison, her being banned off Twitter. And yeah, she was an advisor to the administration and has been able to make policy changes in the current American government. If you were to explain that to like the average Greenlander, they would just die on the spot, I assume.
And people as well get their eyes opened to see this is not a good way to treat.
As a Canadian, I can now go to China visa-free, so really I'm winning here, Lamau. Brother, I don't think you understand. If Donald Trump takes Greenland, Canada is next. Okay? Like, I don't think you get what's coming, dude. It's fucking, this is crazy. Wait, he said she's a free spirit again?
I'd like to invest in the United States $2 trillion. It's a lot of money. And then I went to Qatar, $2 trillion. And I went to the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed, $2 trillion. So we took in $6 trillion. That's why we have 18, because we got 6 from 3 countries. That helps, right? Laura, is that right? Hi, Laura. Boy, you are something. What spirit you have. Laura Loomer, thank you, honey, for being here. I appreciate it. She's, you know, she can be a little nasty, but to me, she's always nice. So that's all that matters. I want her to stay that way, too. But I was over there, and he looked at me. The kid gave us, I'd like to invest.
What the fuck? Bro, they're fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Blowing bubbles on it for sure. God damn, what a free spirit she is. She could be a little nasty, but not to me. I like when she gets nasty to me. Ooh. When you start gargling on it. When you start blowing bubbles on it, I like it quite a bit. It's nasty. I say nasty girl.
Defense analyst Professor Michael Clark, who joins us. And Michael, Donald Trump saying you must have Greenland for security. That's the word that keeps coming up. In fairness, Sir Keir Starmer talked about security as well, but national security.
Well, that's enough HasanAbi for today.
You've got the United States, which isn't actually the closest neighbour to Greenland. That's probably Iceland and Canada. But he says it's vital to have that big blob in the middle.
HasanAbi, I'm eating, please. Wait. Oh, my mistake. You guys got really horned up thinking about 2 sexual dynamos ravaging one another. Is that why? 2 sexual deities just bumping uglies. Okay. Yeah, Laura Loomer, she's a free spirit. She's a free spirit, that one. Oh, yes.
Why? Why does he need it?
Yeah, I mean, that's my challenge to this argument. I mean, tell me what the security problems are that can't be dealt with under present arrangements. And there's 2 or 3 ways in which security is relevant. I mean, the one way that goes back to the 1950s is security against a missile attack against the United States. I mean, this is the map that we normally see.
This is why I have still yet to introduce you to my strict immigrant mom. She's going to see this and actually you'll get denaturalized. She's been trying to get me deported already. So she probably has seen this. If anything, me bringing this up boosts her approval in the administration, right? Like she can be like, yeah, he knows the truth. She's probably in the chat right now.
Of Greenland. But if you look at
I'm right wing right now, yeah, because you got turned on. I shouldn't have brought it up. My mistake. Yeah, that's what you're saying, right, Chatter? You're like, damn, thinking about the sexual the sexual conquest that Trump engages in with Laura Loomer, the free spirit. It's making me turn into a right winger. Of course, a PSL 8 like Trump. With no recessed mandibles or whatever the fuck it's called, is going to go for a high tier Stacy like Laura.
more accurate map is the one from the top down, looking at the roof of the world, the Arctic Circle, because the shortest distance between Russia, or for that matter, China and the United States, if there were to be a missile attack, is essentially over the North Pole. That's the way an attack would come. And so, of course, the United States has been worrying about that, thinking about it quite logically for the last 60, 70 years. And there's the Pichafik space base, as it now is. It used to be Thule for many years. And the United States used to have 17 radar installations and bases across Greenland with 15.
It is pretty funny. Like Michael from I was about to say Michael from Beijing on accident because he's not from there. He's from Pennsylvania, which is very different than Beijing. But he is right. They keep repeating how much dominance America has over Greenland already. And it literally feels like they're just saying, like, dude, come on, you already own us. What the fuck do you want? You're embarrassing us, man.
1,000 troops. Now they've got one with 150 troops because that's all they thought they needed until a couple of years ago. And in addition to that, there are...
Philadelphia is the Beijing of Pennsylvania? Yeah, right. Keep coping, okay? Listen, I got a psychopathic, technocratic fascist running my state. Your state, on the other hand, is being run by also a psychopathic, technocratic fascist that may or may not have been working at the behest of a foreign nation. So much so that Kamala Harris and her campaign had to vet him and ask him if he was ever an agent of Israel. Okay? Mr. I volunteered for the IDF and then did a brief stint with the Israeli government as I was working for the Israeli, the Israeli embassy or something. Also, he covered up a murder. My governor kills the homeless personally. Your governor covers up when his friends or his family friends end up murdering someone. We are not the same.
There are 47.
But Mike lives in LA now too. It doesn't matter. His heart and spirit is still in Pennsylvania.
Installations in Canada and 15 radar installations there in Alaska, where the United States label is. That's Alaska. There is one in Fylingdales in Yorkshire.
Hey guys, hey Canadians in the chat. You notice something? You notice something? What do you see here from this angle? What's going on here, you think? If those trade routes must be controlled by America, who is stuck, who is sandwiched between the United States of America, more United States of America, and supposed to be more United States of America? Who is right there? Who is right there sandwiched in between? Don't show Trump. I'm not kidding. I think it's a staging ground. I already said I'm going to die fighting invading American troops. What the fuck more do you want from a Canadian man? Is cooked because you have Albertans in your country, okay? They are betrayers. They will betray you. They are going to, imagine the entire country is run by Albertans, dude, because that's what's going to happen. The Albertan cessationists will welcome America as liberators, okay? Quebec is way worse. They already betrayed. They are French. No, you will be singing a very different tune when the Quebec separatist movement is one of the only significant insurgency forces that America will meet. Are you kidding me? Dude, the Quebecois don't even want to be fucking controlled by Canadian Anglophones. If anything, they will literally do terrorism like you've never seen before if it's American Anglophones that control Quebec. There will be a real guerrilla force in Quebec that will fight. That will be probably the most significant insurgency that the American military has to deal with. Also, full support to Bloc Québécois, the Quebec separatists in their war against America. Man, stop talking about this. You're literally going to manifest it. I mean, look at the map. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the map. Trump is a very dumb guy. He sees a map like this. He's going to be like, well, we might as well take care of this other territory in between. You know what I mean?
In Britain, just slightly off the map there. And there it is. I mean, that makes up what's called the BMUs, which is the ballistic missile early warning system, and it's a mixture of short-range and long-range radars. Entirely sensible. So that could be built up on Greenland if the Americans thought they wanted more than one base there. And the chances are they will do over time as technology changes. They may want more bases. They can have all of that within the 1951 agreement that they've got with Denmark. The second way in which security is an issue is that Russian and Chinese ships are buzzing around because they're interested in the opening Northwest Passage. Most of that map, remember, is ice. It looks as if it's all sea there, but actually most of it is ice. And within the Arctic Circle, a lot of it is dark for 12 hours and dark all day for 6 months and light all day for 6 months, right on the North Pole. But that varies a little bit around the Arctic Circle. But long periods of darkness, long periods of constant light. And there is interest in the opening of the Northwest Passage because global warming is creating this.
Everyone here that was pretending Trump was being Trump has gone silent. Trust me, we are well aware this NATO support for Greenland is crucial. NATO itself is the reason why America can kind of do this, by the way,
and
but that's a different conversation.
Only really woken up to it very recently.
You need sovereignty instantly, okay? And that sovereignty comes at the barrel of a gun. And for states, what I mean when I say the barrel of a gun is nuclear arms. What's the one state that you will rely on for sovereignty? France. Okay? At the barrel of a nuke.
Nordics, Denmark,
UK's
Norway,
nukes don't
Sweden, they've been
count.
talking about it for years. We've been talking about it in Britain for years. America wasn't interested until recently. And then the third way in which
if America annexes Canada, UK will literally voluntarily relinquish control over their own country. Like America annexes Canada, UK under the helmsmanship of elderly statesman Keir Starmer will say, "Well, sir, you might as well take us too. I mean, come on, we're part of this. We're like a package deal, right? I mean, yeah, folding under zero pressure, UK."
Lesson seemed to imply, and Miller seemed to imply, is that some sort of invasion from Russia or China.
Zoran
towards Greenland.
Swan.
Well, they'd have to invade across. Basically,
Thank you for the
across
25.
North
Get the
Pole.
subs.
Anyone who thinks that's feasible ought to look again at a map. It's not possible. So there is a security argument. NATO needs to do something as a whole with the naval challenge, and the ballistic missile challenge is the same as.
I like that these guys are talking like they have a say. It's cool. They're talking like they have any sovereignty. Like they're still like, well, NATO will be a very important security cooperative agreement here, and it's a very important alignment. It's like, yeah, dude, no, totally. Yeah, you're so right. Okay, well, Denmark is a NATO ally. You could set up as many military bases as you want in Greenland without taking it. So why won't you do that? Why is Donald Trump saying, no, we're going to move beyond that, actually. We're taking it. We're seizing it. Oh, yeah, we'll have a say in this. Yes, we'll have a say in this. You won't have a say in this until you actually do have a say. You won't have a say in this until you say something beyond, why, yes, sir. Well, I mean, it would be terrible if you were to take it by force. I don't like it.
Really hard to do justice to the weather conditions in a video, but I've got my warmest polar mitts on. I've got 4 layers of trousers on here. And if you look out to sea, you can see the winds bordering icebergs onto the coast here. It's whipping the snow up here. We're the only ones standing around on this hill. It's -9 degrees Celsius, about 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to get colder. The conditions in Nuuk in Greenland are harsh to say the least. Denmark reinforcing its troops 200 miles north of here. That's inside the Arctic Circle. They are going to be facing some really extreme weather up here.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is en route to Switzerland this morning. He's heading to Davos, where he'll take part in the World Economic Forum. It is the 3rd stop on an international trip to shore up global trade ties and move Canada's economy away from the United States.
Shared via PowerPoint on Android? What the fuck is this? Preferred response to U.S. invasion. If Canada were ever to face a situation in which the United States used military force against Canadian territory, what do you believe should be Canada's primary response? Avoid military confrontation and make concessions to prevent further harm? Okay, I'm actually shocked that Bloc Québécois is at 31%. What happened? I thought guys, am I crazy? I thought the more conservative you are, the more patriotic you are, and the more you would want to defend your land, the more you would want to defend your sovereignty. And it kind of feels like the more patriotic you are, quote unquote, the more right-wing you are, the more you're willing to relinquish control. The plurality of conservatives want to avoid military confrontation and make concessions to prevent further harm? How is that possible? How is that possible? It's crazy. It turns out, I guess if the previous new design of the world was the nation state, the invention of the nation state, and nationalism for previous victims of colonialism and imperialism was somewhat, was like a leftist ideology for many of these countries, because it was about like fighting to gain national sovereignty. Nowadays, whenever someone says that they're a nationalist or a right-winger, that just means they want America to come over and fucking take over the country. It turns out the real patriotism actually was coming from the libtards and the NDP. Look at that. Look at that. The only party that has plurality pro-America come fuck us is the Conservative Party in Canada. That is crazy.
Ain't nobody gonna tread on me.
Oh, tread on me. Oh, tread on me. It's illegal for the government to ask you for papers or come into your house. Come into my house. Oh, come into my house. Here are my papers. Oh, my papers are right here.
Ain't nobody.
Oh, that's funny. God damn, dude. Oh, the small c conservative is actually small c for cuck. Yeah, that's what it stands for. You're right, chatter. Please. No, this isn't even don't just tread on me. This is literally tread on me, please. I'm waiting for you to tread on me. I would love the taste of boot in my mouth every morning. That's why I say, like, at least with American conservatives, like, they're fucking stupid. They are... the American conservatives think that when America projects power around the globe, like, they see the benefits of it. They don't, right? But if you're a Canadian conservative and you're like, America, project your power on me, you are a different level of cuck. It doesn't make any sense. It's the same principle behind like some of the Australian guys in the chat or some of the European MAGA guys who were like, yeah, it's fucking awesome that America's like dominating the globe or whatever the fuck. At least Asmongold's European MAGA supporters are like mad about the Greenland thing. Like, what the fuck?
Prime Minister Carney left Doha earlier this morning. He announced yesterday that Qatar has committed to invest in major building projects in Canada. Carney will be meeting next in Davos with leaders from around the world, and that will likely include European NATO allies. They'll be holding talks amid rising threats over Greenland from U.S. President Donald Trump. CBC News has confirmed that the Prime Minister is thinking about sending soldiers to Greenland for NATO military exercises. Ashley Burke is traveling with the Prime Minister. She has all the details this morning.
The Prime Minister is leaving Qatar today and headed to Switzerland for the World Economic Forum that Donald Trump is also expected to attend. Yesterday, Carney warned that he's worried about Trump's latest threat to hit European allies if they resist his takeover of Greenland. Now, 2 Canadian officials confirmed to CBC News that Mark Carney is weighing contingency plans to send a small group of soldiers to Greenland for exercises with NATO allies. But when asked yesterday at a press conference here in Doha, Carney wouldn't say if he's sending troops.
It's a serious situation, and we're concerned. We're concerned about this escalation, to be absolutely clear. We always will support sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries wherever their geographic location is.
Carney was also careful not to directly name or criticize Trump. Canadian officials say that the contingency plans were drawn up and presented to the government last week. A Royal Canadian Air Force contingent is already taking part in pre-planned NORAD exercises in Greenland, but what the Prime Minister is weighing is whether to send more military members to take part in sovereignty exercises the Danes are planning. The officials said that those exercises could include drills to protect Greenland's critical infrastructure, and one option is to fly them there as early as next week. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Doha.
This is the biggest Epstein blowout news coverage ever.
Let me stop.
I mean, again, the actions that you're engaging in cannot like be more destabilizing than the action that you're trying to avoid talking about. Bro, look at the Iranians who want the country to be invaded. I don't think that's the majority position. Please check logs, man. I am Mr. Olympics. Please stop ignoring me and get on the hype train. Heated rivalry. U.S. to face Denmark in Olympic ice hockey showdown. Brother, come on, dude.
They don't go.
Somewhat random fun fact. The last time Denmark sold an island to the U.S. was in 1917. That island was Little St. James, more commonly known today as Epstein Island. Wait, what?
Put a 25% tariff, which is, by the way, about 7 times more than they would have to pay by.
Oh my God, I joked about this yesterday. I said they're gonna fucking buy Greenland or take over Greenland and turn it into the new Epstein Island. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Illuminati.
Raising their drug like 7 times. This wasn't like a little bit more, 7 times more. And I may do that for Greenland too. I may put a tariff on countries if they don't go along with Greenland, because we need Greenland for national security. So I may do that. I'll give you a little. I'll take you out of that. In fact, that'll end up being the story. But actually, this is a much bigger story because we're reducing healthcare by numbers that you haven't seen. So I put a 25%.
Non-zero chance Trump likes Loomer because she just repeats her stream ideas back to him. Okay, I don't think that's happening. Yeah, Laura Loomer's in here taking notes. Every time I make a joke about something so stupid that it's like impossible that it would happen, Trump is like, or Laura Loomer writes it down and delivers it to Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump's like, that's a great idea, Laura. This is why I love you. You're a free spirit.
Start with you on Greenland, these new threats by the president.
Laura, when you came to me and you said, Norway is basically snow Venezuela. When you told me about oil in Norway, I thought to myself, well, why is that state-owned? They need a little bit of economic freedom, don't they? We will use Greenland as a staging ground to invade Norway militarily and make sure that they no longer steal our oil. When you said to me, Laura, it's time for a big St. James next to the little one, but this time in a snowy pasture with the Nordic tundra, I thought to myself, not the best place for pedophiles, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe the pedophiles will have a better time on Greenland. It's a much, much larger.
These steep tariffs. I thought it was notable. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, yes, the U.S. will remain a part of NATO. You have new reporting about President Trump eyeing more of the Arctic than he might be talking about publicly. What do you know?
Yeah, that's right. I also thought it was interesting that Secretary Bessent basically said there's no deal to be had to satisfy the president, that it's acquisition of Greenland or nothing, and that the Europeans will come around to that, and without saying why he thinks that. But yes, our reporting is that the president, while he's really focused on Greenland right now, privately, he's really intensified his focus on Canada. And he's complaining that Canada's northern border is vulnerable, and therefore that puts the U.S. as vulnerable. And he's not talking about buying Canada or taking Canada by force, but there are quiet discussions happening right now to try to get ahead of some big public blowup of this and come to an agreement that would basically ease the president's concerns. And Kristen, this is just part of a broader strategy by the president to reassert and expand American power in the Western Hemisphere.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on...
Tensions rising in Minnesota.
Canada, look at what we do to our own state. Okay? You can look forward to this in your, under the newly controlled American regional leadership. Coming to you soon, Canada. Clip of Danish combat troops arriving in Greenland.
Yes, jagt. Velkommen til.
To be fair, Charitable Chinchilla's back. To be fair, isn't this just classic multipolar politics where nations dominate their local areas? Can you point to me a time where America hasn't dominated its local areas? Whether multipolar or unipolar, it doesn't really matter. No, but we aren't as secure anymore. What does that mean? This is Neat Skit, by the way. He's back. After I unbanned him, he's back and better than ever before. Like we are sliding away from the dominant hegemon? Okay. Explain to me how undermining your only security partnership is actually working in making America safer. Because we already own Greenland. We own Denmark. We own all of these countries that are NATO nations in all but name only. So explain to me why Trump saying, no, we actually want to do it in a way where it embarrasses you is actually making is actually makes sense from a security partnership standpoint. If international order is going to break anyway, there's an argument to get ahead of it by consolidating via territory rather than partners. Okay, but we already own it. You're failing to comprehend this. I'm against it, though. I think NATO is the way to go. We are the ones breaking it. No one else is breaking it. We're the ones who are breaking it. We're in the process of breaking it right now. Like, that's why I was saying this goes against, like, if the goal is the goal is to reassert American power, then the NATO Atlantists are correct, objectively. Because this is only undermining those relationships. Because it makes it so that everyone that lives in those countries realize that this is not like a mutually beneficial relationship at all. This is just America projecting power. And it's fine if you're projecting power to others, right? It's fine if you're projecting power to others around the world. It's fine if you're projecting power to the periphery. It's not fine if you're projecting power to the imperial core. All this is doing is dominating the imperial core when we were already dominating the imperial core in all but name only.
Pentagon says 1,500 active duty soldiers are on alert for possible deployment to Minneapolis. Defense officials telling ABC News that President Trump has not made a final decision on whether to deploy them, but they are taking, quote, prudent steps to prepare. The White House not yet commenting. This comes after President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in order to deploy federal troops. But in recent days, the president seeming to walk that back.
If I needed it, I'd use it. I don't think there's any reason right now to use it. But if I needed it, I'd use it. It's very powerful. Get out of Minnesota!
After more than 10 days of protests throughout the city over the deadly shooting of 37-year-old mother of three Renee Good by Officer Jonathan Ross, anger is growing between state and local officials and the federal government. As the Justice Department insists that Ross's shooting of Good was justified and no further review of his actions is warranted.
We are not investigating, and if there comes a time when we need to, we will, but it's not now.
Sources telling ABC News the federal investigation is focused less on the shooter.
Is it worse that they're doing imperialism overtly now instead of propagandizing it? It's both. I guess it's better from an argument. Like, it's easier for me to make a convincing argument because I don't even need to convince people anymore. Trump is saying the quiet part out loud. So liberals will hopefully either shit or get off the pot, right? They'll either decide, okay, well, I actually liked the liberal international order because it was American domination, and I guess Trump is still going to do American domination to a certain degree, so I'm going to go along with that. Or they will realize that this is actually fucked up and all the lies that they believed about the liberal international order that they thought was actually moral and just is wrong, and then they become actual anti-fascists, actual anti-capitalists, hopefully anti-imperialists. But it's bad because that kind of revelation also causes people to harden their position. It makes people feel comfortable with this kind of death and destruction. So in a way, it causes people to think, well, this is normal. This is just how America operates, right? You've said it for years, Hasan. You've said America operates this way for years. So what's different here? So it's all a matter of how people react to it. If Europeans actually react to it with anger when they realize that they have been played a fool for all this time and that they have no sovereignty and they revolt, then it's good. And they revolt and they develop sovereignty, then it's a good thing, right? But if they actually say, no, we're cucks. We've been cucks for 100 years at this point. Who cares? Fuck it. It's the same old business as usual as long as we get a crumb of the imperial super profits. As long as our capitalists get a crumb of the imperial super profits, then we're fine with it. Then it's not good. So it's entirely dependent on how people react to it. Meanwhile, here's what Mark Carney is doing, the great chairman. To make Canada a leader in electric vehicle manufacturing, we're working to attract significant new joint venture Chinese investments. And as our domestic sector builds up, we'll allow a limited number of EVs from China into the Canadian market, less than 50,000 next year, providing more affordable, energy-efficient options for Canadians. This person is so stupid. Don't worry, made in China is often seen as an insult to buyers because many people dislike communism, especially China, and associated with cheap, low-quality products. If only you knew anything. China is doing this in exchange. Chinese importers buy 60,000 tons of Canadian canola after Carney's visit last week, sources. Yeah, they're selling seed oils to Canada in exchange for like the best EVs that are so cheap. And maybe even a firm commitment for further trade and even development. Who knows? China is now a part of the One Belt, One Road initiative, okay? I'm going to buy a Xiaomi U7 as soon as they get here. Fuck you. Yeah, get it quick before we annex your country, okay? Get it now while it's hot. Because once we annex Canada, all of those plants are going to turn back into Ford plants, non-union Ford plants, where you are by force at gunpoint going to manufacture Ford F-750s, okay? Not even like 150. 150 will look like a fucking Kia in comparison to what we will force Canadians to manufacture. You think you got potholes due to the fucking climate in Canada right now? Now imagine when every car on the road is a goddamn tank. China's going to gift us a nuke and socialism, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, you wish. Not going to lie, you sound kind of salty that you can't have our sick Chinese EVs. Yes, I am salty. And also visa-free travel from Canada to China. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course I'm salty. What the fuck? I'm even more salty about Australia because Australia, by proximity and also due to its proximity, is basically turning into a vassal state for Canada, for China, and they don't even appreciate it. Yes, it's bullshit. How come you get to have the EVs and visa-free travel while all you do in exchange is like sell them fucking seed oils that they're probably going to dump anyway? Meanwhile, we get nothing. It's bullshit. No Chinese treats for you? Yeah, it's bullshit. Fine, I guess I get to go to China when I see fit. And that's all I got. How would America realistically annex Canada, though? They can't do it through force, really. We share air defenses. Alberta might be willing to leave. But what about the rest of Canada? I mean, they're doing it to Greenland. And Denmark is right there. And Denmark has a similar security arrangement. I mean, we'll see. Only time will tell. Anyway, speaking of ICE, getting back to what America will probably do to Canada once we take over Canada, here is a little taste of that on the domestic home front here. 2 battalions put on alert for possible Minneapolis deployment. Trump wants to do an Insurrection Act in Minneapolis, also known as Somaliopolis, also known as Murderapolis. Okay? Shut up, stop saying it. You should be more worried if I say it won't happen, judging by my performance so far on my predictions this year. Okay, you should be thankful that I'm saying it's going to happen, haha, as a joke. Except on the one hand, while my predictions have not been so great this year so far, anytime I fucking joke, those things do turn into predictions. So, you know, it's a tricky situation. It's a tricky situation. Greenland was promised to the Somalis 3,000 years ago. Yeah. So, yeah, we got the Minnesota deployment potentially. And apparently Trump is not happy about how much attention is on ICE. Trump seemingly recognizing that videos of ICE looking like an occupying force in Minnesota are turning public opinion against the operation. In Minnesota, there's too much media attention on ICE, who have removed some of the worst murderers and criminals in the world, people let into our country by crooked Joe Biden's horrendous open border policy, and not enough attention being paid to the staggering sums of money stolen from the state by corrupt Minnesota politicians, President DJT. I love that he just says it, too. He's like, hey, don't look at this. Look at this other thing that I want. It's like he's giving notes to his cult. You know how Republicans like to use that chip as a joke, like the gray scale guy who's like, oh, we substituted anger around, liberals substitute their anger around this to this thing, like a fucking robot with a new chip placed, like the NPC meme. That is unironically how Republicans are. Like, that is literally how Republicans are. And this is Donald Trump swapping out the chip in real time. Okay? He's like, don't pay attention to ICE. Or if you're going to pay attention to ICE, focus on all the murderers that they're taking off the streets. Jonathan Ross is no longer in Minneapolis, okay? Because he was a murderer, but it's good. That was a good murder, but we took at least one murderer off the street. He's not going to prison, of course, because he's brave and beautiful. He did a good murder. That's the good kind of murder. Anyway, let's take a look.
And more on Good, her conduct, and possible ties to activist groups. Also facing scrutiny, the city and state's top Democratic leaders, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, under investigation, sources say, for allegedly obstructing law enforcement activities in the state. Frey telling ABC News that he and Walz have done nothing wrong, but suspects they are being targeted for speaking out against the administration.
There are other countries where you get put away for the things that you say. There are other countries where you get investigated for saying something that runs counter to what the federal government states. But in this country, it's not that way.
And new this morning.
That's a funny snap cut right back to a bomb.
As the government cracks down in Minneapolis, attorneys for some of those detained tell us they're being denied their constitutional right to legal counsel. 4 separate attorneys telling ABC News ICE denied their request to meet their clients inside the federal building after they were arrested. One lawyer saying ICE told them, if we let you see your clients, we would have to let all the attorneys see their clients, and imagine the chaos. Attorney Robert Sicoli says he was denied access to his client as well.
It is a violation of the constitutional rights. You have a right to an attorney, and just because they have a system set up that doesn't accommodate that, there's nothing in the Constitution that talks about accommodating the government.
Now, DHS denied those claims, saying that all detainees receive due process and access to counsel, but all 4 attorneys that we spoke to said that that denial is an outright lie, citing their own personal experiences as proof.
Yeah, still a volatile situation there in Minneapolis. Matt Rivers, thank you.
So the DOJ is currently investigating after anti-ICE activists stormed a church.
So this is the big meta in Murderapolis today. Conservatives are looking for something to grab onto so they could shift the attention away from, ICE being a fucking threatening Gestapo force on U.S. soil with a Insurrection Act imminent, or at least the threat of the Insurrection Act. So they decided that this is going to be the new thing. They're subbing out the chip for this thing, okay? Apparently, from what I understand, there were anti-ICE protesters protesting a pastor that is an ICE official, which, by the way, I don't even understand how that works. How the fuck can you be a pastor and also work for ICE at the same time? How is that even possible? But anyway, yeah, they did a protest inside of a church, and every conservative is like, this is a violation of the FACE Act. Don Lemon, you're going to hell and prison. Before you go to hell, you're going to prison. So, Leviticus 19:33, Leviticus 14:88. No hate like Christian love, that's why. Anyway, let's take a look.
St. Paul over a pastor's alleged ties to ICE, so they thought he had ties to ICE.
Now, this comes as 1,500 soldiers are now on standby, ready to deploy amid growing protest in the state.
Just so uncalled for, the church incident. Matt Finn is live in Minneapolis with the latest. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Ainsley. Those protesters walked into that church service, started screaming chants for Renee Good, who is the woman who was shot by ICE earlier this month, getting into churchgoers' faces, all because they say one of the pastors works for ICE.
You are a fake pastor. You are a fake Christian. Ridiculous, dude. Stand up, fight back.
The demonstration organizer told Don Lemon, a former news anchor who was following the protesters, that it was a clandestine operation meant to disrupt a, quote, key location. One video appears to show a protester inside the church calling the churchgoers comfortable white people and shouting, "You have your nice jewelry. What do you do to stand with your Somali community?" Now, so far, we have not seen Minnesota Governor Tim Walz or Minneapolis Mayor.
Okay, so here is what they were doing. A pastor here is also the director of the field office for ICE. So someone teaching people about God is out here overseeing ICE agents. How dare you? Murderapolis goes hard, dude.
David Easterwood is a pastor here. He is also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in this church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents. Think about what we've experienced. The murder of Renee Good at the hands of ICE. A Venezuelan national shot by ICE. A 6-month-old baby who almost died as a result of ICE unleashing military-grade weapons on our community. How dare you claim to be a pastor of God and you are involved in evil in our community?
Do you think Jesus would be understanding?
We're about worship.
These folks.
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them?
No, church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Bro, this guy's literally an Onion meme. Conservatives say Renee Good was brainwashed by Bible into loving thy neighbor. Yeah, what do you mean? That's what he's preaching. This person responds, they sure don't look like money changers, you bellend. Also, by bellend, I assume this person is not even American. Yet another one of these things. Dude, this is my new meta, okay? I am seeking out like a fucking heat-seeking missile every single Euroid MAGA LARPer, okay? I swear to God, there are so many of them. There are so many. I think Americans are more mad, by and large, about ICE presence in their fucking neighborhoods than these goddamn Euroid MAGA LARPers, okay? I'm sorry. I don't care if this account says it's actually stationed in the United States of America. If you say bellend, you're not American, okay? Their pastor is the regional director of ICE. Find a new church or admit you're not Christian. Well, they're not. They're not Christian. No American has ever said bellend. No American. That's not a term we use.
Of entitlement. I think people who are, in.
So Don Lemon was there, by the way, my revolutionary goat, Don Lemon. And apparently, he's catching a lot of heat, including from Nicki Minaj. Conservatives are saying Don Lemon violated the FACE Act and he must go to prison.
So people have been asking me about
responding to Nicki Minaj's unhinged, homophobic tweet about me. I usually don't respond to this stuff. Let me just say this.
What the fuck did that tweet say? Don cocksucking Lamont is disgusting. How dare you? I want that thug in jail. He would never do that to any other religion. Lock him up. Barbs? Barbs? Y'all seeing this, Barbs? Are there any Barbs at least? Are there any Barbs that remain? I feel like they're on life support. It's over, right? It's done. They pulled the plug, I suspect. One of my greatest locks of the century, by the way. Breaking. DOJ announced its intention to charge Don Lemon under the Ku Klux Klan Act. The KKK Act makes it illegal to threaten, hurt, or intimidate people to prevent them from exercising their God-given rights. Oh, this is Harmeet Dillon. She's the civil rights. She is the Department of Justice's civil rights assistant attorney general or something. I forget, but she's on the civil rights division. Wonderful people in the Department of Justice, by the way.
Has been mentioned as one of the predicates there. In other cases, the Biden DOJ used the Klan Act conspiracy charges tacked on to the FACE Act in the case of protests outside abortion clinics to bring much longer sentences. So there are a number of tools available to us. Who funded this? What else? What other crimes may have occurred? Was there a use of the wires or the mails in preparing for this event? Did anyone cross state lines to do this? All of those are potential predicates for additional federal charges.
Armin, I've just pulled up the Klan Act because this is the first time that I've heard this mentioned. This is
the Department of Justice's civil rights attorney is using the Klan Act against a black man on MLK Day. What the fuck, dude? That's the DOJ civil rights attorney, chat. Also, another testament to how our fascists are DEI fascism. We have DEI fascism in this country. Wow. The Punjabi community does not claim her. Yeah, I mean, she's a strong Punjabi woman. What do you mean? She's girl bossing. Yeah, satire's fucking dead, dude. It is. What do you say to this? I mean, what can you say to this?
Tweet about me. I usually don't respond to this stuff, but let me just say this. Nicki Minaj, stop talking about shit for which you know nothing about. This is you're out of your depth, by the way, and you are a homophobic bigot. You don't care about African Americans. You're not an African American. From what I know, you are reportedly an undocumented citizen, so you should be deported under Donald Trump's rules. And the other thing is that your family members, you have one family member who is reportedly a sex offender, the other family member, your husband or whatever, a sex offender is your husband, and one of them is reportedly a pedophile. And you have nerve to talk about
he's cooking.
Me and what you think that
Don
I
Lemon
do.
is cooking. I can't believe I'm saying this. Oh, what's up, Kat? Oh, yeah. What a time to fucking be alive, huh, guys? I mean, it's great. It's great. Fantastic. Very cool.
Nicki Minaj.
Fellow Twitch streamer, independent content creator Don Lemon.
Get a life. Stop being a pick-me. You should have put a pick-me doll on that damn tweet instead of a Chucky doll because you are nothing but a pick-me.
Ooh! Hello. Wow.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that. It's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there.
Hi,
And I'm
come
also,
in.
as I was on with my producers, just
All right, let's pull this chair for you. Do you want something to drink?
We're getting some hot water right now.
Hot water.
Yeah.
Very Chinese of you.
I always carry tea in my purse. Arab shit.
Oh, you got tea. Nice. Okay, hold on.
I wanted to stay out there and hang out with Kaya. She's so cute.
Yeah. All right. Kat Abu-Ghazali is in the building, everybody. Running for Congress. You've seen her for years on this broadcast because she has spent a good deal of time initially at Media Matters tracking right-wing extremism and right-wing commentary in general. And now she's taken the fight to Congress, Illinois 9. And very excited to have you here. First time meeting in person. We've been talking for a while now.
Yeah, it's crazy to meet you in person. I actually did see you at the DNC when we were out with Uncommitted, but all of us were asleep for we're actually got 3 hours of sleep. So, but yeah, just got off the flight. Catherine and I flew out at 6 a.m. and we're glad to be here. How's it going, man?
Hell yeah. I mean, it's it's going. I don't know. When people are like, oh, dude, how are you doing? I'm like, well, things are not great. Things are not great in
we got the fucking Gestapo everywhere.
Yeah.
No one can afford anything. Everything's gambling and Nazis. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. America's collapsing right in front of our eyes. But hopefully there are brave patriots such as yourself and many others that are trying to do whatever they can to hold this country together. So before we get started, let's talk about who you're running against and what made you want to run for office, because you're pretty young.
Yeah, I'm 26. So there's 17 people in my race, which is a lot. But when I launched, it was 0, except for the incumbent. I was the only person to launch before the incumbent announced her retirement.
Yeah.
And now I am tied for first with a local politician, and then the candidate right below us is fully funded by AIPAC. But early voting starts February 5th. Hi, baby. And the election's March 17th, so we're right there. It's been almost a year since we started, and It's crazy.
Who's the local politician you're running against right now that you're tied for first place with?
Mayor Daniel Biss. He's the mayor of Evanston. He ran for governor in Illinois. He's a nice guy. And
all right, what makes you better than him though? Let's get right to it.
I think what differentiates me from the rest of the field, I just say in general, is a few things. First off, I'm the only grassroots candidate in my race. I don't take any money from billionaires, don't take any money from corporate PACs, don't take any money from Republican funded PACs. I'm the only person that understands how to fight the right because I've been doing it for my career. Illinois does a lot of things correctly, which means that until very recently, you aren't dealing with people like Stephen Miller and Elon Musk on a daily basis. I lost my job because Elon Musk sued us and then he deposed me, which is the dumbest 8 hours of my life. Additionally, we use our resources differently. We actually use our resources to help the community. We're reaching out to young people. I don't do call time. We actually stream on Twitch 2 or 3 times a week, which has been much more successful than calling rich people all day. And I've also been forcing all of my opponents to be more aggressive against the administration and progressive in their views.
Yeah, you're also, as far as I know, the only candidate in the race that has been called out directly by the administration, right?
Yeah, I'm the only candidate under federal indictment, and also we
have a criminal here in the building.
Alleged criminal.
Yeah,
that was for my protest at ICE at the Broadview ICE facility. And the first time I went, there were no politicians there. Same the second and the third time. And eventually other people came out, a lot of my opponents actually. And I was actually happy about that because it makes all of us safer, all of that. But it took that pressure and they kind of stopped. But I'm glad that a lot of them are stepping up when they can. But I don't think that they should need that pressure in the first place. I want politicians where that's their first instinct.
Hell yeah. So they're following your notes here, but you're doing this not because you want to make a name for yourself, but you're doing this because this is something you believe. It's not like this was the first ICE protest you've attended, right? Before you were running for office, you were still doing the exact same things you're doing now.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, was sleeping on the concrete at the DNC. Not my first time being tear gassed this last year, you know?
Yeah.
But this is, I have just decided to run like a normal person. It's very experimental, I know, and it's been working, but I would just like to not have to set the bar. I want this to all be the expectation rather than the exception.
So what are the areas of need for your campaign right now? I'm just hitting you with the good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Right off the jump. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
The big thing, AIPAC's going to be putting maybe $15 million into my race. So if anyone's able, donating at catforillinois.com is the best way to help our campaign right now. Also volunteering at our Discord. Hope the mods are ready. Discord.gg/catforillinois. And anyone that lives, so the district stretches, it's a gerrymandered monstrosity. I don't know if you've seen the district. Let's
take a look.
It's wild. I'm just going to let you look at it before I even explain.
That's not
the district.
Yeah, that's not. Hold on. Okay. Illinois' 9th Congressional District. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's so sick. It's so sick. It looks like if Massachusetts was on Ozempic. It goes from uptown up to Evanston and then to Skokie and then like this weird winding snake pattern all the way to Crystal Lake, which is in the only that's the only area in Chicagoland that voted for Trump the last 3 elections. So it's like very, very long. Actually, when you were in Chicago, we were doing our 12-hour stream. And the reason we were so far away is because we started all the way out there.
Yeah.
So if anyone lives there, remember, vote. Tell your friends. Tell your family.
Okay. All right. So one of the things is you're looking for people to volunteer and you're looking for donations to your campaign. Your grassroots funded in its entirety. Where can people donate?
Catforillinois.com, cat with a K. We also have merch now. We did Fuck AIPAC week last week. We have Fuck It Let's Be AIPAC merch, catforillinois.com/store if you want something out of it. We also have our live streams if you're interested in that. How narrow is that section around Buffalo Grove? It is tiny. It is wild. I've actually gotten a lot of shit for doing events out of district, and one of those events is literally across the street, like across the highway. But that's what happens with gerrymandering. But yeah, the best ways to support are donating at catforillinois.com, volunteering, discord.gg/catforillinois. You can phone bank, you can text bank, you can do all of this. And also just like telling your friends, telling your family, because this is our shot.
All right, so what are your policies? What are like if I were to reduce what you're running for to 5 agenda items, what would those 5 agenda items be?
Are we talking about this in like 2027, this administration, or like everything's great, let's go into that?
No, this administration just in general. Like, what are the 5 key policies that you could immediately identify?
So
like fast and free. Like I'm doing the Zoran thing basically, but like it's a little bit reductive.
Anti-authoritarianism. Those are our top 2 issues. Anti-authoritarianism. The house is on fire. We got to put out the fire to redo the house. And basic existence. Everyone deserves to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. I'm so fucking tired of treating these like they're separate issues because they're not. But I also want to do a lot of AI regulation. That's something I want to spearhead in Congress. There is 0 federal regulations on AI, and I think that's something we can actually get Republicans to work on.
Okay. Do you have any more like?
Also, transgender for all, as someone said in the chat.
Yeah. What about more specific than that though? Like as far as what are some of the legislative agenda items that you are interested in pursuing?
In general, I can go into like in this scenario where we actually have control. I want to build more housing with federal incentives to work with local businesses. I want to ensure that we are taking action against corporate landlords. There are class action lawsuits against corporate landlords in pretty much every major city in the country. And that's a really good point. So
yeah.
Cute.
Okay.
I think that Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. We need single payer healthcare with, dental, mental, vision, and hearing coverage. But under this administration, especially, like the 2 things I think we can get cooperation on is AI regulation and then limiting CBP's jurisdiction to maybe 5 or 10 miles instead of 100 miles from Republicans that are getting screamed at by their constituents because they keep getting murdered by the Gestapo.
What kind of allegiances have you gotten from existing members of Congress and other like key officials in the Democratic Party or even outside?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't want to touch this race with a 10-foot pole because it's a 17-person race.
Yeah.
We were endorsed by Congressman Ro Khanna. We were endorsed by the Sunrise Movement, the Justice Coalition, If Not Now in Chicago. We have some other endorsements that we're working on in the background, but we're hoping to put those out next month.
Let me know. Hopefully I can, press some people if you need any help in that regard.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so big race, lots of people. There's a couple different names out there. What is I know I asked you this already, but like a little bit more specifically, like what do you think your biggest difference is? What are your opposition's like points on Israel? I know the third place person is super endorsed by Israel, and they're going to be dumping a lot of money into this campaign. Let's start there. Actually, why is AIPAC after you?
Well, first off, I'm Palestinian. Second, I have been pro-Palestine my entire life and advocated for Palestinian liberation for my entire adult life very publicly, and that hasn't changed with the campaign. I know so many people freaked out because I had a keffiyeh in the back of my launch video, and they were like, "Would you think this was on purpose?" Yeah, it was. And I'm really radical. They sent out this whole email where they were saying, "Hi, I could win because I have a radical agenda, which means recognizing Palestinian statehood. It means thinking the ICC is good." You are so distracting and so cute.
Yeah.
Kaya,
we're working here.
And calling it a genocide. And neither of the person that I'm tied with or the person after will obviously call it a genocide. It's one of these things.
They won't call it a genocide?
No, neither of them will.
That's
yeah.
In this day and age, I feel like that is, you just don't want, like, that to me, aside from abject cruelty, the inhumanity of it all, and the denial of reality, is also a great way to identify someone that has like bad instincts in general and will not fight for the truth or will not fight for people at all. Like it's a good measuring stick, I think.
Well, that's the thing is like, it depends, no matter what your point of view of like why you're calling it a genocide or why you're mad about Israel, there are a lot of different reasons. A lot of people feel multiple of them, like human rights. I personally am against genocides, whether it's my people or not. Second, we can't afford to eat or go to the doctor, and we're sending billions upon billions for weapons. Just like worrying about our elections, like the amount that AIPAC pours into our elections, especially Republican money into Democratic primaries. There are all these issues. And so looking at it and then being like, I'm not going to address it at all. It's no wonder so many people stayed home in 2024.
Yeah. What's the district attitude overall on this issue? Is it like because the Democratic Party's base of support right now, according to like latest polls, is around like 80% recognition.
Yeah.
80% of recognition of genocide, and similar percentages for wanting to stop weapons transfers to Israel, things of that nature. So, is your district similar in that regard as well?
Yeah, it's really interesting because Skokie, which is one of the largest parts of the district, actually had the most Holocaust survivors outside of Israel after World War II. There is a huge Jewish population in the district, and that doesn't translate to wanting a genocide. Like, I think that's something that a lot of people miss. When I ran, people were like, there's no way you could possibly win because you're Palestinian, and this district has Jewish people. And I'm like, that's so offensive.
But the incumbent, I was in favor of you running because I like you. I know your worldview for a long time. But the incumbent herself that you were seeking to run against initially, when there were no other candidates out there, is also one of the more progressive on this issue. Ironically enough, despite her age, she was one of the few congresspersons in the Democratic caucus that was actually better on the issue of Israel than everybody else.
Absolutely. And she's Jewish. And actually, when I launched, a lot of people were offended that I launched because they were like, how could you do this? This is so offensive. And I was really clear, like, this was not a vendetta against her. I actually think she's done a lot of badass stuff. As a Palestinian person, back in the aughts, she was advocating for Palestinian humanity. There are votes I would have done differently, especially in the last few years. But she boycotted Netanyahu's speech in 2015. Like, this is not a district district that is pro-genocide. And
Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Is like this person, this person you were initially running against, like her position on the issue of Israel is far better than the overwhelming majority of Democrats, which to me implies that the district itself was clearly never interested in like punishing her at all.
No, and it's like, it's one of these things where I don't think my positions are that radical on this. I think that every civilian deserves safety. I think that children shouldn't starve. I think that war criminals should be held accountable. Like anyone who commits a war crime should be held accountable. And I think that Palestinians need official recognition of statehood.
Someone said, why did she run? Why did she decide to run then? Brother, she was 89. Like, what are you talking about? She dropped out even though she was initially going to run again, but she's 89.
Fun
right?
fact, this district has been represented essentially by two people since the 1940s.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's insane. Like, what are you talking about? It wasn't malicious. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, that was one of the major reasons why I was like, yeah, no, this is good. Like, we need fresh blood in the halls of Congress. Like, we can't have people who are 80 plus still representing their constituents. Like, even if her heart is in the right place at that point, it's like, you know, your body might not be able to follow up.
I'm 26 and I was like, wow, how do people do this for decades and decades? Because this is like the most rewarding shit I've ever done. But oh my God, it is the most exhausting. Running for office is so hard.
Well, yeah, when you're 81 years old, sorry, she's not 89, she's 81. I apologize. But when you're 81, you already have your list of people that are, automatically donating to you, I suspect. So it's almost like it's an automated process.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking crazy. One of the other things that I want to work on in Congress is making it easier to run for office, especially with like bipartisan support to banning stock trading and stuff like that. If you are a working class person, it is so hard. I mean, I don't know how parents do it. Like I have zero money now. It's so unbelievably hard. You have to know rich people. There were so many things that I had no idea about till I ran. But I was really offensive by just running in the first place.
Yeah. Go Cat, tell us I said, what's up? Illinois 9 is behind you, and that he should have come on stream when we drove through the district. Okay, I tried to, but
he did try. Steve, you were with me. That's Steve, my buddy that volunteers on the campaign. Steve, you were there. You know. Also, I just want to give a shout out to my staff because I know y'all are watching. Our staff are huge fans. I actually brought a poster if you'd be down to sign it to put in the office.
Of course.
To be
honest with you, wearing the merch and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, we got a whole ass merch bag over here. So
yeah, but there's does that? Oh, that one's that doesn't have the list. That list needs to be updated. Unfortunately.
What if we didn't suck?
No, the.
Oh yeah, I actually wore this because we used it as inspo for one of our other merch pieces that we're putting out, and I was like, I want our merch to not just look like shit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, man.
You brought me merch too, right? That's what I asked for it.
All right here.
Okay, hell yeah. Okay, so let's do what I normally do with guests anyway, and you are, I think, one of the better guests to do this with, which is just going through regular news that's happening.
Oh my God, this is all I do for a living.
Yeah.
Did for a living.
Yeah, this is all you did for a living. You said, so back in the day, whenever I would have women guests on the broadcast, like way back in the day, I would watch Joe Rogan, and that became like a meme in and of itself. It's like, what the fuck's this guy doing? He always has like girls over and they watch Joe Rogan. He makes them watch Joe Rogan, except this is the one time where like she professionally did
where
that.
I professionally watched Joe Rogan. It's like a guy being like, all right, let's watch Greg Gutfeld. And I'm like the only one's like, all right, I guess we do it.
So it's not even a classic bit, because this is what Kat did. It's not even torture for her, so it doesn't even have that same impact. But are you familiar with what took place? I mean, I know you're aware of what's going on in Minneapolis right now. Mm-hmm. There's basically this like federal invasion taking place.
Yeah.
And I guess one of the things that I found interesting about it is that I kept repeating over and over again that like eventually when this kind of stuff comes, when this stuff keeps happening over and over again, Americans are going to sour on their attitudes on mass deportations, even if like initially the Democrats were very fearful about this 66% of the public wanting mass deportations as a policy and voting for Trump over it. And that's definitely happening, and it's certainly happening in places like Minnesota and elsewhere. But one of the things that took place yesterday was apparently this pastor who works with ICE.
He's going to fucking hell. Like he's going to hell.
Yeah, was protesting, and Don Lemon was there on the scene, and now the federal government is trying to prosecute Don Lemon and hit him with the FACE Act for disrupting religious worship, allegedly. So here's Don Lemon reacting to the news on TMZ.
Nicki Minaj and her response.
Oh, and Nicki Minaj called him Don Cocksucker Lemon.
She's class act.
Yeah, she's lost her fucking mind. I mean, she was already crazy, but like she's lost her mind extra hard.
Do you remember when she was talking about, what was it, her cousin's balls?
Yeah, that's when okay.
Yeah, that was like a huge thing on Tucker, and he was like, she's so right. And I was watching him for a living
That's when the Barbs came after me famously.
Yeah, I remember that.
I called her out, I ratioed her, and then the Barbs never let me forgive it, and they all called me a white supremacist for it, and here we are now. What now, Barbs? I guess I wasn't so wrong in my initial assessment. Also here, do you want to order food?
I would love to.
But don't show the camera.
Okay.
Gotta make it a secret. Do you want something? Okay. Yeah, she wants something too. Yeah, prosecuting a black man with a KKK act on MLK Day. It's fantastic. By the Department of Justice's own civil rights attorney too. DOJ, Stanley Cohen says DOJ, which has refused to open a civil rights investigation of the murder of Miss Renee Good, has opened one into a demonstration that interfered with a church service where the pastor is the local head of ICE. That's my goat, Stanley Cohen, #1 attorney. Attorney, activist, freedom fighter, certified self-loathing Jew, anti-Zionist, prolific. Do you know who this guy is? Do you know who Stanley Cohen is?
Yes.
No, yeah, he's a legend. Legendary attorney.
So I was locked in on ordering.
Yeah.
Ugh, I love Tom.
Jacob Fry publicly.
All right.
All of this and the language that's used. I think it's interesting just because Nicki has been, over the last couple of months, made it clear that she is now publicly supporting, and I think maybe she has all along, but now publicly making known her support for the Trump administration and even the MAGA movement. The choice of words that she used to go after you, I'm not surprised she went after you.
Homophobic. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think you have to black it out. You should show it to people. She called me Don, C sucker lemon is disgusting. Look, this is what I'll say to Nicki Minaj. I normally don't respond to things like this, but, F it. I'm going to do it this time. I think Nicki Minaj has made it very clear how she feels about African Americans in this country. I don't think she's one of them, obviously. And she should, under Trump's rules, she should be deported because I don't think, reportedly.
He's hitting. He's hitting woke too, which is dark woke. And also he's hitting FBA lines, foundational Black American lines here. Like
this is. Every time someone's like, we should deport this person, I'm like, dark woke, but also, buddy, listen to yourself for 2 seconds.
Okay. But to be fair, Elon Musk.
Look, there has to be an exception of rule.
I'm just saying.
Just kidding.
I'm just saying. Like, there is one immigrant in this country that is ruining the nation state directly, and his name is Elon Musk. Okay.
Bro, do you know how bad I wish that he would leak my deposition? It was 7 hours.
Wait, why can't you leak it? No, you can't? You don't have control over that?
I can't afford lawyers besides the ones that I already have that are paid for by the campaign. I can't afford a personal lawyer.
Okay.
And also, it's not my place. But he sucks so hard. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I figured he would just because he has zero self-control.
He's my op as well. He despises me as well. He has yet to sue me over anything, luckily, but
by the way, if you donate at CalvaryIllinois.com, you're helping pay for our lawyers against ICE. So, well, the federal government, where they also misspelled my name 3 times in the indictment. They're sending their best.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that one lawyer that posted about how much he loves Hitler, and then they took him out of rotation only to bring him back quietly. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, and it's, God, this administration's so good at stuff and things.
I guess, their incompetence is, because, look, this ties back to what you're campaigning on as well, but this... the only thing we can rely on is their incompetence at this point. Because, I'm sorry, Democrats are not doing shit
Well,
you
like
know?
where we're at is like really violent accelerationism, but also by the most incompetent, like lamest losers in the world. And so you just have like the worst things happening, but then they also massively fuck up, and none of the ICE officers wear, snow boots, so they keep slipping everywhere. So it's like, I would just personally like to see more Democrats doing what, say, Cori Bush did, where she essentially stopped the end of the eviction moratorium by sleeping on the steps of the Capitol. Like, I don't think I feel like Democrats are allergic to the idea of leverage, and you can just do things. You're allowed to just do things. You can go outside and say things.
Yeah. Especially as a congressperson, you do have a lot of authority. You have a lot of power. You have the media that will come and cover it. Like, if you're a regular citizen and you go out there and you protest, as many do, it's not the same as like having a congressperson there, which is what I urge Congress people all the fucking time to do. I'm like, put your body out there. You have to go. You have to go and either throw rallies in places of impact, but you have to like maximize your impact. I think one of the Democratic politicians that I think is doing a pretty good job with this is Chris Van Hollen.
Yes. Chris Van Hollen has been consistently based throughout his whole life. He still advocates for Shireen Abu Akleh to figure out, what happened behind her murder, has consistently just done what he can to actually do things.
Yeah, I think we need more of that. We need more of congresspersons like actually actively putting up a fight and showing that they're not shy about, putting their bodies on the line as well. And it's a good thing. And the public will reward you for it, too. For all the congresspersons out there that are in office already, or all the people with ambitions of running for office, just remember that, like, this is what the base is demanding, and they will reward you for it as well.
That's exactly it. Like the first time I went out to Broadview, or the first few times, and I was like, I got thrown on my ass 3 times. The first one was like not even the one that everyone and their mother saw. But I was like, hey, you should come out here too, to like my opponents and other politicians, because it makes all of us safer, because they're much less likely to shoot us with live ammo if a politician is there, at least at the start of the descent into fascism. And I just want that to be people's first instincts.
Let's see. I'm gonna show the video. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Is this it?
This is Democracy Now!, Democracy.
This was the 3rd time they threw me. They love to throw me, and they love to put their hands on my chest because they're all weird little freaks.
Was thrown to the ground by ICE agents. People rallied outside the facility to protest the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz, which has led to the arrest of nearly 550 people.
So that's the Broadview ICE facility, where they literally keep people without, like, they have 1 bottle of water a day. They're not allowed bathroom breaks. If they soil themselves, they're beaten. If they don't sign their own self-deportations, they're beaten. I watched as a family tried to bring medication to their father, and then they were pepper sprayed through the gate that ICE unlawfully erected with handcuffs, by the way. They're so fucking incompetent. But when you have more people with power and platform and privilege, it makes everyone safer, and it makes them worry about how, hell yeah, man. Thank you.
Seeing you there reinforced my resolve to keep protesting at Broadview. There you go. There's also that as well.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, it's completely unacceptable. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is that if local governments, state officials, local politicians, no matter what their party affiliation is really at this point, like if they don't actually show up, if they don't actually also participate in these protests, or if they don't use the power that they already have, like Jacob Fry as the mayor of Minneapolis, or Tim Walz as the governor of Minnesota, if they don't actually take advantage of the power that they have to protect their constituents against this incursion by the federal government, this illegal incursion by the federal government, on top of like obviously the court cases that are happening behind the scenes, then I always say, like, people are going to realize that there's no one coming to save them. And there is some truth to that already. But eventually, someone is going to take matters in their own hands in terms of self-defense, and that's chaos. Like, what comes after that is complete anarchy, complete chaos. And that's not necessarily a good thing as well. We are, this administration, with its actions, is ripping apart the social fabric that held everything together every single day. And
Yeah, they pissed on the social contract, and you
Yeah.
still have so many Democrats that are like, but the contract's still valid. And it's like, no, it's not. It's soaked in piss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't think people realize that. I don't think there's only so much pressure that the people will withstand until, they decide, okay, fuck this. Like we don't have anything here.
Yeah. It's and I think also part of this is misunderstanding. Like Zoran would like go down steps, and so Democrats were like, oh, so the answer is when I take a video, I have to be walking downstairs. Or like when I did my launch video and I was like, Democrats need to grow a fucking spine. And there was like this wave of people saying like fuck, or like my opponents were like, she did it at her desk, so I will do my video for launching at my desk. And that's not why it resonated with people. And I think that when it comes to like, especially with ICE, if you have power, you probably know when, like if ICE is coming into your city, you will probably know where they're going to be. Use that. Use your police force to help warn people and help them know when masked men are going. When masked men are going to come into communities and kidnap people. Like, help them. Don't try to just use it as a photo op. Thank you. Someone that said my zipper was halfway down.
I was trying to warn you on the other screen.
I'm transparent. I'm a transparent politician.
I was pointing to the fucking...
I don't believe in lies. I never lie. And it's a really long zipper.
This is... Oh my God. Okay. There were chatters that were pointing
My campaign manager is like, girl...
there were chatters that were pointing it, and I was like literally highlighting it on the other screen so she sees it without.
I think that we should be more transparent. Sorry.
Okay,
God.
that's a little too. That's too much transparency.
Fine. See, W transparency. Chad agrees.
Yeah. All right. So here's Senator Chris Van Hollen saying this is pure unabashed bigotry. If a politician said this about any other faith, they would rightfully be run out of the party. But this kind of despicable anti-Muslim rhetoric is so normalized that a sitting senator uses it without consequence, a stain on our Congress. And this is Tommy Tuberville saying the enemy is inside the gates, talking about Virginia's first Muslim lieutenant governor, Ghazala Hashmi, was just sworn into office on the Quran in a terrifying sight. Wake up, America. Islam is not interested in assimilating. It's interested in conquering you, including the liberals. Repel Islam. It's so crazy to watch this unfold at a time when like all of the conversations that revolve around like pro-Palestinian advocacy always they're always hyper focused on anti-Semitism, even though anti-Semitism is obviously a real bigotry and a very real problem, an increasingly larger problem in America, especially with how the Republicans are operating, opening up their doors to overt anti-Semites and neo-Nazis. It blows my mind that like this consideration is never given to Muslims in general, where it's just like, yeah, no, that's just going to happen. I mean, Andrew Cuomo was more Islamophobic towards Zoran Mamdani, and your boy as well, in the process. I caught a stray there. Than fucking Donald Trump was. It's crazy.
As someone said, am I ready to be asked to disown you during the debates?
Yeah. I mean, don't worry. That'll happen. They'll say you're hanging out with a radical, with a dangerous radical.
It's okay. I'm already a radical. This is the thing, though. Is like if you are like as a Palestinian person, like I'm gonna pull the card here. Our lives are like intertwined, like Jewish lives and safety and Palestinian lives and safety. Like none of us want our name to be used to commit really horrible crimes. And when it comes to attacking students for protest, going to the campus protest at GW, when I was there, it was literally the most beautiful protest experience I've ever had, as Jewish students literally surrounded Muslim students that were praying so that way Fox News couldn't get the shot that they wanted. And if you are going to ally with people that spread the Great Replacement theory, which is a white supremacist conspiracy theory that has inspired literally every mass shooting or almost every mass shooting of the 21st century.
Yeah, including the synagogue shooting that took place in Pittsburgh.
Yes, then you are doing so much to hurt both of our communities, and you actually aren't protecting Jewish people. You are attacking free speech.
Yeah. No, it's so ridiculous. But I went to a fundraising event and it was my first ever. And I was actually shocked because like these were a lot of older people, Democratic Party voters, lifelong Democratic Party voters. And my takeaway from that event was, and many of them were Jewish, Hollywood executives, and, it's liberal California. But like a lot of them were on the money. Like this is no longer it's no longer as partisan as the way that people presented it in the past, or no longer like the third rail that you can't speak out against at all. And many people, regardless of what their previous positions might have been, are coming to that same conclusion that like a lot of these organizations that are tasked with quote unquote combating anti-Semitism actually don't care about anti-Semitism at all. They just care about Israel, defending Israel. And it's frustrating for many people, including obviously plenty of Jewish people in my community, but even people outside of my community as well. They don't care about it. It's ridiculous. Like there is, the ADL has said less things about Nick Fuentes post October 7th than myself. Like the ADL has primarily focused their efforts on someone who has combated anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist his whole professional media career. And it's ridiculous to do that. It's so you're giving the game away when you do things like that.
I remember at the DNC we had people like, I grew up as the blonde's obviously a dye job, but like I look like this. This is how racist Texas is. I grew up in Texas and I was like bullied a lot for being Arab, even with looking like the whitest lady in the world. And I heard slurs that I had never heard growing up as an Arab kid in post 9/11 Texas at the DNC. And then I remember this guy kept going and screaming, free the hostages. And we were all like, yeah. And he didn't know what to do about that. Like he had zero idea. It's just this complete divorce from reality to attack free speech and send billions to Israel.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this, Brainot?
Yeah.
Oh, because like I know you don't do this as a profession any longer, so you're still keeping an eye on.
I still have my colleagues
figures.
Send me really cursed shit all the time. Yeah.
So you saw this?
Yeah.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
That's Nick Fuentes.
God, he's looks so hard.
Fresh and Fit, Clavicular, Andrew Tate. Yeah, this is one of the most washed things I've ever seen in my entire life. Aaron Regenberg says, if you're Jewish and you're spending a second worrying about the left's criticism of Israel when this is today's far right, which the GOP feels is too important a part of their coalition to alienate, J.D. Vance has literally said that. Well, I don't know what to say to you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what do you think about how like neo-Nazism is so DEI now? It's pretty crazy.
No, it truly is. It's
it's led by a gay Mexican guy, right? Nick Fuentes. You got Andrew Tate. You got like there was the only white guy in that group. They're all white supremacists. They're all neo-Nazis. The only white guy in that group is like experimenting with so many different peptides that like I don't even know if you can consider him a human being at this point, let alone like a white guy.
Well, that's the thing also. It's like when you see Latino ICE agents and it's like, you're not going to be safe at the end. I mean, right now it's DEI Nazism, but it's only a matter of time before people are like, you smell way too bad, man. And you also aren't racially pure, that they kick him out. There's no way he smells okay, right? Nick Fuentes?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think about how he smells, but
he's so nasty. I think he's just the most disgusting person.
Has Kat considered who she might endorse for Illinois Senate to replace Dick Durbin, who's retiring?
There's
politics. You're asking, these are tough questions.
These are tough questions. I was wishing that it would be a little more competitive. I'm mainly focused on my race. I will say that as far as Illinois races that I'm really excited about, the 13th House District, my friend Demi Palachek, who's literally taken pepper and rubber bullets for me, Demi for Illinois. She's awesome. Straight up with the Senate campaign, I am still trying to decide who I'll vote for.
Yeah. Mind Fury, your biggest supporters are a biracial gay sex trafficker, a biracial former gay porn actor, a gay Mexican virgin, a Sudanese Muslim, probably also gay. At least it looks Max is straight and white, but he's also sterile. He is sterile. Did you know that?
Wait, no, I didn't.
Clavicular started taking steroids at the age of 14, and he's 19 now. And he's sterile because he took too many steroids. Yeah,
there you
nightmare blunt rotation. Yeah, at least he won't reproduce.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I mean, little blessings, I guess.
Yeah. All right. But getting back to Don Lemon, our revolutionary Don Lemon, let's take a look.
That she is a legal citizen here. She is undocumented. And so she has shown her disdain for African Americans. So why are you supporting her? Why are you buying her records? She's also supporting, I have lots of gay friends who love Nicki Minaj. Why are you supporting this homophobic, bigoted, ignorant woman? You should not be supporting her. Nicki Minaj, this is clearly out of her depth. She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand journalism. And I'm not surprised that she is weighing in on something that is beyond her capacity. What I will say to her is, because she put a doll, I think she put the Chucky doll in there, a better symbol that should have been represented in that picture is a pick-me doll, because Nicki Minaj is a pick-me. She will do anything that is expedient for her politically. And again, she's ignorant. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's always weighing in on things that she doesn't know about. Nicki Minaj should just sit the fuck down. And by the way, isn't she married to an alleged pedophile? And she has the nerve to say something disparaging about and something homophobic. I'm pretty sure that maybe that's part of the reason that she is cozying up to the Trump administration for some sort of leniency for her family members. And it's just very transparent. So Nicki Minaj, F off.
Oh, no, that's definitely
stop being a homophobic bigot.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump is like, he does not shy away from, releasing criminals all the time, as long as you suck up to him. So I think that's precisely what's going on here. All right. We got to do this for old time's sake.
God damn it. Okay. You're gonna make me see.
This is the only place on the planet where we, for fun, watch the 5.
Oh my God. Is Greg on this?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Greg Buttfeld.
I could go on literally a 20-minute rant about him.
I hope my queen Jessica Tarkov is on here.
Left-wing protesters in Minnesota crossed a major red line. DOJ and local officials are investigating the storming of a church in St. Paul by left-wing activists who believe that the church's pastor was working with ICE. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was actually on the scene inside the church as the chaos unfolded.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding?
I think the red line is
love these folks. We're about spreading the love of Jesus. But did you try to talk to them?
I think they're a lot more before that.
Oh, we were gonna dunk on our first hate comment together. You and your followers are a bunch of hacks that don't do enough research and are very one-sided. The problem with this country, you embrace terrorism. No, we don't. No, that's Asmongold is down the line, chatter. No, we actually oppose terrorism.
I personally am against terrorism. I know it's very brave.
The American government terrorizing the good people of Minneapolis is something that we think is disgusting. It's repugnant, and that's why we're all protesting against it. So you didn't understand, I think. It was a normal confusion. Me and Asmongold, we look pretty similar to one another. So you probably thought you were on the wrong chat.
Everyone is willing to talk.
Lemon says he was there just to do his job.
I had no affiliation to that organization.
God, I forgot how
I didn't even know they were going to this church. Once the protest started in the church.
How dare you? This is my favorite. This is primetime television for me.
This and 8 p.m. were literally my beats. I watched every episode of The 5 for 3 years straight.
Also, how the fuck does a pastor become like a ICE guy? Like, I don't understand. At no point did you think to yourself, like, this is antithetical? This is heresy? Is that not a thing that pastors are supposed to worry about?
It's actually so crazy because some of the most aggressive protesters in Chicago, in terms of like just being out on the streets, not like aggressive, violent, just constantly like speaking out and trying to like be there for what is good, are clergy. I watched as a pastor in my neighborhood in Rogers Park, Hannah, she was literally getting arrested as she was like, God, please show them the way. Like, they don't know what they're doing. Like, she was being the kindest person ever. And they were like, stop.
That can't feel good. If you're like an ICE guy and you're like,
no, he literally yelled at her. He was like, stop making me arrest you while you pray. Stop praying. I don't want to arrest you while you're praying. And she didn't stop. I fucking love her. And if you're watching this, shout out. You're the best. Thanks for showing up to my arraignment. You're a real one.
That's crazy. Like, he did have a moment of yo, they are like vampires. I swear to God. You just say the Bible at them and then they perish. They're like, ah.
Shout out to her. Shout out to Rev Black. Shout out to
there was the one
Wolf.
guy who got like hit too.
Yeah, that's Rev Black. He's awesome. He's been there literally every week I've been there. He's the best. He's actually was one of the first people to get arrested for protesting at Broadview. Him and my friend Rachel Cohen, which was the inspiration for me to go out the next week.
Bro,
they're so brave.
When you say a pastor being an ICE agent is the least surprising thing, what do you mean? No, dude, your brain is rotted by like what you see as like the false representation of Christianity, evangelical pastors in general. Like by and large, religious community leaders would probably shy away from doing that, except for like maybe the televangelists. And at which point, like the televangelists would only do that because they're like, you know, the televangelists wouldn't also personally join ICE. They would just like support it, right?
I
Like,
actually think this is something that we don't talk about enough. Like I grew up in like a secular household, but I actually found a lot of comfort in religion because I went to religious schools. I like don't identify with a specific faith, but more values. But it gave me a lot of comfort and a lot of community. And I think a lot of people have bad experiences because there are so many like corrupt religious organizations, but there are also a lot of ones that are actually doing the work right now and actually trying to support people and are actually using like their privilege and their position to advocate for folks. And I think it's really important to recognize those.
This is your brown side speaking. I don't get it, man. I don't understand. Like, that's crazy. I don't think this is my brown side speaking at all. I think it's fucking insane to see like a person who is like a religious leader straight up is like, yeah, and I'm going to participate in mass deportation of children and regular citizens like my clergy. I'm going to kick them out.
Church and members of the organization. That's it. It's called journalism.
Meanwhile, remember the Summer of Love in Seattle? Mayor Jacob Fry is selling a Winter of Love in Minneapolis, seeming to justify the unrest in his city.
Wait, this is actually, can you pause real quick? This is something that they love doing. There are like a few lines that Fox News just can't stop. And
because they're boomers.
Yeah, so like they did this with BLM. They did this literally every single summer and every single season that I have monitored Fox News. They like relate. It's like putting gate at the end of like a scandal. But they're always just like, it's the summer of love. And it's like, motherfucker, it's fall. What are you talking about? And also people are getting shot in the face.
No, but also that's not a relevant like cultural thing you can point to for people under the age of 45. I feel like they do that.
You considered being older?
Yeah, no, that's like Summer of Love is like you're bringing up something that happened in 1967. Like which makes sense because, ironically enough, many of those fucking boomers that watch Fox News probably participated in that and now are like the most rabid Hitlerites, even though they were initially like hippies.
Can I share one of my hottest takes about that?
All right, let's hear it. I love hot takes.
I am not saying that the performances aren't good. I'm not saying the acting isn't good. I am not saying any of these actors are bad. I don't think Forrest Gump is a good movie. I think that the message of Forrest Gump, because I rewatched it, because like, you know, you're a kid, you watch it with your parents. I think a lot of it is like being able to point to the screen and being like, I was there, which like, cool. Like the special effects are good, all of that. But when you watch Forrest Gump, the message I got at the end.
Are you trying to win your race? What are you doing? Like, that's crazy. That's heresy for anyone over the age of like 50.
Hold on. I'm saying the acting is good. I'm saying
voters.
It's entertaining.
You know they vote. People over the age of 50 vote a lot. Like, they love voting.
What I can say is I love Bridge Over the River Kwai. So I think that's a good movie. I think that's a really good movie. I think that I love 80s action movies. That's pretty much all I watched as a kid. But look, when you get down to it, it's like, listen to whatever authority tells you. And if you don't, then you're going to die of AIDS.
What do you think they'll use as an attack ad against you in your collaboration? Me licking the Chicago bean? Do you think they'll do that? Chat, you have the photo or the video, potentially. Link it to me in the chat. Have you seen that?
Are you for releasing the man trapped in the bean or keeping him in there?
There's a man trapped in the bean?
There's a man trapped in the bean.
I guess I licked him.
Yeah.
Technically, I licked the bean.
You licked his prison.
Yeah.
Are you for prisons?
I was trying to get him out of there.
Are you pro incarceration?
I was trying to get him out of there by licking the bean. Why do you do this to yourself? I'm just giving them attack ads that are funny, at least, because I know, like, you know, if it's coming, this is a good one.
I'm really excited for my attack ads, which I know that's going to be like a monkey's paw situation.
Yeah,
but
I've seen some of the ones that you had a altercation. Well, not an altercation, but like you had a. I still remember, it lives in my mind. One of those guys from Tim Pool, like
that was the first time that we ever talked. Is when A Tim Pool contributor posted my Tinder profile. You licked the prison. You licked the prison. Do you feel ashamed of yourself?
No, I was trying to free him. Look at the faces of the two ladies next to me. They're like, what the fuck's this guy doing?
But yeah, like I posted my Tinder and he super liked me and then tried to act like he was the normal one there. And then I was like, hey, you're weird and you're like 50. And
Yeah,
also,
what the fuck?
I was like 22, 23.
Wait, so your age range was fucking...
No, he had like the Tinder like plus thing that allows you to like subsume it. Because I absolutely would not make my age range that.
Wait, they can override?
And also, like,
they can override your age preferences?
Yeah, I had my distance to like 2 miles because I live in a public transit. Because I'm lazy. Yeah, exactly. And he was living in like suburban Virginia. So like all of it was overridden.
Was it Phil Labonte? Yeah.
That guy.
Someone link it. I know there's a chatter in here that knows exactly.
Yeah, also link the collage I did of all the responses after. And then there was also a weird fan fiction that a guy wrote of me where he imagined that I was dating a guy who is a cross between Idris Elba and Seal. He wrote like a whole very heartfelt fan fiction about it. It was wild.
Was that like, that was a hater or a fan? What the fuck
was
was
like
that?
an incel that actually, like, it ended up being really sweet, but I was like, that's so weird. Don't do that.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
POV, you're a 23-year-old woman who researches right-wing extremism and a 47-year-old conservative commentator posts your dating profile on Twitter.
Normal stuff, guys.
Hold up. An attractive leftist exists? I assumed all of them look like livestock.
Moo.
You got some nice comments.
Got some really nice one.
Yeah.
Hooker waking up on a filthy floor of some slum. A lot of stuff about my feet.
Really?
Yeah. They also, Republicans love to post that picture that's on my public Instagram of me bartending and I'm wearing fishnets. And they're like, look at this whore. She wants universal health care. And then we raise like $10,000. Donate at catforillinois.com.
Wait, so do you get hit with like, well, you're Palestinian, so they like they do the, well, I don't get it. Aren't you supposed to be like religious or whatever? You're an Islamist. Like, do they ever do that to you?
Yeah, they're like, your dad would want to honor kill you. And I'm like, I don't know. I just talked to my dad today and we talked about the Red Rising series. So I don't think that's the case.
That's crazy. I haven't even gotten the key to my apartment yet. Tinder's already trying to hook me up with media.
As context, he posted about me all the time. He would post about me all the time.
Tinder's trying to hook me up.
Tinder's trying to hook me up. And then he had like a super like on there. It was just very embarrassing. And then...
Oh my God, thanks for the super like, bud. Matt, like how to adjust your Tinder age range. 7 steps with pictures.
Yeah, it's rough. And there's been even more weird stuff running for office, like with the lady that gave me holy water. That was really fun. We had, what else did we have? We've had so many weird things happen. Someone was like, why
that's what they're talking about your feet, because you can see the edge of it.
Oh my God. Who cares?
I'm just, because I was wondering where the feet thing came from. That's probably why. Not that it
Wait, scroll up on chat.
it.
Who mentioned Red Rising? Keep going up.
Red Rising frat boy's first book tries to write Hunger Games.
See, this is the thing. Pierce Brown straight up was like, I need to get a book contract. It's 2013. I need a book contract to write the most insane space opera of all time. So I'll just write the Hunger Games for the first book. And then the rest of the books are going to be the best thing you've ever read. So just want to...
Okay.
Oh, sorry, you're reading Golden Sun. Let me know how you feel at the end.
Phil, do you really think you're qualified to talk about what women want? What is this? 90% of men find the same things attractive. Women are the ones that will decide weird shit like, he was weird at first, but his hands are so hot, so I let him smash. Or I didn't like him when we met, but the way he talked about my cat was so hot, it made me want to bang him. This guy does not... I don't think he's like legally allowed to be around women.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What are these statements? Why is it always the least fuckable men in the country who think they're the authority on what makes a woman attractive? I mean, that's literally... He's proven the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
He proved the point.
Yeah. Yeah, they often do. Also, a guy who helped write the Heritage Project tried to get me banned from Twitter because I said...
that was his intro? I haven't even gotten the keys to my apartment yet, and Tinder's playing games.
Smirky emoji. They're so embarrassing. Yeah. No Riz.
That's fucking gross.
So cringe.
Right-winger triggers himself by super liking a 23-year-old journalist on Twitter. 47-year-old Tim Pool contributor roasted after bragging about finding a 23-year-old Media Matters employee on Tinder. Oh.
Yeah.
He really thought like
He really thought he had a shot.
Yeah, he really thought he was rizzing you.
Yeah, he
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, wait, hold on right there. You can see more of his posts. He just I don't know if he's still posting about me because
After this he will, because I'm his other fascination.
Okay, amazing.
So
he's gonna
his two faves have linked up. So this is like this is the greatest collab of all time for him. He's
we
probably,
do have a lot of the same ops, so they can all freak out about this all day. That'll be
the
fun.
hot Tucker Carlson stalker catfish guy's on the right stuff. She's fucking 5'1". I'm dying inside. I gotta say, I'm fucking glad I saw this chick works for Media Matters, because if by some chance she tried to catfish me, I'd be done for. Oh my God, he's so horny.
down bad.
He's so
horny.
bad.
He's so horny.
He needs holy water. He needs to be sprayed with holy water.
The worst part is like I'm just so used to it. Like I feel like this is something I should be like.
The hot Tucker Carlson stalker girl is not
horrified
tweeting
by.
about Tucker Carlson tonight. Sad emoji. Hashtag sad emoji. Brother, don't you have children to take care of or something? You should
Or like
have,
a wife to pay alimony to.
I suspect.
Ex-wife, sorry.
He keeps, dude. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Now I feel gross. I feel like I need to take a shower after this. This is. I feel grosser than I did at the time that I licked a bean in Chicago.
Let's
Oh yeah, he's.
go
I said
fuck
Second
yourself.
Amendment and open carry only applies to white people, obviously, and he responded, "The Black Panthers are terrorists, Hasan."
Yeah, Phil, fuck you. I shouldn't even have to say that. You're so irrelevant. But
yeah.
Let's watch The Five to feel better about ourselves.
Yeah, that's better than Phil Labonte.
Country that this is not just about resistance here in Minneapolis. It's about love.
Do you ever wish that, I mean, you probably do as well, but that these guys would be as like radical as the way that the Republicans present them as?
Constantly.
Yeah, when they're like, Mayor Fry, he's a dangerous radical. He said,
Whenever they describe the Democratic Party, where they're like, they want everyone to be able to get health care and they want all the trans people, they're socialists. I'm like, God, please. Yes, that'd be so sick.
Oh, shit.
Food is here.
Yeah, let me get the gate. Doors open. Okay, there it is. Now we can eat and watch the Fox 5.
Showing something
Thank
far
God.
more powerful and consequential
It's
here,
like I'm back
which
at
is
Media
love.
Matters.
We are standing up for one another. You've got neighbors helping neighbors.
He
You've
said
got
fuck one
people
time.
uniting and coming together in this beautiful way.
Emily, do the protesters who stormed that church have a legal problem, possibly?
Yeah, they have a big one. And if I were a federal prosecutor,
There's
I
Greg.
would charge
Thank
them
God.
with interference of
Wait.
free exercise.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Jessica's here. All right. My queen. And this is a Jesse Waters free episode. This is awesome.
But you do have Brian Kilmeade.
I know, but like, I hate Brian Kilmeade, but
I
like,
do have to
I can't fucking stand Jesse. I think Waters is so gross that the people around him, like, I think the women around him genuinely find, like, there's a threatening aura if you're a woman around
Thank you.
Jesse Waters at any given point. I got a salad too. I got the chicken and the salad.
Asha, if you're watching this, Asha is my producer for our streams for the campaign. I'm going to send you a link and spam it in the chat because I need this Brian Kilmeade link.
We're going to need forks too. If you don't mind. It's probably not in there.
Hey,
They don't
Catherine, do you
always-
know where my phone is?
And there's also supposed to be a sauce for this, but I don't know where it is. It might be in the white.
It might be in the kitchen.
Is this sauce?
Peter? Thank you.
Oh no, this is just the. Wait, did you order extra? Did anyone order garlic sauce?
I thought I did, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
there's some.
There it is. And then you can take
Garlic
this and
tomb.
put it in the fridge.
By the way, if you guys don't know how to make garlic tomb, it's really easy. You just get a shit ton of garlic,
Oh.
put it in a food processor with some oil and salt, and it's the best thing in the world.
Damn, look at that.
Why people act like it's changed their lives, and that's because it has. Thank you. Probably. Thank you. My favorite Brian Kilmeade clip ever is
When he says he wants to murder homeless people on the streets?
No,
like
Jesse
gun
also
them
says
down?
that. Jesse multiple times has said, I hate that I know all of this, but also it's very helpful if you're running for Congress because you know what Republicans actually talk about. But he said multiple times that we should just set homeless people on fire. Like, he's...
Wait, Brian Kilmeade has said
No,
that?
Jesse Waters has said that a billion times.
That's insane. Oh my God. They're such fucking monsters. Yeah, know your enemy is right. Oh yeah, make sure you don't show your... make sure to be cognizant of the camera angle.
Cool. What did he say? Haiku. That's what it is.
What are you looking for? If you say
find
it,
it.
chat will find it.
Oh, I got it.
Chat is Media Matters, brain.
Chat is Media Matters, brain. All right, Asha said she's ready. Also, W Asha in the chat. She's my favorite girl, and everyone should appreciate Asha more. She runs our streams and has made us $200,000 no call time through just live streaming.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pick up the slack, chat.
All right, Asha, I sent it. So this was the day, because Kilmeade was the first person to host when Tucker got fired, which was the best day of my life, truly. It was the best day of my life. I got so excited. And also, chat, if you want to help, it's I don't know haikus. It's on my Twitter. And he didn't really know what to do because no one expected Tucker to get fired. And so he just did a really embarrassing transition. There we go.
Jets.
Damn, Asha's a 1 month subscriber. I thought it was a tier 3 subscriber. I was like, damn.
Oh, we don't pay her enough for that.
Packers,
Just kidding. We pay our staff a living
quarterback,
wage.
Famous, doesn't like vaccines. That's a riddle. Hopefully we'll solve it when we return. My attempt at a riddle. I don't know haikus. Jets, Packers, quarterback, famous, doesn't like vaccines.
That's a riddle. At least I attempted a riddle. I don't know haikus. He's so smart.
He's brilliant.
And if I were a federal prosecutor, I would charge them with interference of free exercise of religion, violations of the Civil Rights Act, violations of the FACE Act, which under Biden, peaceful protesters against abortion sitting down 80-plus-year-olds were prosecuted under, obstruction of federal functions, disorderly conduct, federal trespass, hate crimes, conspiracy to the Civil Rights Act, assault, and if Don Lemon kept up his charade.
Attempted murder. Yeah, I think attempted murder with a deadly weapon, manslaughter, tax evasion.
That was a good one.
Yeah, tax evasion. Throw it.
Just do terrorism.
Arson. Racketeering. What the fuck? She's literally just.
She's like, why didn't they do this at a mosque instead?
That's what she said?
No.
Oh.
She's 2 seconds from that, though.
To a federal agent
Jaywalking.
that he didn't know what was going on, then I would charge him too with lying to a federal agent. And then on the state level, I would charge unlawful assembly, disorderly conduct, trespassing, harassment, intimidation, and child endangerment.
That's a
and
yes.
here's the thing. If I were an employer there in that city, I would fire anyone, any of them that engaged in that shameful, unlawful, horrific, anti-Christian behavior. And if I were a
Isn't it awesome that they have no motion? So they just like fantasize about this stuff. I mean, they have motion with the government, but like, there's no employer is gonna be like, yeah, we're firing these people for protesting against ICE. No shot.
This is like when the Fox News Christmas tree got burned down. Do you remember that?
No.
They literally compared it to Pearl Harbor.
That's a thing that happened?
You don't remember that?
No. What the fuck?
parent there in that city, I would not let any of
Chat,
my children
if you can find
touch the children of those parents that you are seeing right there, if they have
Fox
children. And I would make it clear it's because
Christmas tree
they
fire
are
reactions from
siding
the
with
recount.
and standing with child rapists and recidivist sodomizers and convicted murderers over and over again to the tune of 1,600 in that city alone that have been your welcome.
All right.
Wait, I don't get it. Is ICE coming after the president and his friends? What's happening? Like, these guys love recidivist sodomizers, and which is I feel like it's like a very biblical way to approach this. Because what is it? Recidivist sodomizer could just mean someone having gay sex.
Yeah.
Like, actually, that's just what it is, right?
Yeah. That's just what they mean.
Is that even illegal? I didn't even think about that. I was like, I was jumping a few steps.
I want some extra adjectives in there. I just want to see what they can plug in there.
Moved. And if I were a tech founder.
Keep going up. There's one from the Daily Show too.
It is Wednesday.
9/11.
It's so funny because they just want to have the 30 Rock Christmas tree, but no one cares about it.
Except someone burned it?
Yeah.
Breaking news a few moments ago. This is at Fox Square in New York. This is our all-American Christmas tree.
Sad news.
I'm not promoting putting things on fire. I just think it's not the same as Pearl Harbor. I just don't think it's the same as Pearl Harbor,
It's
guys.
an all-American Christmas tree. It's like this is an anti-American hate
Jesus
crime.
was
This is-
American.
Yeah, that's
At
awesome.
Fox Square in New York. This is our all-American Christmas
Can't believe you
tree.
missed this.
Sad news. Our very own
Yeah,
beautiful
I missed it 'cause I was the one
50-foot
lighting it
Fox
on
News
fire.
Christmas tree was destroyed.
A suspect set fire to the Fox All-American Christmas tree, defacing the symbol of peace and joy.
It's not just a Fox
All of us
News
know about
tree.
it.
This was America's tree.
It's about the Christmas spirit.
Don't laugh.
It is about the holiday season. It's about Jesus. It's about Hanukkah. It is about everything that we stand for as a country.
The DOJ can tell you precisely how many Qurans were burned last year in the United States, but they don't keep track of Christmas trees.
Who says it's not a hate crime against us, against Fox
Why
News?
did you do that?
Evil.
Stop
It's about
laughing.
good versus
Stop.
Why?
Stop. Stop laughing.
The DOJ is not keeping track of how many Christmas trees caught on fire last year?
They don't want to keep track of this symbol for Christmas and Hanukkah
What are they
and
hiding?
also
What is,
America.
Brandon's DOJ is hiding the secret.
That was an insane. By the way, that monologue from Tucker, because his monologues just kept getting longer and longer after January 6th, because he was like, I don't know how much farther I can go without like outward like Holocaust denial, which is why he went so hard on like pro cigarettes. So this was like a 30-minute monologue. I had to sit through 30 minutes just of him being like, why don't they count how many Christmas trees get burned? This thing that we know is happening all the time.
That's crazy. We should talk about Tucker's evolution as well, because you are, much like myself, I assume, like very worried about Tucker Carlson in general.
Yes.
Because you've been tracking him for years, and a lot of people don't know his like background and how much of a devious propagandist he was when he was at Fox News.
Right. And he's a fucking grifter. Like he wants your money.
Also, he was so much of a devious propagandist that I think the real reason why Rupert Murdoch fired him, there was some reporting on this, maybe you saw it as well, but Rupert Murdoch's, I guess now ex-wife at the time, became like a major Tucker truther. And in the process of becoming a major Tucker truther, I think she became like an anti-vaxxer or something, and Rupert Murdoch was like very pro-vaccine, but it's despite, all the media outlets that he owns being super anti-vaccine. And he realized like he has too much power and was less reluctant to let him go.
Yeah. I think probably a lot of it's from the Dominion case too.
Yeah, Dominion case, but I feel like because he was such a valuable asset to Fox.
And he was really, really important in tracking the hate crimes against Christmas trees that we all know and don't like and see constantly.
Who says it's not a hate crime against us, against Fox News?
It's about evil. It's about good versus evil, period.
It is so terrifying as a mother and someone who loves this country and loves the red, white, and blue. What is happening?
Thank God.
Don't worry. Do not be deterred. We will not be. We're going to rebuild it. We're going to rebuild it, and we're going to build it back better.
In this moment, we look forward, and as a company, we're going to rebuild it. We're going to put that tree back up.
I hope with this lighting that the criminals watch that and say, there are a lot of Americans that are standing up and saying they're just not going to take this anymore. Yep.
Good for you, Lawrence. And we will be watching that lighting, and we will all be happy to see it go back up.
It's all about how you respond to adversity.
Pine 11 is awesome. All right, let's go back to it.
Rest in peace, Fox
Jules,
Christmas
that you
tree.
saw in the midst of their engaging in the felonious behavior I just outlined, filming everything so that they would not have a platform and they would not get their dopamine hits anymore. And the dopamine dries up.
Maybe it's because you keep shooting us in the face.
My real
That's why people
inspiration
film.
comes from that one woman that you can see on the video that stood there the entire time praying over those vicious, unlawful, anti-Christian, horrific trespassers there. And I pray that their impact remains at zero and that hers covers the world.
Control room, could you play the sound from the ICE agent?
They would
that is
imprison
scolding
Jesus
the
and then send
protesters?
him to El Salvador if he were alive
That
today.
vehicle right there is honking and impeding our investigations while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane.
And Brian, one of the things that this reminded me of is how unpersuasive something like protesting in a church is. It's like the
we get to
people who
hear
would block the
Brian Coney has to
highways.
say. Thank fucking God.
A lot of
so
you
worried we wouldn't.
A lot of you were talking shit, but yeah, that was shot right outside the White House. Okay. Yeah, I bet you feel silly about that now. Yeah. He was on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and all the protesters were stopping him from arresting a sex abuser.
Why would they do this? Why would they do this?
Fucked up.
Isn't it crazy that our government literally is run by pedophiles?
I mean, yeah. What's crazy is like I take a little bit of an L on that because for years and years I was like, come on, guys, like Pizzagate is so stupid. You're so silly. And then like, I mean, obviously I was a major Jeffrey Epstein watcher in general. Like I talked about that quite a bit, and I was like, this
You
is
love
the real
Jeffrey
thing.
Epstein.
Yeah, big fan. The financier, the New York financier, he did work. He did magic with those numbers. But like, it is kind of wild that so much of what Alex Jones talked about, like the elite pedophilic cabal, is kind of real, and he just can't even. He has to defend the administration that's doing it because it happens to be his bestie.
Yeah, we're not handing it to Alex Jones, though.
No, that's what I mean. It's just like imagine your whole life's work is to say like, there's going to be a government. This government that's coming up is going to black bag people and send them to concentration camps. And there's going to be like militarized units on the streets, mass surveillance led by like some shady company that's like surveilling everything that you're doing, Palantir. And last but not least, like it's all being done at the behest of a shadowy elite pedophilic cabal. And it's literally a 1-for-1 happening right now. Like,
yeah.
And he has to defend
The
it.
only difference is like they're not drinking the blood of children; they're just pedophiles.
Yeah. Well, Peter Thiel does a blood boy shit, so
Brian Johnson.
close enough. No, Brian Johnson, as far as we know, is not super aligned with those guys. But I don't know.
But isn't that like they do the blood transfer with his son?
Oh yeah, I think he does it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's literally.
I like my own blood. I don't like taste it. I just like having blood in my body, and I don't need anyone else's unless like, I don't know, I got injured.
Yeah.
Just want to be on the record about that.
For climate change, to prevent people from going to work for an issue, it just actually makes everybody more angry.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flashback to George Floyd. It's a knockoff of all those things that they were successful at the time, but in the long term really hurt them. I think a couple of things.
Yeah, they have to say it was successful in the interim because the majority of Americans were in support of burning down the Minneapolis Police Department precinct. And also everyone on Fox News was talking about how fucking horrifying this death was at the time. And now that's like a shame that they have to live over and over again, where, you know, they have to make up for all the times where they said Derek Chauvin is actually kind of fucked up for killing him. Because you remember, like, it was like...
Tucker was the only person that was like pro Derek Chauvin. Like
Yeah,
when
he was brave. He was there before anybody else.
I think also part of it is like the idea when people are like, they defunded the police when that literally didn't happen anywhere. And they're like, they were successful at defunding the police. But now, thank God, we have increased police budgets every single year.
Yeah, shouts out to the Democrats for playing along with that. That was cool.
Let's keep going. One, when there were shootings and attacks in churches, don't they usually come in from the doors from behind and everyone's staring straight ahead? Evidently, these guys and these women got into the church, they sat down, at the one moment they stood up and started creating havoc in there. And that, to me, right away, you think this is going to be one of those attacks on churches, synagogues that we've seen in Texas and in the Midwest. The other thing we think of is Don Lemon, who's actually there pretending to be a talented journalist. He says that the pastor did a bad job. The pastor should have forgiveness like Jesus. While the guy's screaming at you, you see the pastor actually trying to engage these people, and they're screaming back. They lost the argument. And not only that, when I see, and I asked Anna before, did you watch Sunday shows? I watched all of them. Watched them all at once. And this guy, Jacob Fry, sees an opportunity for his moment in the sun. He did every show at Fox News Sunday. And he talks about love, neighbors helping neighbors. The shows at once. He says, isn't it beautiful that they'll go next door and go shopping for people because they're afraid to go to the supermarket? The only reason they're afraid to go to the supermarket because they're an illegal immigrant. They're not going to get scooped up buying celery at the supermarket. And people, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, aren't afraid to go to the supermarket. If you are here illegally, you committed a crime, there's a problem. The other thing is...
I mean, again, they're in fucking New York or at most Connecticut, so they don't see this, but like, it must be nice to have this feeling where, no, it's not actually just illegal immigrants, even though they shouldn't live in an environment of fucking fear either. It's a paperwork-related crime, you know? Not even a crime. Paperwork-related civil offense. But outside of that, no, we have a ton of cases where ICE is picking up people and being like, oh, you're getting detained. You're going to jail for a little bit because I just assume you're Mexican.
There was a veteran at Broadview who was arrested by ICE and held for 3 days. He showed up at our event the other day, and I was like, are you okay? And he was this old dude. He rocked, and he was just like, yeah, I'm fine. But he was just like an old white dude, and they kept him for 3 days. And like, there are so many people we just don't know where they go. I watched them kidnap people into the facility that were just like normal protesters. I think part of the reason that like videos of especially white and white passing people getting hurt by ICE piss people off so much in America is we're like, well, you're not supposed to use state violence against those people, but guess what? They're doing it. They're doing it. And that makes it, then you should think, well, what are they doing when there aren't cameras? When it's a brown or a black person?
That's why the Renee Good thing blew my mind. Like, it was a step above, like, even with Daniel Shaver at the time, people didn't really talk about it too much, but like the Republicans that knew about Daniel Shaver, another white victim of police violence, at the time were like kind of pissed off by it. It didn't like carry over into the national conversation all that much. It was mostly just like Black Lives Matter activists that were protesting about this police killing, like yet another police killing. But the Renee Good one is a national story, and I could not believe it that there's like still people who look at that and go, yeah, she was a liberal bitch. Like, she deserved it. It's fucking insane.
It's fucking crazy. The Renee Good killing, I didn't even know that she was white for a little bit, but I did hear about the stuffed animals in the glove box before I even realized that part. And I think that's also part of what resonated with so many people is like, this is just like a mom. Her dog was in the car. Her wife was with her. And then you just see these stuffed animals next to a bloody airbag. And like, they dropped their kid off at a school that they moved to so that way they could wait out the Trump years as a queer couple. And it's just heartbreaking. It makes it so much more real for people. Like, that could just be you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It could always be you. It'll come back to you. It's never just
Kristi
these
Noem
people.
did a really good job. She's on with Margaret Brennan, and Margaret Brennan says, most of these people aren't criminals. Only 48%, just your numbers. Okay, 48% have been convicted, and the others have been charged. They're being investigated. You put that together, that's 70%. Others have been picked up because they're with these people that are been sought after by ICE in particular. The only reason they need 3,000, because they have 600 cops, is because the cops are not helping the 3,000.
Yeah, here's why it's bullshit, by the way. When that guy's like, oh, we're picking up a pedophile or whatever, that's bullshit. Because ICE is not involved in local law enforcement affairs. Like, if there was like a convicted pedophile there, then like if they were supposed to go to prison, because when someone does pedophilia, it's not that ICE picks them up, cops pick them up. Cops actually put them through the system and process them. ICE is there to take them away from local law enforcement after they have been convicted, if he is slated for deportation. So when a person says like, oh yeah, this is a pedophile that you're defending, it's like, well, your job is not to actually apprehend pedophiles. Your job is to literally enforce immigration law, which you're not doing currently.
And here's the thing, like cops aren't good at like knowing your rights, but like ICE is even worse. I remember one time an ICE officer or agent shot the sidewalk with pepper balls and went, your First Amendment rights are on the sidewalk. Like they don't care about warrants. They don't care about freedom of speech. They don't care about any of this shit. They won't read you your Miranda rights. Like she's back. Sorry, I got distracted by a perfect girl. Hi. They're just monsters and they need trials. And any Democrat that's unwilling to, like, they don't need more training. They're doing exactly what they're trained to do. Isn't that right, Kaya? Aren't they doing exactly what they're trained to do and they need to be held accountable? Kaya says fuck ICE, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Oh
my goodness.
You don't understand. Even though the Trump big beautiful bill gave him $75 billion or more over the course of the next decade, but $75 billion in the interim, what ICE needs is more money for body cameras. That's what they need. I can't believe that like Democrats are even suggesting anything short of just like full abolition. It's mind-boggling to me.
Full abolition, and all that money could be used to be spent on universal health care. Like abolish ICE is the moderate position. And any Democrat that's unwilling to say that, guess what? You're not a Democrat. If like we could be spending this money on literally anything else. Universal healthcare. We could be doing this to install universal pre-K, which is a thing that we tried to do under Nixon, and then he got rid of it because he said, fuck that. It's one of like the few presidential vetoes that isn't really talked about a bunch. We could be spending that money, I don't know, give every family an Xbox at this point. Like anything would be better than spending this on ICE, but especially when it comes to universal health care, when it comes to prosecuting corporations and attacking price gouging, like this is what we could spend the money on. And I am very, very sick of this idea that like, oh, well, you know, this is how it happens. Like this is the system, so we have to keep doing it that way. Maybe a little bit better.
It's built around the false premise, the false notion, the manufactured hysteria surrounding like the criminality of migrants too. Because like a lot of Americans don't like what's going on, but maybe they believe, for some at least, maybe they believe that this is like unfortunate, but it's also a byproduct of just like a necessary evil, right?
Okay, Xbox is BDS, guys. I was just giving an example. It was the first thing that came to my mind.
Don't entertain them, please. Don't even recognize their existence because they get off on it.
But it's so fun.
No, they love when they're like, oh yeah, I got her to notice me. I got streamer to notice me.
If you want me to notice you, donate at CatForIllinois.com. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Seriously, CatForIllinois.com. No, but there is this complete fabricated reasoning for why ICE has to be so brutal or ICE has to exist in general. And Republicans have reinforced that false notion over and over again. And especially in this last election cycle where they really hit that line over and over again, like, oh, criminal migrants, criminal migrants, criminal migrants. Undocumented migrants are responsible for a lower share of crime per capita than documented U.S. Citizens are. Natural-born U.S. citizens are. Undocumented and documented migrants, if you pair them up together, is like so marginal that it's not even consequential, even remotely. And yet, Donald Trump kept lying about it over and over again. The Democrats did not counter message against it. As a matter of fact, they did the worst thing they could have done, which is lean into this false framing that undocumented migrants are constituting a national security threat for the first time ever. And here we are as a consequence of that. So Democrats need to be honest, I think. That's what I want. I don't want them to be dishonest. I just want them to be honest. Be honest about what's going on and be honest about what the actual facts are. Just say the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
It's bare minimum.
And reportedly, the cops were on the outside of the church, watched those protesters walked in, did nothing when they created havoc, and they did nothing to stop it before it happened. So I have no patience for cops that don't help other law enforcement officials. Guys, I know you have a boss, you got to keep your job, but you got to stand up and speak out and stand for something.
Jessica, we're week 3 into this. Any ending soon?
It certainly doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's just
ending soon. Like, what could be ending? Yeah, it ends soon if Trump backs away. It ends soon if Trump stands down.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like when you say, "Oh, when will this end soon?"
If
Like,
you want people to stop being mad
'Cause
about
I-
your secret police, stop sicking the secret police on people.
also, here's another way to, I guess, what's the successful way of ending this soon? Well, like deporting every Somali person that isn't even, an immigrant, because again, this community is 90% U.S. citizens, 60% natural-born U.S. citizens. So, like, who are you even fucking deporting? When the reasoning for why you have to engage in this kind of like mass apprehension is just actually for suppression, it's actually for repression, it's actually to like punish a blue state, a blue city where Donald Trump has decided to put the crosshairs on like a non-white population. If that's the actual goal, then it's not going to stop until Donald Trump either gives in and decides, okay, it's too much trouble for me, or they just, I guess, deport every Somali American somehow.
Well, it'll never stop at Somali Americans.
Of course.
It will always
That's
go
been
to
in
the
Minneapolis
next thing.
in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's not going to stop until you stop inflicting horror on people. Like, if you don't want people to be mad at you, stop doing things that make them mad at you. It seems really simple to me. I'm so mad all the time now.
Yeah, I got to pee.
Started, and I think it's going to spread to other cities.
In New York, they're practicing right now.
I mean, I would practice, frankly, because I think
He's away. I'm going to read the chat. Oh, wrong one. Desktop React. Okay. There we go. Nope. There we go. How's it going, guys? I know how to use OBS because we do streams at catforillinois.com/stream. Hey, Catherine. Hey. It's my campaign manager. I'm really tired. We woke up really early to fly in here. What's my opinion on AI? I want to spearhead AI regulation in Congress. Right now, there is 0 federal regulations on AI. Asha, actually, our mod, is going to be helping us with our AI policy platform. But part of it is I want to ensure that we're getting it the fuck out of schools. I want to make sure that we're forcing companies to ask users to opt in to their content being used to train large language models. And I want to ensure that make polluters pay also apply to data centers. So those are just like 3 things. I think that is actually workable with Republicans, because with, the big bullshit bill, that was like one of the only things that even Republicans were like, you got to let us regulate AI on the state level. I am going to be real here because no rules, no parents. If you want to support our campaign, donate catforillinois.com. Our average donation is now $29. You don't have to donate a ton. If you can spare some more, that would be great. But if you can't, I get it. We are against AIPAC. We are against, the establishment. We are really trying to do our best to do things right. And we are playing an election on hard mode by trying to do it ethically. So donate catforillinois.com. You can volunteer for us at discord.gg/catforillinois. You can help support us on stream too. We are actually doing our D&D stream next week. We had Brennan Lee Mulligan on and we reached our goal. So it was the most exciting day. It was so much fun. But our election's really soon. So on February 5th, early voting starts. Support catforillinois.com. Volunteer at discord.gg/catforillinois.
You saying bye or something? You
nope,
leaving?
I just you weren't here, so I just talked about the campaign.
Oh, nice. I hope we helped fundraise a little bit today.
Hell yeah.
Give me the numbers. Do you have them? Is it not good? Be honest. If it's not good, I'm going to yell at them.
Do you want to know how much an ad costs? We're at like $9,200.
We fundraised from this $9,200 today.
Yes, we jumped on, yeah.
Chat, 9,200.
We're up against 15 million. Just saying. But we are very grateful.
AIPAC's fucking...
And we are tied for
first. Dump so much money.
What about the 200 subs you got gifted?
Oh, thank you for the subs. I have a campaign max out in terms of contributions. Right? What is it for Illinois?
It's $7,000. So $3,500 for the primary, $3,500 for the general. That is, I did not bring you Malort. I'm sorry.
Thank you for not doing that. It is disgusting.
If you have like any rich relatives that feel guilty about being rich, tell them to donate at catforillinois.com. but I am also, people are saying I'm poor. I'm also poor. If this would have negatively
Sorry,
affected
only
the
make
situation.
$12K a year? What the fuck? What do you live in Chengdu? What do you mean you make $12K a year? That's crazy.
I mean, to be fair, this year I've made
your
like
mom's
zero
favorite
money.
farmer? Wait, what? As a
Are you
farmer,
a
you
farmer?
make $12K? The fuck's going on? My lord is good, actually. Okay, you're getting banned. Take a second off. I made 15K last year, Beach Hill. Okay, that's crazy.
Catherine, how much does an ad cost? We got 3K since we mentioned it.
Okay, that's a little bit better, chatters.
Nice job.
For a month, probably for cable, like $200,000.
$200,000?
Yeah, for cable.
But that's to drown out when you have APAC money and you see an APAC or one of our opponents' ads every other segment.
Her campaign literally could not exist without APAC. It's fucking crazy. Like, literally raised $200K the first quarter, I think. And this last one was the first one we were
Who's the
outraised.
APAC back candidate on the race?
Laura Fine.
We have our ad too.
What's her background? Is she the Illinois state senator?
Yeah, she's a state senator. And it's disappointing because I think that, she's tried to do some good stuff, but it's to rely on APAC is really disappointing. And they actually tried to pressure a candidate to drop out of the race.
This is, what's so crazy about this? Like, everyone is trying to portray themselves as like a Bernie-crat.
Yeah.
Everyone is trying to do we're trying to lower costs for families. We're trying to stand up to special interest.
Yeah.
But then I feel like if this is like the third and fourth point, not to say that these aren't, irrelevant, but like this is going back to the establishment Democrat talking points very quickly.
Yeah.
As
And
far
it's
as
like how do you want to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how do you can't just pass a law codifying Roe? How do you want to change the Supreme Court? For me, that's like a rotating series of justices because I don't think you should have the same people on every fucking stand up to special interests is crazy on every single case.
Except for APAC.
Except for APAC. Yeah, that is my favorite headline of the campaign so
APAC
far.
head host fundraiser for House candidate who swears APAC isn't backing her. Laura Fine has distanced herself from the Israel lobby, but APAC donors are pouring funding into her Illinois congressional campaign. Yeah.
This is actually really interesting.
APAC
Do you know how
thinks
this
they're
works?
so fucking slick. Yeah, well, go ahead. You explain it.
So there are like two things, especially in this realm, that is kind of how APAC knows that they're radioactive. So they're like, okay, we aren't technically endorsing this candidate. We aren't throwing fundraisers. So they ask donors, they're like, you throw a fundraiser. And so she's been out across the country going to these fundraisers, and it's all APAC donors, 1.5 million for the last quarter.
It's crazy. How did that happen?
How did that happen? That's weird. But technically, it's not by APAC, despite APAC literally sending out an email talking about how they need to beat me. Like APAC to their lists, sending that out.
Yeah.
And she still claims she is not supported by APAC.
There's also other groups underneath it, like Democratic Majority for Israel and numerous other like pro-Israel groups. And what these PACs do oftentimes is also, depending on where you're running, if there is not a lot of like love for Israel in general, they will rarely ever use Israel as a talking point. Like when they came after Cori Bush, when they came after Jamal Bowman, they dumped $35 million into those races, but they never really talked about Israel at all. They tried to, because it was a primary, they were angling it as like, well, they're not cooperating with, they're not real Democrats. They're not cooperating with the Biden administration. So it does come with like a lot of acknowledgement that Israel is toxic in general, or at least like in the eyes of people in Cori Bush's district or Jamal Bowman's district. Like that wasn't the main issue at all.
So one of the funniest attacks on us is that is probably going to be in these lines of attacks is that we have a lot of outside district money, and that is true because we have like over 55,000 donors. But we actually have the most in-district donors of any campaign in this race. And we don't have the most money because a lot of people donate $5 or $10. But even then, if you're donating 7,000 or if you are donating $5, it's still just one vote.
Oh, this is the one?
Yeah, this is the email that AIPAC sent.
Kat, read the email AIPAC sent about you. Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky has announced her retirement. Illinois 9th District will have an open primary for the first time in decades. Wasting no time to enter the race is anti-Israel detractor Kat Abu-Ghazali. Well, first of all, you were running before she decided to announce her retirement.
The only one.
Yeah. A 25-year-old social media influencer. Kat does not mince words when it comes to her thoughts on Israel and the bond between our two nations. Her radical foreign policy agenda includes calls for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state and labels Israel's presence in the West Bank an illegal occupation. Wow, I can't believe that you would.
How could I do this? How could I label an illegal occupation an illegal occupation?
How dare you? How dare you follow international law? It's really, really in poor taste. Baselessly blames Israel for the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians without recognizing Hamas's initiation of the conflict on 10/7/2023. That's insane.
Nothing happened before then, and also
the
fact that just crazy.
Promotes the International Criminal Court, a biased anti-Semitic. I mean, look, despite being Palestinian, I would say that your commentary on this issue, especially, is not really been radical. It's not. It's very. It's. I would say moderate to a certain degree. So it's crazy that they would get mad at this. And obviously, if you're Palestinian or if you're Muslim, you have less breathing room. Unless you never want to run for office and your name is Hasan Piker, then in which case you can say whatever the fuck you want. But it is crazy that even this is the most that they could get out of it.
If we don't act now, she could win. Yeah.
And it's not that she's lost; she's well funded. Abu-Ghazali has already raised nearly $1 million, positioning herself as the financial frontrunner in the early stages of this race. If we don't act now, she could win. Nice. I mean, that's the best campaign ad you could have gotten.
Literally an email from AIPAC to their supporters, and she's like, I'm not supported by AIPAC. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then there's just like so much weird shit on this. The fact that they pretend they weren't in this, but also like weird establishment stuff behind the scenes. The idea that it was like a crime to even run for office in the first place. Yeah.
Oh. Matthew Eady, politics and government reporter for Evanston Now, says, obtained 2 emails sent directly from AIPAC on August 21st and September 15th, fundraising for State Senator Laura Fine in Illinois 9. Both emails include links to a hidden webpage called Pro-Israel Network with live and hidden donation pages, but the homepage site to the site is dead. Incredible stuff. Yeah. I mean, this is just, if you are someone with a conscience and you find what Israel has done to be morally repugnant, or even if you can't even care or consider the humanity of Palestinians, but you're just annoyed that a foreign country is able to have this much influence over like a random congressional district election, because that's what it is. AIPAC is a lobby for a foreign state, despite the fact that it doesn't have to register as a foreign agent. They are a foreign lobby. It's comprised of Americans, but the goal is to, and the AIPAC openly says it, protect the security of Israel. Like, it's a foreign country. It's ridiculous. Why the fuck should any American care about that?
And like for pro-genocide ideas, like it's being pro-genocide. And whoever just said they donated $500 to me, thank you so much. That's really kind. Also, if you do max out, I have to grab my knitting. Hold on.
She's saying sticker.
Oh yeah, we have stickers. Yeah, okay. Catherine wants me to show the merch. Can I show the merch?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Do whatever you want to do.
Do whatever I want. Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, this was.
All right, show us the merch.
We got the merch. All right, you got this bag here. I'm here to shill, guys.
Oh, you got the Chicago colors.
We got it. They're actually my favorite colors. So they're Bears colors. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah. So these are from Fuck It, Let's Be AIPAC. That's our little slogan against AIPAC, and this was a sticker we put out. Now we have a shirt.
I like that it cuts if you don't want to put the fuck it on. You can just like.
We've had like some like Muslims that are like, I don't say that word though, and I'm like, you can just do a little scissor. catforillinois.com/store. This one you can't get anywhere, but it's Heater, my cat, doing a stream.
Wow.
Yeah, she's really cute. You guys can't get it though. You had to donate on stream to get it. We also have the Fuck It, Let's Be APAC as a shirt. And we should be selling posters soon because they look so cool.
I have our merch shirts too that have the big Fuck It, Let's Be APAC.
Do you have them?
I believe that they haven't come in for us.
Okay, send it in the fucking
Where's
chat,
the
Catherine.
shirt?
Where's it? CAFRIllinois.com/store. Oh, that shirt is, we're still ordering it. We'll ship it here. But there are 3 other shirts in there.
Okay.
I feel weird being like, look at this. Like when you're at a child's birthday party.
Look, show me. I want to
Yeah.
see it. What the fuck? What do you... You need to learn how to shill better.
I know. I'm really bad at it. It's actually really hard for campaigning. That's our Ice Out of Illinois ones, designed by our wonderful creative director, Mia. This was our Pride shirt. We're actually hoping to put these back on the website. We had these at our Pride party. Sluts vote for Cat.
Wait, this
one says sluts vote.
Sluts vote for Cat. Okay, well this one says what if we didn't suck?
Yeah, that's our campaign slogan.
It almost feels like it's anti-fellatio.
Yeah, we did have a lot of jokes about that at our Pride party.
Cat Abu Ghazaleh against sodomy and
recidivist sodomites.
Yeah.
We got bags. We also put some ice whistles in here, etc.
Let me see that one.
Oh yeah, this is our volunteer shirt. It's an old volunteer shirt.
Hell yeah.
You're gonna volunteer now. Oh, and if you're in the area, by the way, and you're volunteering, I'm really bad at shilling, guys. This is mortifying for me. Huh?
That's why you're a great candidate.
That's why I'm a great candidate. If you are in Illinois and you volunteer for us, we have a little stamp card and you get volunteer merch. We have little handmade bracelets like this one. We have little hats. We got other stuff coming, but you got to get your punch card. So if you come to Illinois, bam.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
All right.
That was mortifying, Catherine. Huh? Okay.
Yeah, let me see the campaign video before I let you go.
Okay. Yeah, campaign ad. Does someone drop it in the chat? I don't know.
Did someone drop it in the chat? I don't know.
I wanted to watch Greg Gutfeld. I wanted to watch Greg Gutfeld being annoying.
You've become too much of a streamer. You're relying on your chat. This is it?
Yeah. I think. Oh, wait, that's the merch.
Oh, that's the merch.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Aren't you sick of out-of-touch career politicians not understanding the moment we're in? I mean, it's 2026. Why do so many of our elected leaders seem to think it's 2006? We deserve a representative who will put everything on the line to protect us, who will stand up to ICE, who will tell white supremacists to screw off, who will fight for an economy that works for the people and not billionaires. And that's why I'm running for Congress. Because we don't just deserve a fighter, we deserve good things, and we don't have to settle. My name's Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and I approve this message.
W edits.
Yeah, we had Rania and Bill who helped us make our ad are fucking awesome.
Someone said Gen Z editing.
Truly. Like we were thinking about putting Subway Surfers on the bottom.
So this is the 12 days ago it came out.
12 days ago it came out. It was like our first ad. Like we have another ad about ICE specifically, but this is like one that we filmed. We have a bunch of volunteers in the background. It was so exhausting. God, I've seen my face so many times. But yeah, it costs a lot of money to get on. We tried to get on the Bears game, and we were going to be on the Bears game this week. But once again, I don't want to talk about it. But it's a lot of money, and APAC is essentially just plastering Fine's ads on the airwaves.
But you haven't gotten any attack ads yet?
Not that I know of. We did.
Let me see.
Can I preview it a little bit?
Yeah, I want to see an attack ad.
Yeah. Okay, we've been working on a fake attack ad for me of like Kat Abu Ghazaleh believes everyone deserves human rights and we haven't published it yet, and including Palestinians, like in a really scary voice. But we don't have any attack ads yet. We just have that picture of me in fishnets that the Republicans keep posting everywhere, and then the lady giving me holy water.
What is the photo of you in fishnets? I think I've seen it. You're sitting on a
bar. I was a bartender.
You're sitting on a bar.
Yeah.
Why? What is the attack there? Like, are they just like
hot?
But like that doesn't. How does that
They're
work?
like she's a woman, and she's maybe had sex before. And do you really want this woman to? Oh my God, squeaky toy. Do you really want this whore to run our government? And I think the answer is yes.
I feel like that's like good. That's like a good
It was like the meltdown over, not that one.
Not that. Okay, chatters. Why do you have chatters? Are
Yeah,
pulling
you guys
up,
have that link way too fast.
Yeah, chatters are pulling up the like photos of. I'm not even gonna show this.
And then they also, what was I gonna say on this? Sorry, she's so cute. She's so sweet too. I love her so much. They also pull up that picture of me in my Charizard onesie, and they're like, do you want this idiot? Someone was literally like, I'm going to go to every senior center in Evanston and show them this picture. Oh, yeah, that was a Grok thing.
What the fuck is carpetbagger chic? What does this mean?
Because yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
News aggregate. Chicago. Cat Abuxelli walked into federal court Wednesday looking nothing like the brash activist seen blocking ICE officers' SUVs. The megaphone militant was gone. Is this ChatGPT?
Oh, wait, actually, I do have one. Look up Chicago Contrarian cat, and you will see that is the closest thing to an attack ad we have for sure.
Even after relocating, she still voted in D.C. The same carpetbagger scam Jason Lee pulled when he voted from Texas. Oh, they're trying to hit it from like a you're not a real Democrat. You're like trying to fuck over the Democrats here type angle.
Also part of I'm not from here because I've lived in other places, and that's often what young people do. It's also where my father immigrated, but I don't want people to vote for me for
Nightlife
that.
Cat, the punk-coded fishnet wearing influencer persona posed on bars for TikTok aesthetics.
That's me. These aren't outfits, they're characters. Hey, hi Matthew. How's it going?
Oh, local news is watching. They're always watching. Damn.
He's always watching. I see you, Matthew.
These aren't outfits. They're characters switched on and off depending on what she wants. Clout, cash, sympathy, or votes. The background she doesn't sell on TikTok. Abuxelli markets herself as a working class progressive. Reality says otherwise. They're just like talking about your dad. Finance founder whose companies were acquired by BNY Mellon. Okay. 7th-generation Republican family in Texas.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Also, I like constantly, I'm like, yeah, my grandmother is rolling in her grave, and that's very funny.
Private schools, then George Washington University.
I went to Catholic school.
Career, DC nonprofits and media outlets. This isn't grassroots. It's DC to Texas elite with punk branding attached. Cleanest proof of carpetbagging. Abuxelli did not move to Chicago for the district's issue. She moved in July 2024 because her partner, Ben Collins, became CEO of Global Tetrahedron.
Yeah, it's the parent company for The Onion.
Oh, which is headquartered here. That's it. That's the whole move. Damn, they're just like, I mean, it's AI, but they're also like kind of, doxing everyone in your immediate vicinity, your family.
Well,
I mean,
here's
I
the
receive
thing.
this kind of stuff all the time too. People think my dad is a billionaire because there's like AI articles that they've written about how he's
Right.
like a multi-billionaire. One of the richest people in Turkey is what they say, which you could literally Google if that was the case. You're so fucking stupid. Anyway.
No, but also here's the thing. Like, I'm not from Chicago originally. Like, it is where like my entire like dad's side of the family
Oh, I thought
immigrated
this was
to.
Dinesh. This was for a second. No disrespect
That's my
to
lawyer.
No
Be
disrespect to your
nice. Hi, Josh.
attorney. Like, what is I don't even understand what the juxtaposition here is. So are they saying like you should have came in with the fishnets to the court? Like,
Might have worked in my favor.
yeah. So this is the photo that they post, and they're like, "Oh, this is fucking." She's done.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's this one dude who's just obsessed with calling me a carpetbagger because I moved, and then also talking about my sultry voice, and talks a lot about like my tongue and my legs. He's this guy is the Chicago Contrarian, is just completely.
He's
Oh my
done a
God.
thread. They mostly moved on to watching news clips, but a few takeaways from the first few minutes. Hasan asked her a bit about her policies are. She's running on, explaining her top view being anti-authoritarianism, basic existence, which is often her response
Matthew,
to that
why don't
question.
you watch my streams like this?
But then he pressed her on what that means and what her actual policies are. She noted a few, including one, federal housing incentives, AI regulation, potentially bipartisan, and healthcare. On healthcare, she says she thinks Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. We need single-payer healthcare, including dental and vision. No, Matthew, you fucked up. She said dental, mental, and vision.
And hearing.
Oh, I didn't see. I missed out. I missed one.
Man, Matthew, watch my streams like this.
And then he says Medicare for all is a single payer system, and the most recent bill in the Senate includes both dental and vision coverage. She also talked a bit about Israel-Palestine and the history of the district, noting her two top opponents, Biss and Fine, having called Israel's war against Palestine a genocide, and mentioned about AIPAC targeting. She also talked a bit about Schakowsky as being one of the more progressive members of Congress over the past 2 decades, and the district's history of being a progressive district, including on issues like Israel-Palestine, despite its large Jewish population.
That sums it up.
Yeah.
I feel like the human brain wasn't meant to be perceived this much.
I mean, this is my life. This is my everyday
Yeah.
existence. So,
I do want to say in this district, only 7% of the votes in the primaries in years past have been young people. And we are really trying to like not just have likely primary voters, but also Kaya.
Yeah. She's a baby. She can't vote yet. She's only 3.
She's only 3.
Yeah. Despite her size.
But we're really trying to turn out young people. So if you're a young person watching this in aisle 9, make sure you vote. And by young, I mean like under 40. But also we, I don't know. I just want to make people are moving to Chicago as literal refugees in our own country. And I want to make this a safe place. And I want to have a representative that will fight as hard as I can. And I know I can do that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Kat,
Thanks
for coming
so much for having me,
man. This was great.
I'm so sad we didn't get to see Greg Gutfeld.
Yeah. We can finish it. You know what? Let's finish it.
Okay. I'm going through withdrawals, you know?
Yeah, I see that. This is your crack.
The Trump administration has a particular point of view on this, and he's made it clear that he wants to go after liberal cities, especially sanctuary cities.
Tell him,
and
Jessica,
so I would
my
be
queen.
prepared for
She's
it.
tall as hell, by the way.
She is.
Yeah, I did a panel, and she was on it at the Pod Johns, at the Pod Johns conference in D.C.
Sarah, who's a police chief in Minneapolis, is not one of those guys who says he doesn't want to
She is
cooperate
like the
with
only
ICE. He did a
effective
huge
liberal
interview
messenger
with
on
the New York
Fox.
Times. He was on 60 Minutes
Yeah.
last night as well, talking about the fact that his entire career from back when he was in Newark to moving to Minneapolis, he has always worked with ICE. But the way that ICE is doing it is completely incorrect. He said he's observed behaviors that are absolutely running in the face of what the protocol is.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying. Let's go to Greg
On
Gutfeld.
entering the church, you brought up, it made
That's
me think
my
of when there have been...
That's my queen talking. That's crazy. Disrespect. You coming for the queen, you best not miss.
attacks, and that was my first thought too.
Yeah, we
I
don't
was like,
skip Jessica around these parts. We are like we're.
I'm sorry, I'm a Jessica Skipper, guys.
That's crazy. Yeah, you
what
just
if
want to
this
get
is
to the
another
meat.
I want the
shooting?
sick shit,
And
you
we've
know?
seen it, and there are children in there, and that is just frightening. And so I think Governor Walz was absolutely correct to say you've got to peacefully protest, but you may not go into a house of worship. But this is all happening against a backdrop that is
my bias. Yeah, but this is what it is. Like this is the extent of liberalism where it's like, oh, you can't.
Has she come on stream?
Oh, we were supposed to do something. I forgot to she would if I reached out to her. We've talked
driving
about
the
it.
city to the point that there are people standing outside of their homes holding their rifles saying like I'm going to protect my community because of what ICE is doing. And this alarming contrast between how upset Harmeet Dillon is over this and the Trump administration,
Chat's
she's
mad that you
saying that
haven't
she and
had her
Bondi
on.
are working around the clock. No right is more sacred than the freedom to assemble and pray to God at the same time. And then you listen to Todd Blanche, who was on with Shannon Bream. She said, hey, are you investigating Officer Ross's actions when he killed Renee Good 10 days ago or whenever it was? And he says, millions of Americans saw the video. We investigate when it's appropriate. That is not this case here. So we are not investigating.
Got hit by a car.
82% of people saw that video. 53% think that he should be criminally charged for it. And then the Wall Street Journal comes out and they're reporting that there are incentives for ICE agents because they need to meet that insane 3,000 people a day quota, that they're getting rewarded even if they bring in people who then get released. These stories of Americans being detained saying, show me your papers. There was a veteran, U.S. veteran, who's on a Carnival cruise,
being arrested and
a U.S. veteran on
God, I hate Buttfeld so much.
We're so close.
But nowhere near as much as Jesse Waters. Like, but
I
they're
just
both
hate how
repulsive.
Greg rhymes constantly. Like he just doesn't.
I didn't even notice that. Now I'm gonna tune into that.
No, I literally one week I literally watched every single appearance Greg did on Fox, and then cut up every single time he made a rhyme, and then put it in one supercut, and it is the most grating, impossible thing to listen to. He's just the worst.
He's a wordsmith.
with his wife, who is taken out of his cabin, someone who served this country.
What is the
and is a
percentage? Know the
US
percentage.
citizen. Do
I know
not
math is
act
hard.
like ICE isn't making, I don't even know how many mistakes a day in pursuit of Stephen Miller's 3,000 a day quota and getting paid
Let's
for
give
it.
Greg a chance.
All right. I'm going to focus on the backdrop because you went back to the officer to
I'm in
avoid.
fight or flight mode now.
You can't really hate a man whose feet don't touch the ground when he's sitting like Greg. I mean, that's what makes it so
I can.
crazy. That's what makes it so crazy because, like, yeah, his feet don't even touch the ground. He's like twiddling them when he's like doing the most heinous, racialized, agitated propaganda. It's crazy. He looks like a toddler. that got hit with the old person
It's
ring.
crazy to look and be like Greg Gutfeld and be like, yes, the white race, my race, is superior. Just crazy.
I went back to
what's really going on.
Renee Good murder.
Yes, because that is actually not the story here. The story is, the story is how you got here, and you won't admit that that is the reason why we're. This isn't about immigration. It isn't about ICE. It isn't about Trump. It is about suicidal empathy.
Oh my God, these fucking dumbasses.
Every time they say that.
Oh, they think it's so brilliant. They like, did they focus test this? Is that what happened? Like, they love deploying that one where it's like, this is suicidal empathy. Yeah, I love that they're trying to make being a piece of shit like fall out of fashion.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, not being a piece of shit.
They're trying to make it. They're trying to make it in vogue.
They're trying to make being a piece of shit in vogue. Exactly. Where they're like, yeah, oh, are you a good person? Well, that's suicidal empathy. And it's kind of crazy because it's like these guys are the ones who are like talking about how toxic masculinity is so like such a dumb thing to say, and they really, really bullied the liberals over the head, really hit them over the head with that over and over again. And then they just run around being like, no, you should be a fucking asshole.
Like, they can't fathom that maybe you just care about people who aren't yourself. Like, it's literally, it has never crossed their mind.
Or even if it's like, there is a self-invested argument here as well, which is that like Renee Good and many others, like they could be your neighbors. They could be your mom. They could be your sister.
Caring about your mom or your sister is gay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you own me on that one. I guess that's what it, yeah, that's called suicidal empathy, dumbass. You're supposed to say, thank you, government. Please fuck my mom. Like, please put my mom in prison and torture her. Please. I love you, government. Which, by the way, that's unironically someone I'm going to be talking to. On Wednesday, I have this podcast. What is it called, chat? You guys know. I forget the name. The Necessary Conversation. The podcast is called Necessary Conversation. It's a dude named Chad. And I think his sister or his girlfriend and his sister, Chad and his sister, they talk to their MAGA parents. And they're here, but their MAGA parents are not here. And one of the clips actually from the podcast went viral because the MAGA dad, was literally arguing, telling his own son that if Donald Trump actually like came in with the military and like machine gunned him down in a fucking mall and like killed a bunch of people, he would have good reason for it. Like he straight up was like, well, if Trump wouldn't just like machine gun down a mall for no reason. So if you were there.
I mean, it's literally like I could shoot someone on Fifth Ave and no one would care.
Yeah. But it's worse than that. It's like I could shoot your son on Fifth Ave.
I could shoot your son.
And
that's
I wouldn't
horrendous.
care.
That's so fucking disgusting.
Yeah. So I'm going to be talking to their parents alongside
You're
them.
having their parents on?
Yeah, we're going to Discord call them. And I mean, I love that shit though. Like,
yeah.
Just like you love Mr. Buttfeld, I love talking to Trump supporters.
This the same as Nazis and the same as hiding Jewish people. It is not the same.
Jules, do you see any similarities between Gregory Bavino dressing like a Nazi and leading ICE to disappear, kill at this point, shoot people in the face without warrants? These are U.S. citizens in many cases. Over 73% of all the people detained by ICE have no criminal record whatsoever. Do you see any similarities between this and Nazi Germany?
Me, no. Now I'm trying to see where y'all are coming from. So the way I see it is, okay, these people are illegal immigrants, okay? So ICE is going in there.
They're not, though.
Taking them, okay. A lot of them are.
No, Renee Good was shot in the face, a U.S. citizen.
She tried to run someone over with her car. Should she have died? No.
Yeah.
But I still think the ICE officer.
The dad is my favorite. Yeah, no, he goes beast mode every time. He's like,
no.
Yeah.
And he's so self-assured.
Bro.
It's got to be awesome.
God, imagine being that confident in the wrongest shit you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
How can you even be that wrong?
It's just be a Trump supporter.
Wow. All right. Well,
Yeah.
that feels like a happy note to
end it on?
to end it on.
All right. Well, Cat Apple everybody.
Thank you so much for having me. Seriously, it was a blast.
Do a plug one more time. Plug.
We've raised over $30K today now. Thanks to y'all. Thank you so much. If anyone else can donate, catforillinois.com, cat with a K, volunteer discord.gg/catforillinois. We need help with phone banking. We need help with knocking doors. My district goes from uptown Chicago up to Evanston, west to Skokie, all the way to McHenry County. So if you're in that area, you know people in that area, tell them to vote. Early voting's February 5th. The election's March 17th. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, man. Oh, can I get you to sign this for our office?
Of course. Do you have a pen?
I don't. Do you have a pen?
We got a pen? We need a pen.
We need a pen. Also, I'm not sure if you've ever seen the Chicago rap posters, but we modeled this one for ICE.
Oh, wow. Warning, target ICE. This is a real threat facing our community. What if we stood up for
Chicagoans
families?
know.
What if we stood up for families instead of tearing them apart? That's sick.
We put them around in alleys.
All right.
Ethan, Asha, Blue, I love you guys. Our staff is great.
Where do you want me to sign it?
Anywhere. They're just going to put it on the wall by their desks.
Yeah, we'll flick up. Here you go.
Thanks, man. Hi, baby. You're so cute. Can I take her home?
No.
No.
No.
No, Heater would love you. He would love you.
She's never been around a cat.
My cat doesn't like other cats, but she does think dogs are celebrities. Hi, baby.
Oh, she has been around cats. How is she around your cat? Okay.
This tiny creature. It must be cool to be that big. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me.
All right. I'm going to take a quick photo, but I will continue with my coverage.
During the...
I will continue with my coverage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What size? And okay, perfect.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Boom.
Staff is going to freak out. They're already freaking out. Okay, they're awesome.
All right.
protests, Lemon talked to the pastor who was leading the service and had the gall to ask him, don't you think Jesus would understand?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will...
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Oh my God, he's not.
That's why we're here. Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
Okay, just like I need to take a deep breath. This is so infuriating. Some people are too stupid to be allowed into the news. And that's saying something. That's saying something. Some people are too dumb to be allowed to do the news. He's too dumb. He's too dumb. He's too ideological. He's too sympathetic to the terrorists there and doesn't know shit about the law or the U.S. Constitution. Has no fucking clue what he is saying to that pastor.
Wow, she's mad. She's big mad. Yeah, the terrorists. By the way, the terrorists are people who are opposing ICE terrorizing their communities, by the way. The terrorists are American citizens, okay? Regular ass American citizens. It's so fucking crazy that this is what, like, for a Republican at this point, you know, terror jacketing someone is just like, do you oppose the Trump regime? Very cool stuff. Definitely not reaching. This definitely won't be consequential. This attitude, if turned into like a legislative agenda, won't be damaging for, you know, social cohesion or any of that stuff. Very cool overall.
There.
Cool.
They have a First Amendment right to be there. You're going to learn the hard way, sir, how wrong you are. Lemon was also outside the church when some of the parishioners left and admitted it must have been traumatic for them. But he says, hey, that's what protesting's all about, making children scared. Such a sweet guy. die.
Jesus literally protested at the synagogue on Sabbath in the New Testament. Yeah, dude, these people think Jesus Christ is a terrorist, okay? Every value that Jesus Christ defended or preached about, they are against. Like every aspect of it. What do you mean healing the lepers? Obviously, they did something heinous to become lepers. Duh. It's not righteous to want to heal the lepers. It's fucking terrifying.
Watch
this guy here. Look, he's hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful. It's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable.
I wonder, like, how much motion, because, like, Don Lemon is a OG CNN guy, right? So, like, he is a recognizable name, which is why I suspect, like, they're really pushing the Don Lemon angle here.
Comfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so
it's about traumatizing people. Here's more of Don Lemon inside the church, making clear, as you point out, whose side he's on. And again,
is this a Matt Walsh collab? Is she doing a Matt Walsh collab? He's not even in the algo. That's crazy. She didn't even
trying to defend what these protesters were doing.
I was wondering how this could get worse. Okay. I was like, how could Megyn Kelly be even more repulsive? And it turns out, there it is. Put Matt Walsh in there too.
And obviously because he was a part of it. Here's SOT 9.
I'm sure they probably call the local authorities right now, and they'll show up in a bit, but so far no one has been hurt. People are just really angry and upset, and members of the church are trying to get them to calm down. But this is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the Civil Rights Movement was about, the Civil Rights Movement was about these very kinds of protests. And for some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be, cordoned off to a certain area and, what time you can protest. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt. It's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing.
Okay. Look, I'm sorry, but he's so dumb. I have to say it out loud. No, there's nothing in the Constitution specifically spelling out what the restrictions can be on first speech. They are limited in this country.
Matt Walsh dressing like a working class man that chops wood is very funny to me. I mean, it's so fucking fake. But honestly, that kind of shit works. Like, I've been thinking about this quite a bit as of late. I think people definitely get duped by marketing, get duped by propaganda. And one of the reasons why, like, it's the same principle behind Asmongold, right? Like, after seeing so many of his fans respond to, like, Cutie Cinderella being like an out-of-touch millionaire white woman or whatever, I realized people think Asmongold is working class. Like, people have falsely believed that Asmongold actually is representative of, like, the common working class individual because he looks like shit. Like, he doesn't, wash himself. He doesn't, he wears like a dirty, crusty t-shirt all the time, and he doesn't clean his house. So people look at that and go, oh, he must be making like what, maybe $100,000 a year. This motherfucker owns like 5 businesses, bro. The fuck do you mean? He owns a PC, pre-built PC company, Starforge. He owns Mythic Talent, co-founded it, is a talent agency. He owns an esport organization. He, I assume, has his own fucking, he has his own like LLC too, most likely. $100K a year is hardly working class, HasanAbi. Just saying. $100,000 a year is fucking working class, brother. What are you talking about? We do not live in 2009 any longer, okay? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Especially if you live in a city. 100K is middle class. It's middle class is a made up concept. Even working class is a made up concept. But like, yeah, it is working class. In LA, you're fucking broke, but that's besides the point. Especially I'm remembering that there are chatters in here who are like in their 20s too. That's probably another part of the problem here. Chatters are thinking about like where they're living in the United States of America. If you're living in like Alabama or something, but then also on top of that, you're thinking of like how much money you make at your age. If you're making, if you're 30 plus years old and you're making $100,000 a year, that's like, you're definitely, you're like a plumber. You're so out of touch. 33, family of 4, 50K household income. Brother, you are way beneath the fucking line. What are you talking about? This is the norm. Anyway. Bro, there is no better representation of like how fucking malleable a term the middle class is and how effective of a propaganda middle class is. When someone with a family of 4 that's making $50,000 is like, I'm middle class, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? No, brother, you are living in poverty, okay? Not abject poverty, but that's like, there's levels to this shit. I can't believe I'm fucking, getting derailed in this situation. And unfortunately, that is the norm for so many Americans in general. But the point I was making is, Asmongold's not making $100,000 a year, okay? I can't believe this is how fast this conversation gets derailed every single time. The point I was making is he's a multimillionaire, okay? Before you guys effectively derail the conversation to yell at me about how out of touch I am and effectively removed the point I was trying to make here. They just destroyed it entirely. So thank you. You've given another layup to the fucking fascist moron subreddit so they can be like, Hasan is so out of touch, gets owned by his own chat. Real working class individuals hate him now, okay? Because everyone has to be like, me. The only reason why people that tune in that think that this multimillionaire with like multiple businesses that he owns is actually, representing the common sense position or whatever is because he just presents himself as like a guy who lives in filth, which is true. He lived worker's man life though before he got wealthy. Who gives a fuck, dumbass? What do you mean? There are plenty of fucking people that were poor and then became shitheads after they became wealthy. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? That makes it worse. That means he went through the struggle of poverty. And instead of deciding no one else should go through this, he said, I got mine, fuck everybody else. I'm going to spend every waking day of my life making people who are in abject poverty, in way worse conditions than me, their lives a living hell. I'm going to fucking... Asmongold is a man of the people unlike you. Exactly. The worst people I've ever met are always poor people who made $3 million. We need to roll Hasan in the mud, shirtless. You can't... You can't complain. We are so fucked, man. You're one of them. You comment about them all day. You need them. Lamau, you can't complain. Lamau. No one I know makes $100K. $100,000 is not normal at all. Lamau, we're fucked. We are so fucked, man. You're one of them. We are fucked, but not for the reason why you think we are fucked. We're fucked because you think that like my output is identical to someone like Asmongold's, okay? Because you're fucking stupid. Like, what do you mean? This is unironically proving the argument that I was making, though, earlier, which is that people only care about aesthetics. Like, I need to fucking move out of this house, give it to my family, and just like go live in a fucking dump and wear the same white t-shirt every fucking day so that people can be like, no, he's a real working class man now. Okay? 100 is not normal. 100 is middle class in 2026, dumbass. Oh my God. Oh my God. Unless if you are living in a major city and you're making $100,000 a year with dependents, you're going to have, you know, you're going to be in you're going to have a regular existence. When I say someone is working class, I mean someone who's doing all right. Okay? This concept of like middle class that you guys are fantasizing about extends anywhere from, I don't know, like a small business owner bringing in fucking $3 million a year to down to the person apparently making $30,000 a year. It's made up. Okay? When I say someone is working class, like, if you think someone who's making $100,000 a year with dependents, okay, someone who's like in their 30s, making $100,000 a year with dependents, that person doesn't own a home in most cities, okay? That person is not going to be able to own a home in most cities. That person is still very much firmly a part of the working class. You guys are fucking out of your mind if you think that that person that I'm talking about is actually, living the high life. Yeah, if you're making $100,000 a year, living with your parents, you don't have to pay rent, you don't have any dependents, and you're in your early 20s, you'll be fine. You can go out, do whatever the fuck you want, get drunk, pay for Uber Black every now and then, have disposable income on the side. I wasn't even making like the Marxist classification of what makes someone proletarian. I was just saying like working class is a catch-all term, and I cannot comprehend how motherfuckers are over here talking about how like 100K does not qualify as working class. You're like really raking it in. Yeah, the middle class in 2025 is $41,000 to $148,000 in 2025. This is based on the latest Census Bureau data with a median household income of around $74,000 across 100 of the largest U.S. cities. This is up from a middle class income range of $47,000 to $142,000 a year earlier when the median income was $71,000. I like that in this assessment, by the way, $100,000 is smack dab in the middle of middle class income. Like straight up. Like on the fucking dot. Yeah, self-IDing as middle class means nothing, though. Steady 54% of Americans identify as middle class. More Republicans and fewer Democrats identify as working class and lower class. Upper middle to middle class, working class, lower class, upper class. Might be the first time I've disagreed this much. Yeah, we're still right about the 100K law. $48,000 in Texas is a lot different than $48,000 in LA or New York. It's going to be impossible to convince someone from Dallas-Fort Worth that 100K is just middle class. My poverty trauma gets triggered when middle class people pretend to be poor is a me thing, maybe. I wasn't saying that, like, I'm making that money. I never said I'm fucking middle class. What the hell is wrong with you people? You're conflating a single person's income with a household income? No, I'm not. That's why I said they have dependents. Like in this hypothetical that I'm designing, you live in one of the major cities, you have dependents, and you're making $100,000 a year 10 years into your career. That's not easy living. Unless you live in an area that is much more affordable. I don't know. It's on my landlord makes $40K a year off my rent. Definitely working class. I make just under 100K in a union right now, and I won't ever be able to retire or buy a house in my state. Can't afford to move paycheck to paycheck anywhere in my state. Yeah, but according to chatters, you're living the fucking high life. Have you thought about that? Fuck you. Fuck you, Richie Rich. Rich ass motherfucker in the chat. Fuck you. How dare you call yourself fucking working class as a union worker? Enjoy your fucking rich existence, your bourgeois decadence, okay? Yeah, tell your union to move the factory, bro. If you got more Richie Rich people like yourself in your union, why don't you buy the factory? Why don't you buy the company right now? As someone who isn't even Big Tent, this shit is so dumb. Why are we arguing so much about a made-up term that purely exists to make us fight one another? Poverty, trauma, motherfucker, we're all getting exploited. Stop this dividing shit. I'm not the one. Chatters love lighting up whenever I talk about anything finance related. Because sometimes I'll literally be like, oh, look at this t-shirt. It's $35, okay? And there will be at least like 15 chatters will be like, that is the most expensive t-shirt that has ever been created in the history of mankind. I cannot believe the amount of bourgeois decadence you're showcasing here. Classic, out of touch, rich, multimillionaire socialist. Fuck you. Fucking kill yourself. Like literally, I could be like, I bought a hamburger for $5. And there will be at least one motherfucker that goes, I've literally never eaten a hamburger in my life. I'm currently sitting with a barrel wrapped around my chest because I do not have money to afford clothes. And you are the most out of touch person on the planet. And half the time, the motherfuckers that are typing that from the basement of their Connecticut McMansion of their fucking financial advisor parents' home. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it. Coping hard for real? Yeah, see? There it is. Anyway. In spite of all that, I'm proud of you guys. You guys fundraised. Oh, not you, the chatter. Yeah. How dare you compare the working class to $100,000 a year, which is famously the salary of the ruling class? This is literally like ACP style commentary when they were like on that Starbucks baristas are not actually proletariat shit. Like people that I think engage in gay professions are actually not real proletarian. My partner and I make collectively about $70K in Pennsylvania, not even a high cost living state, and are barely affording our 1-bedroom apartment while also ignoring our debt. These shadows are crazy, Lamau. I know. They're making it seem like I'm over here behaving like Lucille Bluth. Is that her name? Did I say it right? Like being like, how much can a banana cost? because I said $100,000 is a working class job. Famously, the amount of money you make when you're a fucking oligarch, when you're swimming in it. Anyway, what I was going to say is, good job, guys. We raised 30 grand, more than 30 grand for Kat in this short period of time. So no, you see, this guy is also, if he's making $2, how much money does he make? If he's making, well, like one. So what is that? Like $1 a second or 50 cents a second? Is that what he's doing? That's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? That's not a $1,200 router. That's not a 1,200 router. What is that? What is this? Asmongold says not hiring people to clean his house makes him a normal person. I just want to live like an American. Brother, no one lives like this. Okay? No. This is what I mean. People think this is like, he's a real one for this reason, okay? They look at this and they go, oh my God, he's such a real one because he lives in filth. Like, okay, but like, are you also saying that working class people are filthy? So only rich people are well taken care of? You're not working class. You'll never represent the working class. Not you nor Asmon. You're so out of touch, old man. If you were even ever middle class or working class, you would not have that opinion you have. And everything you say about this matter proves this. I would just not even talk about this if I were you, man. Move on. Yes, you're right. A socialist streamer who regularly talks about fucking labor-related issues should shut the fuck up about labor-related issues because he's a streamer who is very fucking fortunate. True. The point I'm making is, I'm not LARPing about my financial situation, okay? You know, that's it. That's it. But people hyper focus on the aesthetics of things and they think, like, they can't hear your words, right? They can't hear your words. They only see what they see. And if they see someone like myself, even if I'm advocating for, workers' rights, advocating for labor unions, working alongside labor unions, shit like that. None of that actually matters because, like, I don't fit the bill. I don't fit the profile of what you believe is like someone who should be advocating for, working class individuals. I can't believe it though, because this entire back and forth conversation unironically proved the point. Prove the point that I was making. I'm obviously not going to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm not going to stop saying what I'm saying. And I'm not going to stop living in any way, shape, or form that is different than how I want to live. Hasan, hiçbir zaman bu konuda kazanamazsan anla artık. Ignore it. I know. Evet. Like, this motherfucker is saying the average American lives like this. That's a diss on the average American. That's a diss on any human being, really, because I don't think anyone lives like this. This is a unique living condition. What's crazy about it is that any person that lives in this circumstance because, like, they are too busy or they work too much or they're too poor would literally, first thing that they would do if they got money like Asmongold, would clean their fucking house. That's the first thing that they would do. Like, first they would get a therapist, most likely, because this is the living conditions of like a deeply depressed person under normal circumstances. They would get on depression medication. And then they would most likely either pay for deep cleaning, because I feel like you need to pay someone for this. Like, this is a professional job. This is not the average person could. This is not the average person within the capabilities of the average individual. This is what people mean when they call him authentic, because this is the most relatable thing for his followers. Yeah, but that's what's so crazy, because this is so outside of my range of relatability. I don't understand it. There are petty bourgeois socialists. You are one, not a moral designation, just a fact. No, dude, I'm actually not even a petty bourgeois. I'm a bourgeois socialist. Okay? I'm a straight up, if you want to say I'm a fucking a capital owner, okay? If you want to say I'm like a part of the owner class, go ahead, say it. I'm a fucking class trader then. Who gives a shit? That's it. You know? I don't fucking care. Oh, I appreciate your news coverage. However, you should read more Marxist-Leninism and speak to on-the-ground organizers. Speaking of theory first, you have some decent positions on issues, but you frequently espouse revisionism, social imperialism, and reformism. All right, I'm done for the day. Followed, created first day, sending ChatGPT paragraphs worth all of our time for sure. It's so fucking crazy. I don't want to clip it, but yesterday he debate broed himself and said he does politics for fun and doesn't know much, and that didn't have a comeback for you calling him out for being rich. Yeah, I know. Because he is fucking rich. If the level of wealth that you've acquired is putting you in a class where you are like objectively out of touch with the interests of the regular person, okay? Which I don't even make that argument, for the record. I only make that argument for someone who is out of touch, okay? That argument only works if you are objectively out of touch. If you're like a Fox News commentary person, right? And you are consistently doing right-wing reactionary commentary. You are fucking out of touch. It doesn't even matter what level of wealth you have. You can still be out of touch. Please don't leave us on the most disgusting visual I've ever seen. Yeah. Some Turkish misinformation for you.
What do you mean? It means I like flowers.
What the fuck?
What does amunakoi mean? It means I like flowers.
That's crazy. It doesn't mean that. It means fuck your pussy, just so you know. All right, that'll be all for today. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Lots of fun stuff lined up. Lots of crazy adventures lined up from the most out of touch, multi-billionaire capital owning, socialist, fake socialist grifter you've ever done seen. You already know. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. And bye-bye.